Chapter 35-47. Most of the members of the Dead Spirit clan had reached the peak of the High God King stage. However, in the long history of the Dead Spirit clan, there were some who had obtained fortuitous encounters that allowed them to break through to the Divine Emperor stage. To be more precise, their souls had entered the Divine Emperor stage. At this time, they discovered that the Dead Spirit clan had a special ability. They could use the soul mark left on the soul pearl by those below the Divine Emperor realm to track them down. For this reason, there were many powerful forces in the realms of gods who were willing to hunt down members of the Spectre clan who were at the God Emperor realm and above. This was because such existences could provide them with accurate tracking services and could be of great use at critical moments. For this reason, once a member of the Dead Spirit clan became a Divine Emperor, they would either hide their cultivation base or leave the Dead Spirit clan. After all, every once in a while, a powerful force in the realms of gods would send experts to the netherworld to see if there were any members of the Dead Spirit clan who had broken through to the Divine Emperor stage. If they found any, they would kidnap them. The Dead Spirit clan was only a small clan in the netherworld. Naturally, they were powerless against the experts from the powerful forces in the realms of gods. Feng Qingyang, I'd like to see how long you can hide in the Azura Hell. In the end, Mi Xian left the Azura Hell and returned to the Devata realm before he returned to the netherworld where the Dead Spirit clan was. Feng Qingyang's cultivation speed is ridiculously fast. I can't let my guard down. If I'm not a high god king by the time he becomes a medium god king, I won't be able to kill him even if I can track him down. Mi Xian's heart sank when he thought about this. Initially, he thought that returning to the clan and feeling the atmosphere of the clan would make him feel better. However, to his surprise, as soon as he returned to the Dead Spirit clan, two powerful figures appeared and intercepted him. Mi Xian was stunned. Elder Mi Chen, Elder Mi Yu, what's the meaning of this? Right now, the ones blocking Mi Xian were two of the Death Spirit race's Grand Elders. They were both High God Kings, and any one of them was stronger than Mi Xian. If they wanted to kill Mi Xian, even 100 Mi Xians would not be able to escape death. Mi Xian, you have been expelled from the Dead Spirit race. Mi Chen said indifferently. Expelled from the Dead Spirit clan? Hearing this, Mi Xian was stunned at first. Then his expression changed drastically. The first person he thought of was Feng Qingyang. It was most likely that Feng Qingyang knew about the taboo of the Dead Spirit race and had come to inform them about the Grand Elder of the Dead Spirit race, about his younger brother Yahiko possessing a human body, and that he was an accomplice. Elder Mi Chen, why? Mi Xian forced himself to calm down and asked in a low voice, his expression changing drastically. Mi Xuan, don't you know what you and Yahiko have done? Mi Chen's gaze turned cold, and his tone turned gloomy. Hearing Mi Chen's words, Mi Xian knew that his worries had come true. As expected, Feng Qingyang had told the Grand Elders of the Dead Spirit race about what he and Yahiko had done. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for the Grand Elders to expel him from the Dead Spirit race. Elder Mi Chen, Elder Mi Yu. Mi Xian's body shook violently as waves of restless energy swept out. What happened? Even if you want to expel me from the Dead Spirit race, shouldn't you at least give me an explanation? As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, Mi Yu, who had been silent all this while, shook his head and said, Mi Xian, it's already come to this. There's no need for you to play the fool. Yahiko's possession of a human's body may have only been a partial possession, but it was a violation of the rules of the Dead Spirit race and should be executed. But you, after learning of this, not only did you not put righteousness before family, you allowed him to possess another human's body and even helped him do so. Mi Yu's voice turned cold. For doing such a thing, not only do you no longer deserve to be the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race, you don't even deserve to stay in the Dead Spirit race. Who is slandering me? Slandering my little brother Yen? Mi Xian asked in a low voice. His emotions were so agitated that those who did not know might think that he had been wrongly accused. Do you have proof? Do you have any proof? Although Mi Xian felt that there was evidence that the Dead Spirit race had removed him from his position as clan leader and expelled him from the Dead Spirit race before he had returned, he still couldn't help but ask. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die with a clear conscience. You want proof? Mi Yu sneered. Then with a thought, a floating image pearl appeared out of thin air and reflected a series of images. The images were of what had happened in the main hall of the title temple, when Yahiko had tried to possess Duanling Tian. Mi Xian had helped Yahiko deal with Feng Qingyang and helped Yahiko in the process. Not only were there images, but there was also sound. You're not going to say that this is a fake floating image pearl, are you? Mi Yu's sneer deepened. If you really want to say that, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. You're just taking us for fools. Was Mi Xian going to say that the floating image pearl in front of him was a fake? Of course not. If this floating image pearl was a fake, not only would he be able to tell, but the grand elders of the dead spirit race would be able to as well. Elders. Mi Xian's tone softened. Now that my little brother Yan is dead, this matter should come to an end, right? In the dead spirit race, there shouldn't be anyone more suitable to be patriarch than me, right? Give me a chance. I will lead the dead spirit race to new glory. Not only did Mi Xian not want to leave the dead spirit race, but he also wanted to return to the dead spirit race and become patriarch. Mi Xian, do you think this is child's play? Mi Yu sneered. You've been expelled from the dead spirit race. From now on, the dead spirit race no longer welcomes you. If you dare to enter again, we will not hesitate to use force to expel you. Also, if you possess a physical body outside, the dead spirit race will still hunt you down according to the rules of the race. You should conduct yourself with dignity. As soon as Mi Yu's voice fell, he stepped aside. Please. When Mi Xian left, he had almost lost his soul. He had never imagined that his departure would be permanent. The dead spirit race had abandoned him. /B was he wrong? He admitted that he was wrong. However, was there a need to punish him so severely? He had never thought that possessing a human body was the right thing to do. He had only helped Yahiko to possess a human body because of their brotherhood. Moreover, he had told Yahiko that it was the last time he would help him because of their brotherhood. He had never forgotten that he was a member of the dead spirit race and the patriarch of the dead spirit race. However, what did he get in the end? The dead spirit race had removed him from the position of patriarch and expelled him from the dead spirit race. Good. Since you think I'm wrong, since the dead spirit race thinks I'm wrong, I, Mi Xian, will make the best of it. I, Mi Xian, will possess a human body and return to the dead spirit race. I will devour all of you and break through to the God Emperor realm. At that time, even if Feng Qingyang manages to break out of the Azura Hell, he'll still be a piece of cake to me. Not long after leaving the dead spirit race, Mi Xian's aura was no longer as weak as before. He was full of vitality. Now, I need a human body. Although Duanling Tian's body isn't bad, it's extremely strange. Brother Yan was actually killed by him during the possession process. Moreover, since he killed Brother Yan, I don't have to consider his body when I want to tear him into pieces. Mi Xian muttered to himself after he left the dead spirit world and returned to the Devata realm. Fortunately, Duanling Tian did not hear Mi Xian's muttering. Otherwise, he would have found it funny. Did Mi Xian think he could possess him just because he wanted to? He was delusional. I'll look for Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. As the palace master of the Tidal Temple with the longest legacy, he must have a good candidate for me to possess. In the end, Mi Xian went to the Tidal Temple's branch in the Devata realm he was in. As soon as Zhang Xian arrived at the Tidal Temple's subhall, the hall masters of the subhalls did not dare to take him lightly. They immediately contacted the main hall. Soon after, Mi Xian met with Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. King Mi Xian, is there something you need from me? Wu Hongqing asked without beating around the bush. Mi Xian's eyes flashed with greed as he looked at Wu Hongqing. If he could, he would possess Wu Hongqing. Once he possessed Wu Hongqing, the entire Tidal Temple would become his backyard. However, he knew it was only a dream. If he wanted to possess someone completely, the difference in strength between him and the other party must be too great. For example, his younger brother, Yahiko, as a lesser-ranked deity, had failed to possess Tathagata, who had yet to become a deity. All he could do was take control of the body. If he had been an intermediate-ranked deity at that time, he would have succeeded. Due to the difference in strength between a lesser deity and a 10-direction celestial emperor, he had failed. However, the difference in strength between him and Wu Hongqing was even greater now. Even if he was a higher god king, he was not confident he could possess Wu Hongqing completely. As for now, not to mention completely possessing Wu Hongqing, even half-possessing Wu Hongqing and seizing control of Wu Hongqing's body would be very difficult. For this reason, he could only give up on the idea of possessing Wu Hongqing. I want to possess an outstanding human. The Tidal Temple has a long history in the Devata realms and has an extensive information network. You should be able to provide me with information about this, right? Mi Xian did not beat around the bush and stated his purpose. Wu Hongqing was, naturally, taken aback by Mi Xian's words. King Mi Xian, based on your behavior, it seems like you have no intention of possessing a human's body, right? Why do you seem interested in possessing a human's body now? In Wu Hongqing's opinion, if Mi Xian had intended to possess a human's body, Duan Lingtian's body would have been the best choice. Mi Xian, on the other hand, was not interested in Duan Lingtian at all. It was possible to say that Mi Xian was doing this out of consideration for the brotherhood between him and Yahiko, but he didn't believe it. This was because he felt that in front of absolute benefits, the brotherhood between the dead spirit clansmen was nothing. Chapter 35-48. Temple Master Wu. Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing and asked indifferently, as the temple master of the Tidal Temple with the longest legacy in the Devata realms, you must be very knowledgeable. You should know the dead spirit clan's attitude toward clansmen who possess corporeal bodies, right? Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. Apart from that, he also knew the dead spirit clansmen who were at the Divine Emperor stage or above were highly valued by powerful forces in the realms of gods. Moreover, if a dead spirit clansman who was at the Divine Emperor stage or above appeared in an auction in the realms of gods, they would be sold for a sky-high price. Therefore, he knew a lot about the dead spirit clan. I'm the patriarch of the dead spirit clan. Mi Xian continued to say when he saw Wu Hongqing nodding. To be more precise, I was the patriarch of the dead spirit clan before I helped Brother Yan possess the body of a human boy called Duan Lingtian. When Mi Xian said this, Wu Hongqing jumped in fright. This was something he hadn't known about. Previously, when he learned that Tathagata, the Shenyuan heaven branch of the Tidal Temple, had been possessed by a member of the dead spirit race, he was already very surprised because he knew the taboo of the dead spirit race. Any member of the dead spirit race who dared to possess a physical body would be hunted down by the dead spirit race. When Mi Xian had appeared to help Yahiko, he had assumed they were on the same side. However, after witnessing Mi Xian's strength and seeing how Mi Xian did not seem interested in Duan Lingtian's body and allowed Yahiko to possess it, Wu Hongqing instinctively felt Mi Xian had followed the dead spirit clan's rules to a certain extent. He had only helped Yahiko out of consideration for their brotherhood. However, when Mi Xian said he was the patriarch of the dead spirit clan, he was shocked. Mi Xian is the patriarch of the dead spirit clan? Not only did the patriarch of the dead spirit clan not follow the rules of the dead spirit clan by killing a dead spirit clansman who possessed a corporeal body, but he even helped a dead spirit clansman possess a human body? This was the biggest joke in the world. Divine King Mi Xian. Now, Wu Hongqing finally understood why Mi Xian wasn't interested in Duan Lingtian's body at all. It turned out that Mi Xian was the patriarch of the specter race. As the patriarch of the specter race, helping someone take over a human's body was already very ridiculous. If he took over a human's body, would he still want to continue being the patriarch of the specter race? You mean, you are no longer the patriarch of the dead spirit race? Wu Hongqing asked. If I were still the chief of the dead spirit race, do you think I would come to you and ask you to help me search for human bodies to possess? Mi Xian asked, looking deeply at Wu Hongqing. Because of Yahiko? Wu Hongqing asked. Because of Feng Qingyang. Mi Xian said in a low voice. He entered the netherworld and informed my clan about Yahiko's possession of a human's body. He told my clan members about me and Yahiko's possession of a human's body. I have been removed from my position as the patriarch by several grand elders of my clan, and expelled from the dead spirit race. Feng Qingyang? Wu Hongqing was stunned. Even if he knew about the dead spirit race's rules and went to the netherworld to inform the dead spirit race, without evidence, even if your clan members suspected you, they couldn't have removed you from your position and expelled you, right? What if there is evidence? Mi Xian asked. Evidence? What evidence? Although he saw you attack with his own eyes, What he saw was only a law avatar. Moreover, it self-destructed on the spot. He couldn't have taken anything with him. Wu Hongqing asked, puzzled. He has the mother-child floating image pearls personally inscribed by a divine emperor from a realm of gods. Although the child pearl is destroyed, everything recorded in it has been transmitted to the mother pearl. You should know that the mother-child floating image pearls are made of special materials that can transmit information across realms. Mi Xian said in a low voice. What? Wu Hongqing was shocked. Feng Qingyang has the mother-child floating image pearls personally inscribed by a divine emperor or higher. The mother-child floating image pearls were items from the realms of gods. Only a divine emperor or higher could inscribe them. Moreover, the mother-child floating image pearls in the realms of gods were different from the floating image pearls in the Devata realms and the ordinary floating image pearls in the realms of gods. The latter two could only record images and not sound. Even in the realms of gods, not everyone had the mother-child floating image pearls. However, Feng Qingyang, who had not been to the realms of gods, had the mother-child floating image pearls in his possession? He must have obtained them in the Azura Hell. Mi Xian's voice grew darker. I'm afraid even the title temple doesn't have many mother-child floating image pearls, right? After all, this thing can only be used once. It can't be used repeatedly. Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. Although the title temple had many floating image pearls that had been passed down for generations, most of them had already been used. There were only 4 pairs that were still unused. Since Feng Qingyang became a god in the Azura Hell, it means he had a fortuitous encounter there. It's not strange for him to obtain the mother-child floating image pearls. Moreover, I tracked his soul and chased him all the way to the entrance of the Azura Hell. He entered the Azura Hell again. It seems like he's treating the Azura Hell as his backyard. Mi Xian's voice was filled with exasperation when he spoke. He's hiding in the Azura Hell again? Wu Hongqing was speechless. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would enter the Azura Hell again. It's obvious Feng Qingyang must have encountered a fortuitous encounter to become a lesser god king in such a short time. That fortuitous encounter must be in the Azura Hell. With his past progress, if he continues in the future, I'm afraid it won't be long before he surpasses you, Divine King Mi Xian. As Wu Hongqing spoke, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. I know, Mi Xian replied calmly. As long as I have an excellent human body, it'll be difficult for him to catch up to me. God King Mi Xian, you want to. Wu Hongqing's eyes narrowed and his heart trembled. He had already guessed what Mi Xian wanted to do. Temple Master. Just as Wu Hongqing was guessing what Mi Xian wanted to do, a respectful voice came from outside. Tang Sanpao requests an audience. Normally, Mi Xian would have smiled when he heard the voice of his successor, Tang Sanpao. However, he could not smile now. Not only that, he replied calmly, I'm not free at the moment. Come find me tomorrow. Wu Hongqing deliberately suppressed his emotions when he said this, but because things had happened so suddenly, Mi Xian still caught a slight change in his emotions, causing Mi Xian's eyes to brighten. In the next moment, Mi Xian's powerful divine consciousness swept out. Please have mercy, God King Mi Xian. That's my successor. If you want a human body, I can find you another one that's not inferior to his. When Mi Xian's divine consciousness swept out, Wu Hongqing knew that Mi Xian would definitely take a fancy to Tang Sanpao's body. Therefore, he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. There's no need. I'm very satisfied with this body. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically when he heard Mi Xian's reply. Mi Xian, don't go too far. Do you intend to make an enemy of the title temple? Temple Master Wu, you can just find another successor. Why are you so angry? Mi Xian said indifferently. Then with a flash of his body, he disappeared without a trace. Tang Sanpao, who had been outside, also vanished without a trace. In a remote mountain range in the solitary destructive heaven, after Duan Ling Tian returned to his little world, he sent all of his family and friends back to his little world. He even sent Huan Er's parents to his little world. This was also the first time he had allowed his parents, Lian Qiu and Du Xian, into his little world. Naturally, both of them were shocked when they entered. What a unique heaven and earth spiritual energy. Are those the 5 divine elements? Both of them could sense that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Duan Lingtian's little world was extraordinary. At the same time, they saw the 5-colored light that twined around the divine tree of life. It was none other than the 5 divine elements. The radiance of the 5 divine elements was much dimmer than before. After sending his family and friends into his little world, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. However, his heart was still heavy. Now that Master has been forced into Azura Hell again, my 5 divine elements have been exposed as well. If I'm not mistaken, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, will definitely go crazy and try to steal my 5 divine elements. At this moment, the Space Sword Dao and the Control Dao of the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth are no longer as important to him and the Tidal Temple. The most important thing is the 5 divine elements in my little world. After all, those who possess the 5 divine elements will have a much easier time comprehending the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth once they become gods. Those who possess high-level 5 divine elements will have a 100% chance of successfully comprehending the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. Duan Lingtian felt a great sense of danger when he learned that the 5 divine elements had been exposed. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had suffered injuries to his soul due to the battle with the intermediate god king from the dead spirit clan. He had even lost one of his law clones. It would take a long time for his master to fully recover. In other words, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself for a long time. The Tidal Temple's intelligence network is spread all over the Devata realms. In the future, I'm afraid the Tidal Temple won't be able to find me if I stay in one place for too long. If I want to improve my strength, I won't just focus on cultivating. I'll have to go out from time to time. Although I've become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, I'm still a long way from becoming a god. At the very least, I haven't reached the threshold of godhood yet. It seems like I'll have to go to the 9 Serenities battlefield for the time being. Chapter 3549. Whether it was the Purgatory battlefield or the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were independent realms formed by the collision of realms of the gods every 10,000 years. Unlike the realm of gods was a playground for the strongest. The gods of the realms of gods could kill, rob, and plunder for cultivation resources in the realm of gods. Of course, the realm of gods also contained fortuitous encounters left behind by the strongest of the realms of gods. On the other hand, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield did not have such benefits. Those who entered the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield could only kill and plunder each other's belongings. Basically, there were no fortuitous encounters in the realm battlefield since it was a product of the collision between realms of the gods. Similar to the realm battlefield, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield were formed by the collision of realms of the gods. Both of them were related to supreme powerhouses. However, to supreme powerhouses, the realm battlefield was like their own child that they would spend a lot of effort to nurture. As for the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were like illegitimate children that they did not acknowledge. However, due to the restrictions on one's cultivation base, the realm battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield became places where celestial lords and celestial emperors from the Devata realms could cultivate. For example, Duan Lingtian had visited the Purgatory battlefield in the past. A group of celestial lords, most of whom were powerful titled celestial lords, had gathered in the Purgatory battlefield. Many celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements and did not dare to reveal their strength in the Purgatory battlefield. In the past, Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements had greatly improved in the Purgatory battlefield. The Purgatory battlefield was a stage for celestial lords. The 9 Serenities battlefield was a stage for celestial emperors. Celestial emperors who dared to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield were confident in their strength. Most of them were titled celestial emperors or those who possessed the strength of a titled celestial emperor but did not obtain a title from the Tidal Temple. In the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple had a ranking system for the strength of the war gods. There were 1 star gods of war, 2 star gods of war, and 9 star gods of war. The minimum requirement to become a 1 star god of war was to become a titled celestial emperor. Although 9 star gods of war were titled celestial emperors who had not attained godhood, their strength was close to that of a god. In the Devata realms, The title temple has no lack of god-level powerhouses. If a god-level powerhouse comes, I won't be able to fight back at all. Although the title temple can send people to the 9 nether realm, they can only send 10 direction celestial emperors. Even if they're strong, they'll only be 9 star gods of war or demigods. It was celestial lords of the gods of God of gods, gods of the gods of gods, heaven god. In the Devata realms, unless I find a secluded place to hide, I'll still be in danger. Rather than hiding in a secluded place in a Devata realm, I might as well find a mundane realm to hide in. Duan Lingtian had a clear idea of his current situation. At the same time, he was also very clear about what he needed the most now. Now, what I need the most besides a place where I can cultivate in peace, is more of a place where I can train. The 9 Serenities battlefield is the most suitable place for me now. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Hua Lao and Meng Luo before he left. From the beginning until the end, Hua Lao and Meng Luo watched as Duan Lingtian left. They did not stop him. Even if they did, they would not have been able to stop him. This was because Duan Lingtian's current strength had already surpassed theirs. Hua Lao, I'm sure you didn't expect that young man from the mundane realm would become so strong after so many years, right? Meng Luo asked Hua Lao, who was standing next to him. Hua Lao smiled wryly when he heard Meng Luo Lao's words. That's right. I feel like I've been living like a dog all these years. We have to work hard as well. Otherwise, we'll only grow further and further away from the young palace master and Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo sighed. The independent realm where the title temple's main hall was located was also known as the God Realm. This name was given by the founder of the title temple. Currently, in a vast palace in the Plain of Gods, there are 2 figures sitting opposite each other in the main hall. There were 2 rows of seats facing each other in the hall. They were on the left and right sides of the door. At this moment, 2 people were sitting in the middle of the 2 rows of seats. The person sitting on the left was none other than Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple. The person sitting on the right was a young man. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the young man as Tang Sanpao, who was by his side during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Tang Sanpao had another identity. He was the young master of the title temple. Logically speaking, Tang Sanpao was Wu Hongqing's successor to the title temple. If the 2 of them were to sit together, even if Wu Hongqing was sitting, Tang Sanpao would have to stand. But now, Tang Sanpao was sitting in front of Wu Hongqing with a swagger. I want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. Tang Sanpao crossed his legs as he looked at Wu Hongqing and said disrespectfully, I want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. Wu Hongqing was not displeased by Tang Sanpao's rudeness. Instead, he frowned slightly and asked, Can you enter the 9 Serenities battlefield? Although your cultivation base is only that of a 10-direction celestial emperor, your soul is at the level of an intermediate celestial king. The 9 Serenities battlefield doesn't allow anyone above the level of a god to enter. Not only does it restrict one's cultivation base, but it also restricts one's soul. Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, it was clear who Tang Sanpao was. Mi Xian. He was the former clan leader of the Dead Spirit clan, an intermediate celestial king. Half a year ago, Tang Sanpao had come to look for Wu Hongqing. Mi Xian happened to be there as well. When he discovered Tang Sanpao's body was in good condition, he ignored Wu Hongqing's objections and forcefully possessed Tang Sanpao, causing Tang Sanpao's soul to dissipate. Mi Xian accepted everything in Tang Sanpao's body. Mi Xian accepted everything, including Tang Sanpao's memories and comprehension of the profundities. Wu Hongqing was naturally unhappy that Mi Xian had taken over Sanpao's body without any regard for his advice. However, there was nothing he could do now. Was he supposed to kill Mi Xian who had taken over Sanpao's body? Moreover, even if he wanted to kill Mi Xian, there was nothing he could do. At most, he could destroy Tang Sanpao's body. After Mi Xian obtained Tang Sanpao's memories, he realized the title temple would allow him to cultivate smoothly in the future. Therefore, he came to an agreement with Wu Hongqing. I'll definitely kill Duan Lingtian. If I kill him, I only want the clear heaven divine wood of the 5 divine elements in his body. The other 4 divine elements will belong to the title temple. I only have one request. The tidal temple must help my body ascend to godhood in the shortest time possible. Although Mi Xian had possessed Tang Sanpao's body, since Tang Sanpao was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor, Mi Xian's cultivation base was only at the level of an intermediate celestial king. Although Mi Xian's soul was powerful and his soul attacks were powerful, his body's cultivation base could not keep up with his soul's level. For this reason, the tidal temple went to great lengths to obtain an exploding element celestial fruit in just a month. After Mi Xian consumed the exploding element celestial fruit, he successfully became a 10-direction celestial emperor 6 months later. Of course, I'm aware of the restrictions in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Mi Xian didn't take Wu Hongqing's word seriously. That is why I plan to seal my soul and sneak into the 9 Serenities battlefield. The Dead Spirit Clan can easily come up with dozens or even hundreds of secret techniques like this. A hint of arrogance could be heard in Mi Xian's voice when he spoke. However, after a few moments, his eyes flashed as though he had recalled something. The arrogance in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a ruthless expression. That's a good idea. Wu Hongqing nodded. However, once your soul is sealed, you won't be able to remove the seal once you enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. After all, the rules there forbid the souls of gods and above from entering the battlefield. If you forcefully remove the seal, no one knows the consequences. You'll either be sent out of the 9 Serenities battlefield or reduced to ashes. Wu Hongqing's expression turned grave when he finished speaking. Do you think it's necessary for me to remove the seal? Mi Xian asked indifferently. Upon hearing Mi Xian's words, Wu Hongqing's expression froze. He finally remembered the person in front of him was no longer Tang Sanpao. He was Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan and an intermediate god king. Although Tang Sanpao's current cultivation base was only a 10-direction celestial emperor, with the profundities that Mi Xian had comprehended, his strength was comparable to a 9-star god of war. With the strength of a 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, even if his soul no longer had an advantage, why would he be afraid of others? I still don't understand. Why do you suddenly want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield? It's meaningless to you. Wu Hongqing asked. No, it's meaningful. Mi Xian shook his head. Although I've taken over this body, my soul isn't very compatible with it. I need to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield and fight so my soul can adapt to this body. Only then will I be able to unleash the profundities my soul has comprehended. Right now, although the profundities of laws that my soul has comprehended are powerful, I can't use them perfectly in this body. Wu Hongqing finally understood Mi Xian's intention. In that case, you should make a trip there. When do you plan to leave? I'll send you there. Wu Hongqing asked. Let's do it now. Mi Xian replied. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the 9 Serenities battlefield, was unaware that Mi Xian, who had destroyed his master Feng Qingyang's law of earth clone, had also come to the 9 Serenities battlefield. Moreover, Mi Xian had entered the 9 Serenities battlefield with a familiar face. Chapter 3550. At this moment, it had been 2 months since Duan Ling Tian entered the 9 Serenities battlefield. In the 9 Serenities battlefield. During these 2 months, Duan Ling Tian had learned a lot about the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although the 9 Serenities battlefield was similar to the Purgatory battlefield in many ways, there were many differences. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, many titled celestial emperors would join forces and hunt other titled celestial emperors for their wealth. For this reason, unless one was extremely strong, it would be extremely difficult for one to advance in the 9 Serenities battlefield without a strong backer. In fact, one might not even know when one would die. I'll choose the Heaven Dao Alliance then. During these 2 months in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Ling Tian had encountered more than one assassination attempt. Although he easily dealt with it and even killed his opponents, it was still very troublesome. There were a few times when he wanted to cultivate, so he purposely found a secluded place to cultivate. Who knew he would be disrupted not long after he started cultivating? After discovering that he was cultivating, they would immediately attack him in an attempt to kill him and rob him of his wealth. However, since he was cultivating in the 9 Serenities battlefield, it was only natural that he could not focus on cultivating. Thus, as expected, those people who had launched a sneak attack on him were all killed by him without exception. However, after so many times, Duan Ling Tian realized that it was unrealistic to cultivate in the wilderness of the Nine Serenities battlefield. The best way was to join a force. As long as he had his own cultivation room in the force's base, he would be able to cultivate in peace without being disturbed, unless that force was attacked. Therefore, in the past half a month, he had specially inquired about a few of the stronger factions in the vicinity. Among them, there was a faction called the Heavenly Tao Alliance that was the strongest. The other factions in the vicinity had to join hands in order to deal with the annexation of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. There are 2 8-star gods of war in the Heaven Tao Alliance. Ordinary people and forces wouldn't dare to offend the Heaven Tao Alliance. After learning about the Heaven Tao Alliance's strength, Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before he decided to join the Heaven Tao Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment is held once a year. The next recruitment will be held in 3 months' time. With a thought, Duan Ling Tian did not continue to look for a place to cultivate. Instead, he wandered around the area. As long as he encountered someone who did not have eyes and came forward to provoke him, he would not hold back and kill them. Even if they were to kneel and beg for mercy, it was useless. In a world where the strong were respected, tears were not believed. That was it. Because he would be disturbed even if he cultivated, Duan Ling Tian did not continue to look for a place to cultivate. Instead, he wandered around, tempering his combat skills through battle after battle, as well as further comprehending the profundities of the laws and the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Although the improvement was not big, there was still a certain amount of improvement. Moreover, during his slumber, Huang Xiaolong had further comprehended the law of space with the help of the Supreme Master's Godhead. In 3 months, Duan Ling Tian had also made a name for himself in the surrounding area. Purple Marquee. Recently, there have been more and more people dressed in purple nearby. I wonder how the people from the other factions are doing. In any case, our Hong Tian sect has been avoiding people dressed in purple whenever we see them. We are deeply afraid that it is really Purple Marquee. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, there were some factions that had built cities nearby. In these cities, one could conduct all kinds of transactions and fight. It was no different from the outside of the city. Duan Ling Tian had just entered a city called Hong Tian City when he heard similar discussions. The person who spoke was the person from the Hong Tian sect, the faction behind the city. Is that Purple Marquee really that scary? Someone asked. Of course he is. The person from Hong Tian sect continued with a serious expression. That day, I personally witnessed from afar. The left guardian of Dharma of the Hechuan sect, Yi Xiang, personally made a move. However, he was instantly killed by Purple Marquee. That Yi Xiang is one of the best among the 5-star gods of war. Oh my god! Instantly killing one of the best among the 5-star gods of war. Even an ordinary 6-star god of war would not be so powerful, right? Isn't that so? Now, we can basically confirm that Purple Marquee is at least one of the best among the 6-star gods of war. He might even be a 7-star god of war. 7-star god of war? Even in your Hong Tian sect, only your sect leader is a 7-star god of war, right? It is precisely because of this that our Hong Tian sect has issued an order not to rashly attack people dressed in purple in order to avoid offending Purple Marquee. If Purple Marquee only killed those who offended him, it would be fine. However, I am afraid that after killing those who offended him, Purple Marquee would vent his anger on our Hong Tian sect. Your sect leader is a 7-star god of war. He shouldn't be afraid of Purple Marquee, right? Even so, our sect leader can't always be by the side of every disciple of the Hong Tian sect, right? As long as Purple Marquee is really a disciple of our Hong Tian sect, I am afraid it won't be long before our Hong Tian sect disband. Even I am looking forward to it now. I really want to see what Purple Marquee looks like. Even though I saw Purple Marquee kill the left guardian of Dharma of Hechuan sect, I was too far away to see his face clearly. However, his back view is similar to this person dressed in purple. The people of Hong Tian sect spoke as they looked at Duan Lingtian's back view. Of course, even though they felt that the person in front of them was the famous Purple Marquee, they didn't think that it was a fake. However, even though they felt that the other party was a fake, they didn't dare to act rashly before they confirmed it. What if the other party wasn't a fake? It was said that those who had attacked Purple Marquis had all died in his hands without exception. Purple Marquis? Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly as a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that after wandering around for 3 months, I would actually make such a name for myself. I wonder, if I can join the Heavenly Tao Alliance with this name, will I have the privilege of joining without passing the test? 3 months passed, and the annual recruitment of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was about to begin. 3 days later. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was heading towards the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Even though killing was everywhere in the 9 Serenities battlefield, many people would get along amicably when they met each other. Of course, the precondition for such a situation was that they didn't know each other's strength and weren't confident in themselves. For example, some experts would just attack anyone they saw. It was either you die or I die. In the past half a month, fewer and fewer people have taken the initiative to attack me. It seems like the name Purple Marquis still has a certain degree of deterrence. However, there are many fakes as well. As he walked through Hongtian City, Duan Lingtian noticed that out of the 10 people he saw, at least half of them were wearing purple. It was as though purple had become the fashion and trend in this area. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was somewhat dumbfounded. Am I considered to be leading the fashion trend in the 9 Serenities battlefield? 2 days later, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. At this moment, there were already many people gathered outside the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. Furthermore, a portion of them were wearing purple. Each of them had an unfathomable expression, as though they were some otherworldly experts. Around these purple-clothed people, there were many people looking at them. Their eyes were filled with doubt and mockery. Do these people think that by pretending to be Purple Marquis, they will be able to obtain preferential treatment in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test? What a joke! A middle-aged man mocked. This is very obvious. A youth beside him also had a mocking expression. Another one has arrived. Following the arrival of Duan Lingtian, many people's gazes landed on him. When those who were wearing purple looked at him, their eyes were filled with disgust. As for those who weren't wearing purple, their gazes were filled with mockery and disdain, as though they couldn't be bothered to be associated with him. Brat, I advise you to leave. Just as Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base, a blue-clothed youth slowly walked over from afar. With a mocking smile on his face, he said, I just received news that you people who are pretending to be Purple Marquis aren't even qualified to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test. The Heavenly Tao Alliance doesn't recruit fake people. Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed youth who was inexplicably approaching him. With a calm expression he said, What makes you think that I am a fake? If you are not a fake, then why are you participating in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test? The blue-clothed youth's mocking smile became even more pronounced. A month ago, the Heavenly Tao Alliance sent out an invitation to Purple Marquis. They invited Purple Marquis to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As long as Purple Marquis is willing to join, he will become one of the 9 protectors of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Hearing the blue-clothed youth's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be startled. The Heavenly Tao Alliance sent out an invitation to him? He really didn't know about this. Otherwise, why would he wait for 3 months? He would have definitely come a month ago. After all, he wanted to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance so that he could have a place to stay and cultivate without any worries. No one would disturb him, and no one would ambush him to interrupt his cultivation. Is this true? Is what he said true? Where did he get this information from? At the same time, the purple-clothed people who heard the blue-clothed youth's words frowned slightly. As they whispered among themselves, they were all wondering if what the blue-clothed youth said was true or false. If it was true, they still had time to change their robes. However, just as they were hesitating, 3 figures flew out from within the Heavenly Tao Alliance's mountain gate. An old man who was escorted by 2 middle-aged men flew out. The old man was dressed in a long silver robe and had an extraordinary temperament. A pair of white sword-like eyebrows stretched across his forehead. It's the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan. The moment the old man appeared, someone recognized him. Chapter 3551. I never expected that the Heavenly Law Alliance's seventh protector, Meng Shan, would personally come out to receive us. After hearing the identity of the person who had come, many people sighed and felt flattered. The Heavenly Law Alliance's seventh protector, Meng Shan. It is said that he is a powerful seven-star god of war. He once killed a person who had just broken through to the seven-star god of war and an outstanding six-star god of war by himself. At that time, the two of them joined forces to deal with Meng Shan. Someone looked at Meng Shan with a burning gaze as he spoke of Meng Shan's past glorious achievements. It was also that battle that made Meng Shan famous. At the same time, this group of people knew that Meng Shan was a powerful seven-star god of war. Under the numerous burning gazes, Meng Shan indifferently swept his gaze over the crowd. In the end, his gaze heavily swept over the group of people wearing purple clothes, and indifferently said, "Now, as long as you're wearing purple clothes, you can all leave. The Heavenly Law Alliance does not accept people who cheat. Do you really think that you are the purple marquis just by wearing purple clothes?" After saying this, Meng Shan sneered. After Meng Shan said this, the expressions of the group of people wearing purple clothes changed. At the same time, they regretted not listening to the blue-robed youth's reminder and changing their purple clothes in time. Seventh Protector. At the same time, a youth wearing purple clothes looked at Meng Shan and said with an unwilling expression, "I am wearing purple clothes without any intention of impersonating the purple marquis. This is because I normally wear purple clothes. Could it be that you want to deprive me of the right to participate in the Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment test because of my usual habits?" As the young man finished speaking, his tone gradually became heavier, and he seemed to be slightly overbearing. Following that young man's words, the group of purple-clothed people present immediately followed suit. Seventh Protector. I have no intention of impersonating the purple marquis. I am normally wearing this purple robe. Please don't misunderstand. Seventh Protector. You wearing purple clothes doesn't mean that you are impersonating the purple marquis, right? Seventh Protector. I normally wear purple clothes. Could it be that you want to deprive me of the right to wear purple clothes? Your Heavenly Law Alliance can't be so unreasonable, right? Seventh Protector. I definitely do not have any intention of impersonating the purple marquis. This is because I have always worn purple clothes. After the young man spoke, the scene turned into a wet market. All the purple-clothed people were trying their best to defend themselves, hoping that Meng Shan, one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's seven protectors, would change his mind and allow them to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test. The Heavenly Tao Union's recruitment test was only held once every year. If they were unable to join the Heavenly Tao Union this time, it was uncertain if they would be able to survive in the Nine Serenities battlefield for the next year. Although they could leave the Nine Serenities battlefield at any time, they were still able to do so. However, since they had already entered, they were naturally unwilling to leave so easily. If they kept thinking about leaving to save their lives, what was the point of entering? If they could join the Heavenly Tao Union, they would be able to obtain more opportunities. It would be much better than fighting alone in the Nine Nether battlefield. Now they were going to be disqualified from participating in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test just because they were wearing purple clothes. How could they be willing to accept this? Are my words not clear enough? Meng Shan, who was one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's seven protectors, did not change his expression in the face of the group of purple-clothed people. He glanced at them indifferently and said calmly, "I will give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, if you are still within my sight, I don't mind personally killing all of you." Now, 1 breath of time has passed. Almost at the same instant Meng Shan finished speaking, the expressions of the group of purple-clothed people, who were originally speaking confidently, changed greatly. Then, one by one, they turned around and fled into the distance, not saying a single word from the beginning to the end. They did not even have the time to speak. They had 9 breaths of time to leave Meng Shan's sight. Time was of the essence, and none of them dared to play around with their lives. You actually did not flee? Did you take the 7 protectors' words for granted? The blue-clothed young man, who was beside Duan Lingtian, said with a mocking smile. Did you think that the 7 protectors were joking? Lad, let me remind you that the 7 protectors' words are as firm as nails. While the blue-clothed young man was mocking Duan Tian, the rest of the people's gazes also fell upon Duan Tian. This was because Duan Tian was too conspicuous. Now, after the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, threatened them, the group of nearly 100 people, who were wearing purple-clothed, left in a grandiose manner. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds on the horizon. Under such circumstances, the only purple-clothed person left at the scene was naturally very conspicuous. There are only 4 breaths of time left. Do you all think that he will leave? He will definitely leave. He probably wants to use the time to disappear before Protector Meng Shan's eyes. However, what's the point of doing so? Maybe he wants Protector Meng Shan to see his courage, so that Protector Meng Shan will think highly of him and give him a chance to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's groom search. The surrounding crowd of people looked at Duan Tian and pointed at him as they discussed animatedly in whispers. However, under everyone's gazes, Duan Tian still did not move. 4 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. This person is dead for sure. Is this person not afraid of death? After the 10 breaths of time mentioned by the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, everyone present, including the 2 middle-aged men behind Meng Shan, looked at Duan Tian with gazes filled with pity. It was as if they felt that Duan Tian was dead for sure. As for Meng Shan, when the time was up, he looked at Duan Tian. His originally calm face was instantly covered with a layer of frost, and his whole body emitted a cold aura, giving people a feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Good, very good. Meng Shan looked at Duan Tian and said good a few times. His aura became stronger and stronger. It has been a long time since someone ignored my words. Since you want to die, I, Meng Shan, will fulfill your wish. Meng Shan's tone became colder and colder. The instant he finished speaking, he raised his hand and launched an attack. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of a sword whistling, a 3-foot-long blade formed from ice broke through the air. It brought with it a long and narrow sword aura as it flew towards Duan Tian. A sharp and cold aura spread through the air. The cold wind that blew towards them brought with it a tyrannical attack, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Protector Meng Shan is indeed one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors. Even a normal 6-star war god would find it hard to dodge or receive this attack. Unless this person has the strength of a 6-star war god or above, he will definitely die. 6-star war god? That shouldn't be possible, right? Why would a 6-star war god need to follow the rules and participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's annual Zhao Xin examination? The Heavenly Tao Alliance has opened the door for 6-star war gods and above. Any 6-star war god or above can directly enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance and display their strength. As long as they pass the inner demon examination, they will be able to enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The words that entered his ears caused Duan Tian to be startled. It was fine if he didn't know about the Heavenly Tao Alliance's invitation. He actually didn't know that the Heavenly Tao Alliance had opened the door for 6-star war gods and above? Duan Tian suddenly felt that his information was outdated and uninformed. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Tian stood motionless in the face of Meng Shan's sudden attack. It was as if he had given up on resisting. His strength is so weak, yet he still hasn't reacted? He is definitely going to die. Even if he is one of the best 6-star war gods at such a close distance, it is impossible for him to block this attack. He is definitely going to die. Now, everyone looked at Duan Tian as if they were looking at a dead man. Xiao! In the blink of an eye, the ice-cold sword beam had already reached Duan Tian's forehead. It was only a short distance away from his forehead. At this moment, when most people thought that Duan Tian was definitely going to die, Duan Tian finally moved. Whoosh! Duan Tian casually raised his hand and placed a finger horizontally between his brows. A grayish energy coiled around the finger and forcefully blocked Meng Shan's attack. It was even to the extent that waves of peerlessly fierce energy twisted out from the finger and shattered Meng Shan's icy sword light step by step. In the blink of an eye, Meng Shan's attack was neutralized. Just when everyone was still in shock, Duan Tian flicked his finger and a sword ray shot out as well, heading straight for Meng Shan. Oh my god! He counterattacked. To be able to block Protector Meng Shan's attack with a single finger, he is at least a 7-star war god. Now, he is taking the initiative to attack. 7-star war god. Could it be that he is Purple Marquis? Purple Marquis. Is it necessary for him to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test with us? Isn't this too degrading? Moreover, didn't the Heavenly Tao Alliance invite him? As long as he is willing to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, he will be one of the 9 protectors of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. You must know that only 7-star war gods and above have the ability to become a protector of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. By sending out such an invitation, it means that the Heavenly Tao Alliance recognizes Purple Marquis as a 7-star war god. Just when everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and his counterattack towards Meng Shan, the spatial sword beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger and arrived in front of Meng Shan in the blink of an eye. You are Purple Marquis. As Meng Shan cried out in surprise, he calmly made his move, intending to block Duan Lingtian's sword beam. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gusts of cold wind blew past. In the depths of Meng Shan, a wall completely made of ice appeared, blocking in front of Meng Shan. However, as the spatial sword beam flickered, it disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already behind the ice wall, heading straight for Meng Shan. Profound meaning of teleportation? Meng Shan's expression changed slightly. Immediately, he opened his hands wide and threw out an icicle. The icicle was about 10 meters long. When it pierced through the air, it caused the surrounding air to become cold, as if winter had arrived. Chapter 35:52. Whoosh! Whoosh! The icicles, which were more than 10 meters long, fell down like the tip of a glacier. They emitted a bone-chilling aura that was mighty and intimidating. This was Meng Shan's all-out attack. However, even with this attack, it was instantly shattered by Duan Lingtian's spatial sword ray. This was because within the spatial sword ray, other than the profound of the law of space, it also contained a trace of the weapon Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. It was Duan Lingtian's spatial sword Tao. Bang! Under the gazes of the crowd, a loud explosion sounded out of nowhere. After that, the crowd saw the icicle in Meng Shan's hand shatter into pieces, turning into ice powder that filled the sky. As for the sword beam, it continued forward, sweeping towards Meng Shan. My life is over. Meng Shan's eyes were filled with despair. He no longer had any means to block the spatial sword ray. At the same time, he regretted not taking out his celestial artifact. If he had used his celestial artifact, he would have been able to block the attack. Now, even if he wanted to use his celestial artifact, it was too late. Whoosh! However, just as Meng Shan was in despair, the spatial sword ray flickered and disappeared from between Meng Shan's eyebrows. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Meng Shan, who had survived, was stunned for a moment. Then, he bowed and cupped his hands towards Duan Lingtian. I am Meng Shan, one of the 7 protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Thank you, Purple Marquis, for showing mercy. Now, Meng Shan was 100% sure that the person in front of him was Purple Marquis, who had recently become famous in the surrounding area. He had even attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Purple Marquis was a young man who liked to wear purple clothes. He was an expert in the law of space. Everything matched up. The only thing that did not match was Purple Marquis's strength. In the past, the Heavenly Law Alliance had received information that Purple Marquis was only an ordinary 7-star god of war. However, today when he fought with Purple Marquis, he realized that Purple Marquis was not an ordinary 7-star god of war. Instead, he was one of the best 7-star gods of war. He was a top 7-star god of war. He was far from being a match for him. Purple Marquis. Although the people present had suspected that Duan Lingtian was the Purple Marquis earlier, when Meng Shan admitted that Duan Lingtian was the Purple Marquis after he lost the battle with Duan Lingtian, they could not help but be shocked again. Oh my god! Is he really Purple Marquis? Only Purple Marquis would possess such strength. Even Protector Meng Shan is no match for him. The Heavenly Law Alliances, Purple Marquis. Isn't that then an unnecessary action? Maybe he wants to experience the Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment test? The world of the strong is not something we can understand. Along with the fact that Duan Ling Tian was the Purple Marquis being confirmed by Meng Shan, the scene became bustling and shocked as expected, and the blue-robed young man that was mocking Duan Ling Tian earlier had an expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with fear. He cupped his hands and bowed. With a trembling voice he said, "Purple Marquis, I really did not know your identity. Please forgive me for offending you." Before Duan Ling Tian could say anything, Meng Shan's expression changed. He glared at the blue-robed youth and said, "Lad, how dare you be rude to Purple Marquis? Don't you know that as long as Purple Marquis is willing to join our Heavenly Law Alliance, he will be our Heavenly Law Alliance's protector?" "Protector Meng Shan, I did not do it on purpose. I did not know Purple Marquis's identity." The blue-robed youth was so frightened that his face turned pale. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man on the left behind Meng Shan. At this moment, the middle-aged man stood up and said to Meng Shan with a bitter smile, "Protector Meng Shan, this is my clan brother. He just arrived at the Nine Serenities battlefield not long ago. I hope you can forgive him." "Humph." Meng Shan snorted coldly and did not say anything to the blue-robed youth. It was obvious that he wanted to give face to the middle-aged man behind him. Of course, the most important thing was that he saw Purple Marquis disregard the blue-robed youth. It was obvious that he did not intend to make a fuss about it. Under such circumstances, he decided to do a favor to the subordinate behind him. If Purple Marquis wanted to make a fuss about it, he could only sacrifice the blue-robed youth. "Purple Marquis, why have you come to our Heavenly Dao Alliance?" The current Meng Shan was very enthusiastic. To join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. Although Meng Shan had already guessed it, when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not help but smile bitterly. "Our Heavenly Dao Alliance has already sent you an invitation to become one of our 9 protectors. You can just report your name and come to our Heavenly Dao Alliance. There is no need for you to participate in our Heavenly Dao Alliance's recruitment test with them. With your strength, Purple Marquis, participating in our Heavenly Dao Alliance's recruitment test is just a small test. There is no need for you to participate." Meng Shan said, "I did not hear that you sent me an invitation." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and asked, "Can I join the Heavenly Dao Alliance now?" "Of course you can." Without any hesitation, Meng Shan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He then made an inviting gesture and said, "Purple Marquis, please follow me to meet the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance." The invitation was personally issued by the Alliance leader. "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded as he stepped into the air and flew in the direction that Meng Shan indicated. At the same time, Meng Shan glanced at the 2 middle-aged men behind him and said faintly, "I will leave them to the 2 of you. The 2 of you will be in charge of the recruitment test this time." "Yes, 7 protectors." The 2 of them replied respectfully and sent off the Heavenly Dao Alliance's 7 protectors with their gazes as they personally brought the astonishingly powerful Purple Marquis into the Heavenly Dao Alliance's encampment. "I really did not expect that Purple Marquis's strength would be so powerful. Even the 7 protectors are no match for him." One of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man and said with a voice transmission, "That's right. He is too powerful. With his strength, I'm afraid that he is not inferior to the 2nd protector." The 2nd protector could not help but sigh with a voice transmission. The group of people who came to participate in the Heavenly Dao Alliance's recruitment test, including the blue-robed young man, only regained their senses after Duan Ling Tian's figure disappeared from their sight. Even now, they still felt as if they were dreaming. They had actually met the famous Purple Marquis in such a situation. Furthermore, they had also witnessed Purple Marquis's astonishing strength, which was even more powerful than what the rumors said. The Heavenly Dao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, was a 7-star god of war whose strength surpassed that of an ordinary 7-star god of war. However, he was actually not a match for Duan Ling Tian, which was truly shocking. On the other side, under Meng Shan's lead, Duan Ling Tian quickly entered the Heavenly Dao Alliance's encampment. It was a vast valley surrounded by mountains. There were many buildings in the valley, and there were several figures flitting past in the sky. 7th Elder. Seventh Elder. Many people brushed past Duan Lingtian and Meng Shan. When they saw Meng Shan, they all bowed to him. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, their gazes were filled with surprise. This was because Meng Shan was too polite to Duan Lingtian. Purple Marquis, have you not joined any faction in the Nine Serenities battlefield? Meng Shan curiously asked. In fact, this was also a test. He wanted to see if Purple Marquis was a spy sent by one of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's enemies to infiltrate the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Part of the reason why the Heavenly Dao Alliance invited him was because they wanted to see if there was anything wrong with him. It was hard for anyone not to be suspicious of Purple Marquis's sudden appearance in the region where the Heavenly Dao Alliance ruled. I have only been in the Nine Serenities battlefield for less than half a year. Duan Lingtian spoke. Without waiting for Meng Shan's reply, he added, "This is my first time in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The reason why I want to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance is because I recently realized that if I don't join a faction, I won't be able to cultivate peacefully in the Nine Serenities battlefield." So that's how it is. Although Meng Shan had an enlightened expression, he was actually doubting the authenticity of Duan Lingtian's words. After all, no one knew if these words were true or not. Purple Marquis, may I know your name? Meng Shan asked curiously. Currently, most people only knew Purple Marquis was Purple Marquis, but they did not know his name, which Devata realm he was from, which faction he belonged to, and whether he was a sectless cultivator. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not plan to conceal his identity in the Nine Serenities battlefield. For this reason, he did not hesitate to answer Meng Shan's question. Good name. Meng Shan praised before he asked, Brother Duan, which Devata realm are you from? The Solitary Destructive Heaven. Are you a sectless cultivator, or are you from a faction in the Solitary Destructive Heaven? The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Duan Lingtian answered Meng Shan's question. When Meng Shan heard Duan Lingtian was from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, he could not help but feel shocked. I only know that the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is a powerful 6-star god of war. However, I've never heard of someone like you in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Meng Shan was even more skeptical now. Could it be that Purple Marquis was a spy sent by another faction? How could he be so unprofessional when it came to forging an identity? Everyone knew that apart from the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the strongest person in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. However, Purple Marquis was from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Could it be that he was a hidden trump card of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Although it was possible, it was highly unlikely. We're here. Before they knew it, Meng Shan had brought Duan Lingtian to a spacious mansion in the corner of the valley. He said respectfully, Leader, Purple Marquis is here to join the Heaven Dao Alliance. The spacious mansion was secluded. The surroundings were filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. Duan Lingtian felt relaxed as he stood outside the mansion. He thought to himself, the leader of the Heaven Dao Alliance sure knows how to enjoy life. Naturally, these were Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Purple Marquis? At the same time, a slightly surprised voice sounded from within the mansion at the right time. Literature Hall. Chapter 3553. The League Master of the Heavenly Law Union was one of the 2 8-star war gods of the Heavenly Law Union. He was also the strongest expert in the Heavenly Law Union. Before coming to the Heavenly Law Union, Duan Lingtian had heard of him more than once. He knew that his strength was considered strong even among the 8-star war gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to lead the Heavenly Law Union to occupy this area and attract countless people to join the Heavenly Law Union. The minimum requirement to enter the Heavenly Law Union was to be a 4-star war god. You are the Purple Marquis? You are so young. Although Duan Lingtian had heard of the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union more than once, today was the first time he had seen him. He didn't expect him to be a very young man. He was wearing a yellow robe with golden edges. He had a delicate appearance and was holding a glittering golden fan. The fan only had a frame and no fan face. Before coming to the Heavenly Law Union, Duan Lingtian had heard that the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union was called Shangguan Yunfeng. He was an expert in the 9 regions of the 9 Serenities battlefield. He guarded the Heavenly Law Union and very few people dared to invade it. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, there were many regions in the north, south, east, west, and central. Every region was divided into nearly 100 regions. Among them, the central region had the most experts. Some of the powerful factions there even had 9 star war gods overseeing them and intimidating everyone. However, in the east region, there were very few 9-star war gods. Birds of a feather flocked together. Even the 9-star war gods who didn't join any factions in the 9 Serenities battlefield wouldn't want to stay in the north, south, east, and west regions. The people in those regions were too weak for them. Even if they killed those people, they wouldn't be interested in the things they could obtain. I am the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union, Shangguan Yunfeng. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled and introduced himself. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's first impression of Shangguan Yunfeng was quite good. When he saw the warm smile on Shangguan Yunfeng's face, a smile appeared on his face as well. He nodded at Shangguan Yunfeng. Duan Lingtian? Shangguan Yunfeng was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's name. He studied Duan Lingtian intently before he asked, Duan Lingtian, may I know which Devata realm you're from? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, one of the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7 guardians, Meng Shan, spoke first. Alliance leader, Purple Marquis said he came from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. As soon as Meng Shan finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Shangguan Yunfeng and said, Alliance leader, everyone knows that the strongest person in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. The last time Meng Luo appeared in the 9 Serenities battlefield, he was only a peak 6-star god of war. In my opinion, this purple-robed marquis might be a spy planted by another faction in our Heavenly Dao Alliance. Even if he temporarily joins our Heavenly Dao Alliance, we still have to be on guard against him. As Meng Shan reached the end of his voice transmission, his tone turned grave. His expression also turned slightly grave. However, when he heard Meng Shan's words, Shangguan Yunfeng was stunned. He did not even hear Meng Shan's voice transmission clearly. Then, under Meng Shan's shocked gaze, Shangguan Yunfeng cupped his hands slightly at Duan Lingtian. His tone was even more respectful at this moment. So it's you, young palace master. Shangguan Yunfeng was rude earlier. Please forgive me, young palace master. Young master? Meng Shan was stunned. He looked at Shangguan Yunfeng and asked, Alliance leader, are you mistaken? Duan Lingtian had heard about the young palace master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven when he left the 9 Serenities battlefield a few decades ago. However, the young palace master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was not even 1,000 years old. However, Purple Marquis was a peak 7-star god of war. A peak 7-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old? Based on Meng Shan's knowledge, even in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses held by the Tidal Temple, the most outstanding young genius was only a 6-star god of war. Moreover, a 6-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old was rare even in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The young master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is only a few hundred years old. Meng Shan continued to speak. Meng Shan continued, but he was interrupted by Shangguan Yunfeng before he could finish. Meng Shan, you haven't left the 9th Serenity battlefield recently, right? No. Although Meng Shan was puzzled by Meng Shan's question, he still shook his head. It had been a few decades since he left the 9 Serenities battlefield. It was during that time that he learned about the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Feng Qingyang, the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven who had never accepted a disciple, had a true disciple. It's normal that you don't know about this. Shangguan Yunfeng said, he's the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Not long ago, during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he displayed his strength as a peak 7-star god of war and defeated 2 6-star gods of war. Since then, his name has spread far and wide in the Devata realms. A hint of admiration could be seen in Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid it won't take long for everyone in the Nine Serenities battlefield to learn about the young master's strength during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. A hint of surprise flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not expect Shangguan Yunfeng to know so much. I wonder if Shangguan Yunfeng has anything to do with the Tidal Temple? However, I'm sure not everyone in the Tidal Temple knows that I possess the 5 divine elements. It's impossible for Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, to spread the news so widely. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. In the future, he would just have to be careful when cultivating in the Heaven Dao Alliance. If he felt that something was amiss, he would immediately leave and change his identity. What? Meng Shan was shocked when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. During the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he displayed his strength as a peak 7-star god of war and defeated 2 6-star gods of war. Alliance Leader. Is it possible that the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is no longer restricted to those below the age of 1,000? Even those who are more than 1,000 years old can participate? Meng Shan subconsciously thought so, because it was truly inconceivable. If the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was still the same, how could there be 2 6-star gods of war and 1 7-star god of war? In fact, in the past, there was at most 1 6-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is still the same as before. Only those who are under the age of 1,000 are allowed to participate. The reason there are 2 6-star gods of war and 1 7-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is completely unexpected. As for the other 2 6-star gods of war, one of them is the young master of the Tidal Temple, and the other is from the realms of gods. It was obvious Shangguan Yunfeng knew why Meng Shan was shocked. Meng Shan was dumbstruck when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. At the same time, Shangguan Yunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked tentatively, "Young master, you've broken through and become a 10-direction celestial emperor, right?" Shangguan Yunfeng was aware that Duan Lingtian had obtained the exploding element celestial fruit during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He was certain Duan Lingtian would have become a 10-direction celestial emperor if he had consumed the exploding element celestial fruit. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Shangguan Yunfeng had guessed it, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. When he regained his senses, he asked in shock, "Does this mean you're as strong as a top 8-star god of war?" A top 8-star god of war. When Shangguan Yunfeng opened his mouth, Meng Shan, who had just recovered, was once again startled. Meng Shan felt that the shock that he had received today was greater than all the previous events combined. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in response to Shangguan Yunfeng's question. Shangguan Yunfeng did not press the matter. However, when he saw the mysterious smile on Duan Lingtian's face, he knew the answer to his question. "Young master, do you really plan to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance?" Shangguan Yunfeng asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with sparkling eyes. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's potential, it would not take long for him to have the strength of a 9-star god of war. If he was willing to stay in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, he might be able to lead the Heavenly Dao Alliance to occupy a place in the central region of the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if the current Heavenly Dao Alliance had 2 8-star gods of war, including him, it could only be considered a faction that was not worth mentioning in the central region. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I want to find a place to cultivate. If I cultivate outside, there will often be people who don't have eyes coming to disturb me. Although I can kill them in batches, I am tired of killing them. Therefore, I want to find a faction to join and cultivate in. I don't think there will be people who don't have eyes coming to disturb my cultivation." When Shangguan Yunfeng heard this, he could not help but smile. "Young master, is this your first time entering the Nine Serenities battlefield?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "The Heavenly Dao Alliance welcomes young master to join us." Shangguan Yunfeng smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, "From today onwards, young master will be the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. I, Shangguan Yunfeng, will be the Vice Alliance Master." When Shangguan Yunfeng opened his mouth, he actually wanted to give the position of Alliance Master to Duan Lingtian. Meng Shan, who was at the side, did not seem to be surprised. He even looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation. If the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was changed to this person in front of him, he would definitely be able to go higher and further in the future. Don't. Duan Ling Tian repeatedly refused. I joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance only to find a place to cultivate. Of course, if the Heavenly Tao Alliance needs my help, I will not refuse. However, it cannot cross my moral bottom line. As for the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, I am not interested. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he shook his head. Although the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance sounded nice, the responsibility was also great. He was not interested in it at all. Although Shangguan Yunfeng was not surprised that he was rejected, he could not help but smile bitterly. Since that is the case, from today onwards, young master will be the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian became the first Vice Alliance Master in the history of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Chapter 3554. Before Duan Ling Tian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the strongest members were 2 8-star gods of war. One of them was the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng. As for the other person, he was the Great Guardian of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Below them, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7-star gods of war were ranked from the 2nd Guardian all the way to the 8th Guardian. The Heavenly Tao Alliance had a total of 7 7-star gods of war. In the past, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had invited Duan Ling Tian, who was known as the Purple Marquis, because they had confirmed that Duan Ling Tian had the strength of a 7-star god of war. They wanted to invite him to the Heavenly Tao Alliance to be the 9th Guardian. Now, Duan Ling Tian's identity had been exposed. Furthermore, Shangguan Yunfeng knew a lot about him. Therefore, he did not allow him to be the 9th Guardian. Instead, he gave him the title of Vice Alliance Master. Duan Ling Tian did not feel anything about this. However, Meng Shan, who was beside him, knew that this matter was enough to cause a commotion in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Young Palace Master, my residence is not bad. I will give it to you. When making arrangements for Duan Ling Tian, Shangguan Yunfeng planned to give up his residence for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate. There is no need. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Just give me a secluded place that is rarely visited. Shangguan Yunfeng originally wanted to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian. However, when he saw the determination in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he did not say anything else. He personally brought Duan Ling Tian around the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment. Young Palace Master, where do you think is suitable? No matter where you like, no matter if there is already someone there, I can arrange it for you. As the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng had the authority and confidence to do so. If anyone was not willing to give it to him, they could scram. That will do. In the end, Duan Ling Tian chose to cultivate in the northern corner of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It was a desolate valley where not even a blade of grass grew. It was also a place that nobody in the Heavenly Tao Alliance would choose to cultivate. Most of them would choose to cultivate in places that were lush with lush greenery, birdsong, and fragrance of flowers. Young Palace Master. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled bitterly. Although there is no place in the 9 Serenities battlefield where the heaven and earth spirit energy is denser and thinner, that place is too barren. Why don't we go somewhere with a better view? No, that's fine. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, I just want to find a secluded place where no one is around. Alliance Leader. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng and said in a deep voice, In the future, when I am cultivating in the Heavenly Law Alliance, unless there is something that requires my help, I do not wish to be disturbed. Rest assured. Young Palace Master. Shangguan Yunfeng nodded and vowed, When we go back later, I will list this place as a forbidden area. No one is allowed to come close and disturb your cultivation. Thanks. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Shangguan Yunfeng felt flattered. You're too kind, young Palace Master. It's my honor to serve you, young Palace Master. After exchanging soul pearls with Shangguan Yunfeng, Duan Ling Tian and Shangguan Yunfeng entered the barren valley to cultivate. The 9 Serenities battlefield was different from other places. In most places, soul pearls were not allowed, let alone soul pearls, celestial talismans, celestial pills, and celestial weapons. However, in the Nine Serenities battlefield, apart from those who had attained godhood, there were no other restrictions. The Nine Serenities battlefield was like a miniature version of a Devata realm. A Devata realm where there were no gods. Due to the harsh environment, most people who dared to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield were titled Celestial Emperors. Although there were some who were not titled Celestial Emperors, there were not many of them. I didn't expect the young palace master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven would come to the Nine Serenities battlefield and join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Shangguan Yunfeng only regained his senses after Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from his sight. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, such a person is bound to become a god in the future. There's no harm in befriending him. Moreover, his master is the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who has attained godhood. No matter what, Shangguan Yunfeng was an 8-star god of war. Although he was a sectless cultivator in the Devata realms, he did not bother to join any forces. He was like a wild crane. He only had a few sectless friends in the Devata realms. He did not have many connections with heaven-grade forces or heavenly palaces in the Devata realms. However, sectless cultivators were still humans, and they had to think about their future. Especially now that he had been stuck at the level of an 8-star war god for tens of thousands of years, if he still didn't break through, he felt that his life was coming to an end. Of course, this was talking about the end of his strength, not the end of his lifespan. He had a lifespan that was as long as heaven and earth. As long as he was not killed, he could live forever. However, there were times when one could not see the light of hope in one's cultivation journey. Moreover, this loneliness would only grow stronger and stronger. Therefore, there were many existences who had not made any progress in their cultivation for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. They would do some risky things in order to find an opportunity to break through. Many of them had died in the process, while some had successfully broken through and reached a higher level. Whether it was the Nine Serenities battlefield or the Purgatory battlefield, it was a way to break through. For this reason, 7-star gods of war, 8-star gods of war, and even 9-star gods of war could be found in the Nine Serenities battlefield. As sectless cultivators in the Devata realms, they did not have to interact with the outside world. However, they also had needs and they also had goals. In order to improve their cultivation and strength, they entered the Nine Serenities battlefield in order to seek an opportunity to break through in an adventurous manner. Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and most of the guardians of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were such people. When the young palace master becomes a god in the future, as long as he's willing to give me some pointers, I might be able to improve. Moreover, the young palace master has mastered 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Shangguan Yunfeng was usually arrogant and aloof. However, he was enthusiastic in front of Duan Lingtian because he felt Duan Lingtian would be able to help him in the future. If Duan Lingtian did not help him, even if a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm appeared in front of him, he would still be indifferent. Moreover, there were many heavenly emperors who were weaker than him. After Shangguan Yunfeng left, he immediately ordered the barren mountain where Duan Lingtian had gone to be turned into a forbidden area in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate. For this reason, he even arranged for some elders and disciples of the Heavenly Tao Alliance to patrol the area. If anyone dared to approach the area, they were to be killed without mercy. Forbidden area? Why is that place in the middle of nowhere suddenly turned into a forbidden area? Shangguan Yunfeng's words caused quite a stir in the Heavenly Law Alliance, as expected of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Naturally, many people were curious about the reason. Initially, that place was fine, and no one went there. Why was it suddenly turned into a forbidden area? Could it be that there's a treasure there? Many people speculated inwardly. However, they soon discovered they were wrong. That place was turned into a forbidden area because the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had given it to someone as a place to cultivate. Purple Marquis? Purple Marquis is cultivating there now. Some of the more well-informed people quickly found out that the person cultivating there was Purple Marquis, who had recently become famous in the surrounding area. However, some of them were puzzled. Even if it was Purple Marquis, he shouldn't have such great influence, right? His place of cultivation had actually been turned into a forbidden area by the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and no one was allowed to disturb him? I just received news that Purple Marquis didn't join the Heavenly Tao Alliance as the 9th Elder. Now, Purple Marquis is the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Some of the more well-informed people further inquired about some of the inside story. Immediately, the entire Heavenly Tao Alliance was in an uproar. Deputy leader? The Heavenly Tao Alliance had a deputy leader? The position of the deputy leader is obviously above that of the Great Protector. The Great Protector is an 8-star god of war. So why is Purple Marquis the deputy leader? I can't accept this. Purple Marquis is only a 7-star god of war. So how can he become the deputy leader? Is his strength stronger than the Great Protector? Just as many people were doubting this, more and more news began to spread. Purple Marquis has another identity. He's the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's also the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. What? He's the Duan Ling Tian who won first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Heavens! He came to the 9 Serenities battlefield and joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance? I heard about him when I went out a month ago. He's the first 7-star god of war in the history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Most importantly, he's only a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor at that time. I heard about him when I went out 4 months ago. He obtained the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit from the Tidal Temple during the Battle of the Geniuses. Many people said that once he consumes the Exploding Element Celestial Fruit, he'll become a 10-direction Celestial Emperor and be as strong as a top 8-star god of war. A top 8-star god of war? Heavens! If that's true, doesn't that mean he's stronger than the Alliance leader? I heard that the Alliance Master intended to give him the position of Alliance Master, and let him become the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, he rejected it. For this reason, the Alliance leader appointed him as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Every piece of important news shocked everyone in the Heavenly Tao Union, causing their hearts to tremble. After listening to those who had left the 9 Serenities battlefield, they learned that such a peerless genius had appeared in the Devata realm while they were in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Chapter 3555. The current vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance is the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Not only that, but he's also a 7-star god of war who won first place in the Devata realm's genius battle. It's hard to imagine a young man who's not even 1,000 years old could achieve such a feat. Has there ever been such a monstrous genius in the history of the Devata realms? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid only the younger generation from the powerful forces in the realms of gods would be able to compete with him at the same age. After Duan Ling Tian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate were in a state of shock for a long time. As for those who had appeared outside the Heavenly Tao Alliance's monastery gate with Duan Ling Tian and successfully passed the recruitment test to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, they were shocked when they heard about Purple Marquis, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. Currently, he was fully focused on his cultivation. He hoped he could attain godhood as soon as possible. At the same time, he hoped he could further improve his comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth and the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Duan Ling Tian had been cultivating all this time and did not appear in public at all. It was as though he had disappeared without a trace. From the moment Duan Ling Tian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance until now, apart from those who had successfully joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, only the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, one of the 7 guardians of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Meng Shan, and 2 of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's elders who had joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance during the recruitment last year had seen him. Apart from them, no one else in the Heavenly Tao Alliance had seen Duan Ling Tian. During this half a year, news of Duan Ling Tian joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance spread like wildfire. For a moment, the title of Purple Marquis that Duan Ling Tian had earned previously paled in comparison to the Duan Ling Tian's achievements outside. Of course, the group was still shocked by Duan Ling Tian for a long time. Half a year had passed, and basically everyone in the eastern 9 districts of the 9 Serenities battlefield that the Heavenly Tao Alliance was in knew that Duan Ling Tian had come to the 9 Serenities battlefield as long as they weren't in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year. As for the Duan Ling Tian's reputation outside, it was also widely spread by some insiders. In the past, Duan Ling Tian was only slightly famous in the 9 East District because of his title as the Purple Marquis. Now, he had become a celebrity in the 9 East District. He was so famous that he even surpassed the previous strongest expert in the 9 East District, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng. The reason Duan Ling Tian was said to be the strongest expert in the 9 East District was because everyone felt that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Shangguan Yunfeng. After all, Duan Ling Tian was the strongest expert in the 9 East District. Let alone the 9 East District, I'm afraid no one in the eastern districts of the 9 Serenities battlefield is a match for the legendary disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, a top 8-star god of war. Even the strongest 8-star god of war in the eastern district doesn't dare to claim that he's a top 8-star god of war, right? Duan Ling Tian's reputation was not only spread in the 9 East District. Everyone in the eastern district of the 9 Serenities battlefield knew about his achievements in the outside world and the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Alliance Master of the Yunqiu Alliance, Yun Luan, requests to meet the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Ling Tian. The Alliance Master of the Shao Alliance, Xiao Luoye, requests to meet the Vice Alliance Master of the Shao Alliance. As news of Duan Ling Tian's achievements in the Heavenly Law Alliance spread, many leaders of various forces in the eastern district of the 9 Serenities battlefield came to meet Duan Ling Tian. However, no one knew what they would do after meeting Duan Ling Tian. However, none of them managed to meet Duan Ling Tian. This was because Duan Ling Tian had rejected all of them. Even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, felt pressured when facing the leaders of various forces in the eastern district. He did not dare to reject all of them since many of them were stronger than him. For this reason, he brought some of them to Duan Ling Tian's barren mountain to ask for Duan Ling Tian's opinion. However, Duan Ling Tian rejected all of them. In the end, the number of people who came to the Heavenly Law Alliance to seek an audience with Duan Ling Tian dwindled. Alliance Master. Most of them came to the Heavenly Law Alliance to seek an audience with the Vice Alliance Master, right? One of the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, asked as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng. That's obvious. Shangguan Yunfeng nodded. Of course, even if they don't succeed in seducing the Vice Alliance Master, it will still be beneficial to them if they can get acquainted with the young Imperial Empress. While Meng Shan and Shangguan Yunfeng were chatting, a voice suddenly rang out from the Heavenly Law Alliance's residence. A voice suddenly echoed from outside the Heavenly Law Alliance's encampment. It was as if a clap of thunder had resounded out of nowhere. I'm Wulong, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor, Ji Fantian. I came to the Heavenly Law Alliance today to meet the Vice Alliance Master, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Ling Tian. Of course, if it's possible, I would like to have a duel with him. I want to see if he's as strong as the rumors say. When the voice rang out, Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan's expressions changed drastically. Wulong, isn't the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven in the central district of the 9 Serenities battlefield? Why is he here in the eastern district? Based on his aggressive tone, could it be that he is here for the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance? Alliance Master, what should we do? Meng Shan smiled bitterly as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng. A few years ago, I heard that the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had the strength of an 8-star god of war. Based on his tone, it's obvious that he wants to challenge the young Imperial Empress. Duan Ling Tian was the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, regardless of whether it was Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, or Meng Shan, the 7 guardians of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, they still addressed Duan Ling Tian as Young Palace Master. This was because they knew their status as the vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance was not good enough for the Young Palace Master. This is no longer something that we can interfere with, Shangguan Yunfeng said with a bitter smile. What I regret the most now is that I didn't seal the news and let everyone know that the young Imperial Empress is in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Let's go. Follow me to meet the second true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the second Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance in the central district of the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng brought Meng Shan along as they headed toward the source of the voice. After a short while, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Law Alliance's base. At the same time, they saw two people standing not far away. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in a long green robe. He was tall and muscular. Although he was not considered handsome, he was very handsome and masculine. His eyebrows were sword-like, and there was an air of arrogance between his brows. Behind him was an old man dressed in a grey robe. The old man was skinny, but his eyes were bright and full of vigor. His body was full of vitality, far surpassing most of the young people. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, and the 7 Protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Meng Shan, greet Alliance Master Wulong. The moment Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan saw the two people, they quickly bowed to the young man in the lead. With just a glance, he could tell that this person was Wulong, who was famous in the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was the second true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, Gu, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He was also the second Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance in the Central District of the 9 Serenities battlefield. The Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance was one of the strongest forces in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It was established by the first true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor. It was said that the first true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor was already a 9-star god of war, a half-step divine spirit. He was also the first Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance. Wulong was his junior brother from the same sect. Ask Duan Ling Tian to come out and see me. Wulong hovered in the air as he glanced at Shangguan Yunfeng indifferently. Alliance Master Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled bitterly. The young Imperial Empress has been in seclusion recently. I'm afraid it's not convenient for her to come out and see you. Why don't I discuss it with her and ask her to visit you in the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance? When Shangguan Yunfeng reached the end of his sentence, a nervous and cautious expression appeared on his face. He was not a match for Wulong. Even if he was, he would not dare to casually make a move against Wulong. Once he made a move, he would definitely provoke the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance. After all, the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance was one of the strongest forces in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Wulong narrowed his eyes when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, I'll give you 15 minutes. If I don't see Duan Ling Tian by then, I'll annihilate the Heaven Dao Alliance. As for whether I have the ability to do so, you should be very clear about that. When Wulong said this, not only did Shangguan Yunfeng's expression change, but even Meng Shan's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Alliance Master Wulong, please wait for a moment. At this point, Shangguan Yunfeng had no other choice. I'll go look for the young Imperial Empress now. After saying this, he brought Meng Shan back to the Heavenly Law Alliance's encampment. Along the way, Meng Shan said in a trembling voice, Alliance Master, isn't this Wulong too overbearing? He wants to eliminate the Heavenly Law Alliance just because of a disagreement. In his eyes, in the eyes of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance, what is the Heavenly Law Alliance? Shangguan Yunfeng sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. The Heavenly Law Alliance was the strongest force in the 9 eastern regions. However, in the eastern regions, it could only be considered as one of the top forces. Such a force was nothing in the central regions. When compared to the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance, which was one of the strongest forces in the 9 Serenities battlefield, it was not even worth mentioning. If the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance wanted to eliminate the Heavenly Law Alliance, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Young Imperial Empress? When Shangguan Yunfeng brought Meng Shan to Duan Lingtian's place of cultivation, they saw a purple figure standing in the sky above the barren mountain, quietly watching them approach. It was Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3556. Young Palace Master, you know about it? Shangguan Yunfeng asked instinctively when he saw Duan Lingtian had already revealed himself. What's the matter with Duan Lingtian? His voice was loud, so it's hard for me not to know about it. Duan Lingtian said calmly. Although he felt more at ease cultivating in the Heaven Dao Alliance compared to cultivating in the outside world, he could not fully immerse himself in it. Therefore, he left a trace of his consciousness to maintain contact with Huang the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. If Huang discovered something was amiss, she would immediately contact him so he could be on guard. This had always been the case. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian heard someone had announced his identity and his current strength, he knew Duan Ling Tian did not come with good intentions. In fact, Duan Ling Tian suspected Duan Ling Tian had something to do with the Tidal Temple. Since Duan Ling Tian was a disciple of Heavenly Emperor Ji Fan Tian, it was highly likely that the Tidal Temple knew that Duan Ling Tian was in the Heavenly Law Alliance, so they had instructed Heavenly Emperor Ji Fan Tian to send his disciple to test Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had long been prepared for someone to attack him. The reason he did not conceal his identity in the Nine Serenities battlefield was because he wanted the Tidal Temple to know he was here so they could send someone to deal with him. Back then, his master Feng Qingyang's clone had been destroyed in the realm where the Tidal Temple's main palace was located. He had been brooding over this matter ever since. Even though he knew his master's clone would not be harmed, he still could not let it go. Moreover, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, Mi Xian, and Yehiko had colluded with each other and forced Duan Ling Tian to flee. Duan Ling Tian would never forget this. Naturally, with his current strength, he would not be able to deal with the Tidal Temple in the Devata realms. However, he could do so in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The Nine Serenities battlefield was forbidden to gods. Only those who were not gods were allowed to enter. Under such circumstances, the Tidal Temple would only send a nine-star god of war or a quasi-god to deal with him. Although the nine-star god of war, who was known as a demigod, was powerful, there was a world of difference between him and a real deity. His master, Feng Qingyang, had told him about this before. In the eyes of a deity, even in the eyes of a lesser deity, if you don't become a god, you're just an ant. Let's go. Before Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan could speak again, Duan Ling Tian spoke first. It wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess why the two of them had chosen this time. It was definitely because the Heavenly Law Alliance was afraid of the other party. On the way, Shangguan Yunfeng introduced the newcomer to Duan Ling Tian. After the introduction, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but suspect that his previous guess was wrong. Wu Long was the second true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Ji Fan. He was also the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, one of the strongest forces in the central region of the Nine Serenities battlefield. He had a violent temperament and was fond of fighting. Wherever a peak 8-star god of war appeared, he would go and challenge them. Today, in the Nine Serenities battlefield, Wu Long was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war. This was because all of the 8-star gods of war he had challenged were no match for him. Ever since news of you joining the Heavenly Law Alliance spread, many people have been saying that with your strength, you might not necessarily be weaker than Wu Long. Wu Long's master is a deity, and so is your master. Shangguan Yunfeng said to Duan Ling Tian, based on Wu Long's personality, if he hears such rumors, he won't let it go so easily. For this reason, I'm not surprised that he's here. Shangguan Yunfeng's words made Duan Ling Tian doubt his previous guess. After all, based on Wu Long's voice, he knew Wu Long was the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Ji Fan Tian. However, he did not know what kind of person Wu Long was. Therefore, he assumed Wu Long had something to do with a titled Celestial Emperor. However, he was certain Wu Long's appearance might not have anything to do with the Tidal Temple. Even if his appearance has nothing to do with the Tidal Temple, since he's here, this battle is inevitable. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. The strongest person below the 9-star gods of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield? It seems like he's one of the strongest 8-star gods of war. A top 8-star god of war. This is my first time facing such a powerful opponent. Although Duan Ling Tian had encountered many powerhouses who were stronger than Wu Long, he had never fought with any of them before. Now, Wu Long was his opponent. Just as well. I'll test my strength. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he thought to himself. Previously, during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he had displayed the strength of a top 7-star god of war without using a celestial weapon. If he used a celestial weapon, no one below the 8-star god of war would be a match for him. At that time, he was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor. However, he was now a 10 directions celestial emperor. Apart from that, since the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, his comprehension of the law of space and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth had improved significantly. Currently, Duan Lingtian had no idea how strong he was. However, if he used the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he was confident he could kill an ordinary 9-star god of war. No matter what, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was still a high-grade divine tool with a soul. It was one of the best divine tools in the world. When he was still weak, the power he could exert was limited. But now, he could exert its power even further. Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in his battle with Wulong. It's a pity I can't use the power of the 5 divine elements for now. Otherwise, I'll be able to kill anyone below the godly stage if I use their power. Unless he has a high-level 5 divine element as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought about how the 5 divine elements had drained too much of their energy to save him, and how they were now in a deep slumber. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Heavenly Dao Alliance's estate under Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan's guidance. At this very moment, there were already quite a few people standing not too far away from them. They were all members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The Alliance leader and the 7 guardians are here. The purple-clad young man standing in front of the Alliance leader and the 7 guardians must be the Purple Marquis. Why are you still calling him Purple Marquis? You should call him Lord Vice Alliance leader or Young Master. The group of people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance who came to watch looked at Duan Lingtian in awe and excitement. They had finally met the elusive Vice Alliance leader today. That's Wulong, the 2nd Alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance. He's known as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Is our Vice Alliance leader a match for him? Don't underestimate Lord Vice Alliance leader. During the Battle of the Geniuses, Lord Vice Alliance leader was only a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor, but he was already as strong as a 7-star god of war without using any celestial weapons. Now, he must have become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor with the help of the exploding element Celestial Fruit. Although Wulong is strong, I don't think Lord Vice Alliance leader will be defeated by him. Wulong must have heard about the young master's achievements and found out he's in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. That's why he came looking for trouble. As expected of the universally acknowledged crazy challenge demon in the 9th Serenity battlefield. I've finally witnessed it today. The group of people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance, from the elders to the ordinary disciples, shifted their gazes between Duan Lingtian and Wulong who was standing nearby. They whispered among themselves endlessly. Duan Lingtian. Wulong's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian. I've seen your performance in the Battle of the Geniuses in the Floating Image Pearl. You're really strong. You must be a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor now, right? So what if I've become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he hovered in the air. Facing Wulong, if you haven't become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, I'll turn around and leave. After all, even if I defeat you, it won't be an honorable victory. Wulong's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, if you're a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, you won't be able to avoid this battle. Naturally, if you want to avoid this battle, all you have to do is admit defeat in front of everyone in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. As he spoke, the corners of Wulong's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face at the right time. Since you came all the way from the Central Region, how can I disappoint you? The group of people from the Heaven Dao Alliance held their breaths as they looked at Duan Lingtian to see how he would react. In the end, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His tone was still calm, and there was not the slightest hint of emotion in his voice. Good. Very good. Wulong grinned. Today, I, Wulong, the 2nd true disciple under the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, will fight with you, the only true disciple under the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. If you can defeat me as an 8-star god of war, you'll be the strongest person under the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. If you lose, I'll solidify my position as the strongest person under the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No one will dare to question me anymore. As his voice faded, the light in Wulong's eyes grew increasingly resplendent and raging. At the same time, Wulong's figure flashed as he moved forward like a ghost. At the same time he stepped into the air and said, Duan Lingtian, since you're younger than me, you'll make the first move. Today's battle is a battle of honor. I won't show you any mercy just because you're younger. Show me mercy? Duan Ling Tian, who had remained calm since the beginning, could not help but laugh when he heard Wu Long's words. If you want to show me mercy, you should at least show me mercy. If you want to fight, let's fight. However, I hope you'll be able to bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's divine travel vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Wu Long. His eyes were still as calm as before as he looked down at Wu Long. When Duan Ling Tian heard Shangguan Yunfeng's introduction of Wu Long, he did not have a good impression of Wu Long. Chapter 3557. Consequences? What consequences can there be? Wu Long chuckled as he raised his head to look at Duan Ling Tian, who had teleported into the sky. Thousands of lightning bolts shot out from his body and intertwined with each other to form a mini thunderstorm. A terrifying aura emanated from the thunderstorm. Wu Long stood in the middle of the thunderstorm and was bathed in lightning bolts. He held a lightning bolt in his hand and had a thunderbolt circling his head. He looked majestic and awe-inspiring. It was obvious Wu Long was skilled in the law of thunder. As one of the few laws that were an extension of the 5 elemental laws, the law of thunder surpassed the law of thunder. Currently, Wu Long's body was surrounded by lightning bolts. He had the domineering law of fire, the indestructible law of metal, and the sharp law of wind. Duan Ling Tian, today, show me your strength. You're widely acknowledged as the #1 genius among the younger generation in the Devata realms. I only hope you live up to your reputation. Wu Long said in a thunderous voice. At the same time, he made his move. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a gigantic lightning bolt as he charged forward. Boom! Rumble! Thunderous roars echoed out, and in the twinkling of an eye, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members saw a familiar change in color. Thunder and lightning covered the sky and covered the earth, and they were like purple lightning dragons that were rapidly circling the earth. Amidst the thunder and lightning that filled the sky, a gigantic bolt of lightning that resembled a gigantic lightning dragon circled around Duan Ling Tian. It was so majestic that it covered the clouds and the sun. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. What a terrifying law of thunder! Wu Long lives up to his reputation as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Many elders of the Heavenly Tao Alliance exclaimed, "Can the Vice Alliance leader be a match for him?" Many people looked at Duan Ling Tian skeptically. Although the Vice Alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had a calm expression on his face and gave off a sense of security, they still did not have high hopes for him. Alliance Master. Do you think young Palace Master can win? The Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master, Shangguan Yunfeng, didn't only have the 7 protectors, Meng Shan, by his side. At some point in time, a few more old men had appeared. They were the other protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance. One of them took the initiative to ask a question, while the others also had looks of anticipation in their eyes. Hard to say. Shangguan Yunfeng shook his head. Wulong's strength is well known in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Everyone knows that. Young Palace Master, on the other hand, has only shown the strength of a 7-star god of war in front of others. Of course, that time, he didn't use any immortal artifact, yet he displayed the strength of a peak 7-star war god. Furthermore, he was only a 9 Palaces immortal emperor back then. Currently, he should be a 10 Directions celestial emperor. His strength must be even more unfathomable than before. He should be at least a peak 8-star god of war. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm when facing Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng did not know if Duan Ling Tian would win, but he could see Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Although Duan Ling Tian's words were ambiguous, his heart was filled with hope. He hoped that a miracle would happen and that Duan Ling Tian would defeat Wulong. If Duan Ling Tian defeated Wulong, he would become famous in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Not only in the 9 Serenities battlefield, but even in the Devata realms, news of Duan Ling Tian defeating Wulong would spread like wildfire. At that time, he would be even more famous than his master, Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Make your move. At this moment, a deafening voice rang in the air like thunder. In the next moment, everyone saw that a human figure once again appeared from the giant lightning bolt. However, it was a figure that was obviously dozens of times larger than before. It was an enlarged version of Wulong. Wulong stood in the air, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. He was like a thunder god that had descended to earth. In his hand was a gigantic saber that was formed purely from lightning. The power of lightning gathered on the saber gave off a terrifying destructive aura as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Wulong's body was as huge as a mountain as he stood in the air. His aura was domineering. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian stood in front of Wulong. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to be extremely tiny before Wulong's figure that was like a mountain, and he was like an insignificant ant. "All right," Duan Ling Tian replied calmly when he heard Wulong's challenge. Subsequently, the space around his body fluctuated, and a gigantic ancient tree appeared in a timely manner. At first, it was just an illusory figure before it finally materialized. It was the pine willow divine tree that Duan Ling Tian had not used for a long time. When the pine willow divine tree appeared, it was as huge as a mountain. In terms of height, it was not inferior to Wulong. That's the pine willow divine tree? Vice Leader, are you saying that the pine willow divine tree has transformed into a human? No. The young leader is a human. That's just his pine willow divine tree avatar. The pine willow divine tree was a famous plant in the Devata realms. It was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Although the pine willow divine tree avatar was not as big as the pine willow divine tree, it was still very close. If a human could form such a pine willow divine tree avatar, their strength would increase significantly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the pine willow divine tree's avatar, swung its branches at Wulong with just a thought. Terrifying sonic booms rang in the air as the branches swept toward Wulong. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Wulong's body was completely exposed to the pine willow divine tree's branches. The pine willow divine tree's branches fell like a carpet, enveloping Wulong like a mobile prison, trying to imprison him within. Humph! Wulong scoffed when he saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. Then, he swung the thunder saber in his hand, and a saber ray that was surrounded by lightning shot out toward the pine willow divine tree's branches. Bas! The saber ray tore through the air, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Spurt! 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 As for the branches of the pine willow divine tree, they were chopped into pieces by the saber light in the air. Is that all you've got? Wulong said condescendingly with a disdainful expression on his face. However, as soon as Wulong finished speaking, his expression changed again. He saw that the tree branches that had been chopped off by him actually disappeared into thin air after they were chopped off. When they reappeared, they were already in front of him, and like thousands of arrows, they shot towards his body. Oh no! Without any hesitation, Wulong's body was surrounded by lightning as he tried to block Duan Lingtian's attack. However, as he had hastily gathered his strength, he did not have enough strength. In just a blink of an eye, the lightning surrounding his body was destroyed by the branches that shot toward him. The branches continued to land on his body. Wah! Even though the hastily mobilized lightning energy had greatly reduced the force, the remaining force of the branch still injured Wulong when it landed on his body, causing him to involuntarily open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. Vice Alliance leader is so powerful. He actually managed to injure Wulong. It seems like Vice Alliance leader might really be able to defeat Wulong. Many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance's eyes lit up when they saw this. They could not help but look expectant. However, it was obvious that Wulong's injuries were not serious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his pale face regained its color. At the same time, he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. You have some skills. I have to admit that I was careless. Now, since you have already made your move, it's my turn now. After Wulong said this in an indifferent tone, he suddenly stretched out his hands horizontally. Suddenly, the sky changed color. Boom! Rumble! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a large thundercloud had gathered in the sky and covered the sun. It caused the sky outside the Heavenly Law Alliance's base to become extremely boundless. The crowd's eyes darkened as if a storm was about to descend. Boom! 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 Just as many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were shocked by the scene before them, they saw Wulong move. Thick lightning bolts descended from the thundercloud in the sky and smashed toward Duan Ling Tian. This scene was more like the baptism of a heavenly tribulation. Lightning punishment, heavenly tribulation. The lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept through the entire sky as though it was washing the earth, and it enveloped Duan Ling Tian within it. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's figure completely disappeared before the crowd's eyes. It was as if he had been completely submerged. This scene caused the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance to hold their breaths. Just a moment ago, they had seen their Heavenly Law Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master, Duan Ling Tian, ushering in the dawn of victory. However, in the blink of an eye, Wulong made his move. It was as if the God of Thunder controlled the lightning bolts and struck down the heavenly tribulation on Duan Ling Tian. The heavenly tribulation was all-pervasive and made people's hearts palpitate. Young Palace Master. At this moment, even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, had a grave expression on his face. He knew that although he would not die under this wave of heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be seriously injured and would not be able to display his full strength. This move was enough to defeat him. It should be known that Wulong had not used his celestial artifact yet. Is that all you have? Just when everyone was worried about Duan Ling Tian, a voice resonated from the heavenly tribulation. Following that, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes in a timely manner. A young man in a purple robe flew up into the sky. The heavenly tribulation continued to fall, but when it came within a few meters of him, it was destroyed and turned into ashes. This was the true annihilation of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Within a few meters of him, the young man in purple robe seemed to be invincible. No matter what kind of power approached him, it would be destroyed without exception. Is this the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth? The scene in front of him made the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes burn with passion. He had only heard of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. He had not even touched the threshold of it. In fact, he had never seen anyone use it before. Now he was witnessing it for the first time. Chapter 3558. Oh my God! What kind of technique is this? Isn't this too terrifying? Currently, Duan Ling Tian was bathed in the lightning tribulation, but he was completely unharmed. Even the purple robe on his body did not have any signs of wrinkles. This scene shocked all of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's members present. Even the old man who came with Wulong had a grave expression on his face. Previously, he had a calm expression on his face, but at this moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. You have indeed grasped the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. At this moment, even Wulong's expression turned grave. However, his gaze towards Duan Ling Tian was filled with an awe-inspiring battle intent. His voice was like thunder, resounding in everyone's ears. This is what makes it interesting. Next, I will not hold back. Hold back. Wulong's words shocked the group of people from the Heavenly Law Alliance. This Wulong was still holding back? If you have any techniques, feel free to use them. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly as he looked at Wulong calmly. From the beginning until the end, there was no change in his expression at all. Humph. Duan Ling Tian's calmness was a great provocation to Wulong immediately. He coldly snorted as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he suddenly raised both of his arms. The terrifying lightning tribulation began to wreak havoc around his body, and a resplendent purple radiance spread out. At the same time, the lightning tribulation in the sky no longer attacked Duan Ling Tian. The lightning tribulation that extended from the lightning tribulation instead fell towards Wulong. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw this. What was Wulong trying to do? Why is Wulong attacking himself? What is he trying to do? Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who could not see through Wulong's actions. Even the people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance present on the scene, including the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, could not see through him. However, when the lightning tribulation fell on Wulong's body, they finally understood. It turned out that Wulong was not torturing himself. When the lightning that filled the sky was still some distance away from Wulong, the lightning storm on Wulong's body suddenly twisted and formed an enormous vortex that sucked in all of the lightning that was falling from the sky. It was as if a giant beast had opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all of the lightning that was falling from the sky. Boom! Rumble! Every time Wulong swallowed a wave of lightning punishment, the lightning storm on Wulong's body would increase explosively, as if it had become a part of Wulong's power. It had to be known that the lightning punishment from the thunderclouds wasn't Wulong's own power. It was an attack condensed from the fundamental profundity of the lightning laws. It was an attack formed by Wulong using his own comprehension of the lightning laws. It wasn't Wulong's own power. But now, they had become a part of Wulong's power. Is this the embryonic form of the devouring Tao? When Duan Tian saw Wulong's technique, he realized something. He was shocked. He didn't expect the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor, Ji Fantian, would be able to touch the threshold of the devouring Tao. It was just that he had not mastered it yet. Of course, there were many people in this world who had touched the threshold of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Some of them had even touched the threshold of each of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. However, none of them had mastered it yet, let alone mastered it completely. How surprising! A rare expression of surprise appeared on Duan Tian's face. His eyes that were originally as tranquil as an ancient well finally had some changes in them. Duan Tian, take this. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wulong, who was like a balloon that was constantly inflating, suddenly stopped inflating. His eyes were as big as gongs as he suddenly let out an explosive roar. At the same time, he stepped into the air like a thunder god that had descended, and his fist could smash through everything. Bang! Wulong's body swayed like a ghost. His fist was like a dragon. When he punched, the raging lightning transformed into a lightning dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward Duan Tian. Boom! When the lightning dragon came into contact with Duan Tian's way of control, it was not destroyed by the space energy that Duan Tian controlled. In fact, Duan Tian felt a strong pressure that almost suffocated him. Although it's only the embryonic form of the devouring Tao, the strength that he has displayed by gathering the power in his body is extraordinary. I didn't expect him to think of such a way to increase his strength before he has mastered the devouring Tao. He's using his body to resist the lightning. Moreover, it's not completely under his control. If he's not careful, he might be devoured by the lightning and die. However, based on his current strength, it's indeed difficult for anyone below the 9-star god of war to be a match for him. Duan Tian could see that Wulong's strength had surpassed that of an ordinary 8-star god of war. Naturally, he was not close to the level of a 9-star god of war. After all, there was a huge gap between a peak 8-star god of war and a 9-star god of war. A peak 8-star god of war was known as a quasi-god of war. Before his celestial origin energy transformed, even a powerful titled celestial emperor could only be considered an 8-star god of war. Once the quasi-gods of war showed their strength, even if their comprehension of the law of profundities was not as good as Duan Tian and Wulong's, they would still be able to suppress them. Naturally, this was only possible if the weapons in their hands were of similar grades. If Duan Tian used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword to wield the prominent devouring Tao weapon, it would not be difficult for Duan Tian to defeat or kill Wulong if he was a quasi-god who did not have a devouring Tao weapon and had comprehended a law of profundities weaker than Duan Tian. Just in time, Duan Tian narrowed his eyes as he faced Wulong's ferocious punch. He placed his left hand on his back and extended his right hand. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his right hand and transformed into a sword that emitted a mysterious aura. Although it was not as awe-inspiring as Wulong's punch that was as powerful as a lightning dragon, it was still hair-raising. Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Tian forming the sword in his hand. It said that apart from grasping the basics of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, young Master Duan Tian has also grasped the sword Tao of the weapon Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, he has mastered the space sword Tao with unlimited potential. As soon as Shangguan Yunfeng thought of this, Duan Tian made his move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Tian casually swung his sword horizontally. The entire process seemed as though an ordinary person was casually swinging his sword. There was no technique nor was there any brilliance. It was just a plain and ordinary sword strike that was swung out just like that. Moreover, this sword strike met the thunderous energy of Wu Long's punch head-on. The terrifying thunderous energy created a long river in the sky. It was as though a thunderous dragon was flying through the sky. It was also as though a thunderous meteor was streaking across the sky. Its target was Duan Ling Tian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the simple and unadorned sword met Wu Long's mighty punch. In the next instant, the crowd saw Duan Ling Tian's ordinary sword strike was drowned out by Wu Long's mighty punch. It was as though he was a lone boat that was submerged in the ocean. Just as the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were feeling somewhat disappointed. Rip! A crisp tearing sound was clearly transmitted into their ears. In the next instant, they saw the thunderous energy of Wu Long's mighty punch suddenly stopped in midair. It could not move forward at all. Moreover, it was obvious the energy was still being depleted. Heavens! What's that? At the same time, many people saw a crack in the sky that had stopped Wu Long's punch. It was like the bloody mouth of a gigantic beast that had opened its mouth and devoured the energy of Wu Long's punch. It's a spatial tear. Heavens! Lord Vice Alliance leader created a spatial tear with just a sword strike? Isn't it said that only God-level powerhouses can create spatial tears in the Devata realms? Moreover, the space in the Nine Serenities battlefield is even more stable than a Devata realm. Ordinary God-level powerhouses might not be able to create a spatial tear. Don't tell me Lord Vice Alliance leader is already a God-level powerhouse. Are you stupid? If the Vice Alliance leader is a God-level powerhouse, how can he enter the Nine Serenities battlefield? The scene before them frightened many of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, causing their hearts to tremble. Naturally, some high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Law Alliance also noticed this. The young palace master didn't use brute force to create a spatial tear. Instead, he used his sword Dao that has been fused with the law of space to create a spatial tear. However, even if it's a trick, not many people can do it. Amazing! Truly amazing! I didn't think I'd be able to witness a battle of this level in my lifetime. My life has not been in vain. Under the shocked gazes of the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance, Duan Lingtian's casual swing of his sword had created a spatial tear that devoured Wu Long's energy. At this moment, Wu Long was also staring at Duan Ling Tian with a shocked expression on his face. His eyes gleamed coldly. No one knew what he was thinking. However, after a few moments, the cold light in Wu Long's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a calm expression. As expected of the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. As Wu Long walked in the air towards Duan Ling Tian, he withdrew the energy on his body, causing the violent lightning energy to dissipate completely. What's Wu Long doing? Is he admitting defeat? Many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were puzzled. Although Wu Long was at a disadvantage, this was not the end of the battle. After all, both of them did not use their weapons. Moreover, they did not know if Wu Long still had any tricks up his sleeve. What's wrong? Are you admitting defeat? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Wu Long, who had retracted his energy and approached him. At this moment, Wu Long had already arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3559. Duan Ling Tian, your strength is truly shocking and admirable. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wu Long had already arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a sigh, "You are the strongest 8-star war god that I, Wu Long, have ever encountered. Even the person of the same generation that I admire the most, my senior brother, wasn't as strong as you when he was at the 8-star war god level." Wu Long said, "And then, you admit defeat?" Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at Wu Long calmly. "Now, other than admitting defeat, do I have any other choice?" Wu Long looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed. "Why don't you show me the right path?" As Wu Long spoke, Duan Ling Tian's raging power began to retract. It was as if a spatial storm had surrounded him and then returned to his body. "You admit defeat?" The conversation between Wu Long and Duan Ling Tian entered the ears of the people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. At this moment, from the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, To the ordinary Heavenly Tao Alliance's disciples, everyone's eyes lit up. Many of them had an excited expression on their faces. Heavens! The Heavenly Tao Alliance's Deputy Alliance Leader had actually defeated Wu Long. Before today, Wu Long was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the 9-star War God level in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, today, at this very moment, Wu Long was defeated by the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Deputy Alliance Leader. From today onwards, the title of the strongest 9-star War God in the 9 Serenities battlefield would belong to the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Deputy Alliance Leader, Duanling Tian. However, just when everyone thought that Wu Long had admitted defeat and Duanling Tian had retracted his power, it was also the moment when everyone let down their guard. In the depths of Wu Long's eyes, there was a glimmer of a scheme that had succeeded. At the same time, a dark and gloomy long shuttle wrapped in black lightning suddenly shot out from between Wu Long's eyebrows. It flew straight towards Duanling Tian, aiming straight for between Duanling Tian's eyebrows. This was Wu Long's soul-attacking divine weapon, the God-annihilating shuttle. Although it was a primitive divine artifact without an artifact soul, it was still a divine artifact. With Wu Long's current strength, it was no weaker than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact soul. Furthermore, it was a divine artifact that could attack one's soul, which made it even more difficult to obtain. Wu Long's attack was extremely sudden and ridiculously fast. In fact, no one would have thought that Wu Long would make a move at such a time. Didn't he concede defeat in disguise just now? Did he still have any sense of shame for suddenly killing someone? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he sensed the sudden soul attack from the divine weapon. The scene in front of him was not only unexpected to the others present, but also to him. However, no matter what was said, he had seen a lot along the way, so he still had the most basic sense of vigilance. For this reason, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw Wu Long's soul-attacking divine weapon, the soul-annihilating shuttle. His celestial origin energy and a strange aura surged out and instantly froze the soul-annihilating shuttle in place. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for those with a high cultivation base to see what was going on. At the same time, the same thought appeared in their minds: the law of time. The law of time was the most effective law in dealing with sneak attacks. For other laws, one would need to accumulate energy to unleash a powerful attack. However, the law of time did not need to do so. With just a thought, one could use one's celestial origin energy and the time elemental profundity to affect the flow of time in a certain place. This was one of the reasons the law of time was widely acknowledged as the strongest law among the 4 supreme laws. At this moment, Duanling Tian had stopped Wu Long's attack with just a thought. The law of time. As for Wu Long, his expression changed drastically at this moment, and his pupils shrank rapidly. He did not expect this outcome. He thought he was close enough to Duanling Tian. No matter how strong his opponent was, as long as he was not a 9-star god of war, he was confident he could kill him with a sneak attack. As for the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance who said he had attacked Duanling Tian when he admitted defeat, he did not care at all. After all, after killing Duanling Tian, he did not plan to spare anyone from the Heavenly Law Alliance. If he and the old man joined forces, they would not be able to escape from the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian to have comprehended the law of time. Even if Duanling Tian had not fused the law of time with other profundities, as long as he could freeze time, he would be able to seize an opportunity. And this moment of opportunity was enough to disrupt his plans. He had originally planned to kill Duanling Tian with a sneak attack, then kill everyone from the Heavenly Law Alliance. This way, even if he lost to Duanling Tian, no one would know. However, he did not expect this to happen. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Almost at the same time as Wu Long's expression changed, Duanling Tian's unskilled profundity of the law of time lost its effect and could not continue to block Wu Long's soul attack. The god-annihilating shuttle continued to attack Duanling Tian's glabella. Huang-er. Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately communicated with the sword soul of the 7 treasures exquisite sword, Huang-er. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from between Duanling Tian's brows as well. It was a 7-colored ray of light that was dazzling and gorgeous. Just a glance at it was enough to make one lose themselves in it. It was truly mesmerizing. However, as the saying goes, the most beautiful thing could often be the most dangerous thing. This was the case now. Swoosh! As soon as the dazzling seven-colored sword ray appeared, it seemed to make everything around it pale in comparison. Even the heavens and the earth seemed to have lost their color. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if there was only this seven-colored light left. No, before the crowd could react, Wu Long, who was targeted by Duan Lingtian's seven treasures exquisite sword, had a huge change in his expression. He subconsciously let out an anxious cry. The seven treasures exquisite sword was a high-grade divine artifact. As for high-grade offensive divine artifacts, they had a special characteristic. They could be used as both a material offensive divine artifact and a soul offensive divine artifact. Duan Lingtian's strength was not weaker than Wu Long's. Wu Long was using a low-grade divine artifact that did not even have a sword soul. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was using a high-grade divine artifact that had a sword soul. The result was obvious. Poof! Almost at the same time that Wu Long screamed, everyone present, including the old man who came with Wu Long, felt a chill in their hearts. In the next moment they saw. When Wu Long's soul attack divine artifact was hit by the seven-colored sword ray, not only did its energy dissipate, but it had also been severed into two and was sent flying out of control. At the same time, the seven-colored sword ray that had lost a portion of its brilliance shot into Wu Long's glabella. Swoosh! As soon as the seven-colored sword ray entered Wu Long's glabella, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from Wu Long's glabella. Immediately after, along with a wave of vast majestic aura, a phantom also appeared at the right time. The Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the figure. It was Ji Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven, whom he had met during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Wu Long was Ji Yu's second true disciple. Naturally, Ji Yu had left a soul mark on Wu Long. Master, save me! Wu Long cried out anxiously as though he was clutching at a life-saving straw. Duan Lingtian? Ji Yu stared at Duan Lingtian and was obviously slightly surprised. Heavenly Emperor Ji Yu. Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Yu's silhouette and nodded as he greeted him. Today, it's your disciple who tried to kill me first. If you want to plead on his behalf, there's no need for that. I, Duan Lingtian, have never shown mercy to those who try to kill me. Duan Lingtian's tone was firm. He was not afraid of Ji Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. I'm willing to pay a price. Ji Yu frowned when he heard the determination in Duan Lingtian's voice. In the end, he did not beat around the bush. It was clear he was willing to pay a price to save his disciple's life. Not interested. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth and Ji Yu's expression darkened, a seven-colored light rose from Wu Long's body. When it expanded to a certain extent, it exploded. As for the phantom of Ji Yu's soul imprint, it was also blown away. Spiritual imprints were mostly used to send messages so that the person who left the spiritual imprint would be able to sense that the person they left the spiritual imprint on was in danger and rush over to rescue them. However, Wu Long was currently in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if Ji Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven, could make it in time, he would not be able to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Wu Long's body was completely annihilated in the void as if he had never existed. Not only was his spatial ring destroyed, but his blood had also evaporated. The second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven, who was said to be invincible under the Nine-Star War God in the Nine Serenities battlefield, had died in an inconspicuous corner in the eastern part of the Nine Serenities battlefield. He's dead? That figure was the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven, Lord Ji Yu. Obviously. It's obvious that the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven left a spiritual imprint on his disciple, Wu Long. Before Wu Long died, the spiritual imprint blocked a blow for him. However, it was obvious that he could not protect Wu Long, so he came out to negotiate with the Deputy Alliance Leader. The Deputy Alliance Leader ignored him and killed Wu Long directly. Everyone in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, including the Alliance Leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, was shocked by the scene earlier. They did not expect the Deputy Alliance Leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance to be so domineering. He did not even give face to Ji Fan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Chapter 3560. The people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance did not expect Ji, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Tian, to appear. However, they did not expect Ji to appear. Even Jifan Tian, Ji, the Heavenly Monarch of Jifan Tian, had revealed his God Spirit imprint and intended to save the life of his disciple, Wu Long, but he still failed. The Deputy Alliance Leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Purple Marquis, was Duanling Tian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. After all, Ji was not an ordinary Heavenly Emperor. How could someone ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking be an ordinary Heavenly Emperor? Isn't the Deputy Alliance Leader afraid that Heavenly Emperor Ji will seek revenge on him? Many people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance asked worriedly. Seek revenge? Some people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance were dismissive of Duanling Tian's words. Don't forget that our Deputy Alliance Leader's master is also a god. Moreover, he's the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's ranked second on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. That's right. We're both gods, but we don't know who's stronger. Although the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is younger, it's said that he's only 10,000 years old. In other words, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Tian was already the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Tian when he was born. That's right. It shouldn't be difficult for such a young god to catch up to the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Tian. Some people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance were confident in Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. They felt Feng Qingyang's potential was much greater than the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Tian, and it would not be difficult for him to catch up to the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Tian. Naturally, some people thought Feng Qingyang would not be able to catch up to the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Tian in a short time. I don't think so. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Tian has long been a god. It won't be easy for the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to catch up to him. I think so too. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Tian won't wait until the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Tian leaves the Nine Nether battlefield. While the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were whispering to each other, Ji, the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan Tian, who was outside the Nine Serenities battlefield and in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of Jifan Tian, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He did not expect Duanling Tian, the disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang, would not give him any face at all. His disciple, Wulong, was killed right in front of him. One had to know that the legacy disciples that Feng Qingyang accepted were not ordinary, and the legacy disciples that he, Ji, accepted were similarly not ordinary. The status of these two legacy disciples in his eyes was no different from his own sons. Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Originally, you and I didn't interfere in each other's business, but since you killed Wulong, the enmity between us can be considered to have been formed. You must die, you must die. After you die, I'll gladly accept your high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul. Ji muttered to himself with a gloomy expression and a cold look in his eyes. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a greedy arc based on his words. It was clear he recognized the divine artifact that Duanling Tian had used to kill his true disciple Wulong. It was a high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul. I really don't know how Duanling Tian obtained his high-grade divine artifact. Even if Feng Qingyang was trapped in the Azura Hell back then, it's unlikely he would have obtained such a precious treasure. Moreover, even if he obtained it, he wouldn't have given it to Duanling Tian. In Ji Yu's opinion, even if Feng Qingyang obtained such a precious treasure, he would have kept it for his own use. As for the thought of obtaining more than 2 such precious treasures, Ji Yu did not dare to entertain such thoughts. After all, it was unrealistic. If that were the case, he would have to carefully consider what kind of heaven-defying fortuitous encounter Feng Qingyang had that caused him to become enemies with Duanling Tian. Was it worth it to offend Feng Qingyang? Young Master Long. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, the old man who came with Wulong stood in the void outside the Heavenly Tao Alliance's mountain gate. His expression was extremely unsightly as he stared at Duanling Tian and asked in a deep voice, Duanling Tian, the Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint appeared and said that he was willing to pay any price to save young Master Long's life. How dare you kill young Master Long? The old man was considered one of the most senior people in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Ji Fantian. Before he became a celestial emperor, he was already chosen by the Heavenly Emperor Ji Yu to cultivate him. In the end, he became the strongest person in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Ji Fantian. Of course, that was before the two true disciples of the Heavenly Emperor Ji Yu grew up. When Ji Yu's two true disciples grew up, they surpassed him one after another. Since he had been following Wulong since he was a child, he was used to following and protecting Wulong. Even if Wulong was stronger than him, he was still used to following Wulong around and helping Wulong deal with trivial matters. At the same time, he also gave Wulong advice. Although Wulong was talented, he was the kind of person who flaunted his bravado. He needed the old man's guidance. This time, when Wulong came to look for Duanling Tian, he had advised Wulong that there was no need for him to do so. At the very least, Duanling Tian had yet to display his strength. Even if there were outsiders who said that Duanling Tian was stronger than Wulong, it was only a minority. Compared to the unknown Duanling Tian, most people in the Nine Serenities battlefield believed that Wulong was the strongest among the 8 star gods of war. However, Wulong was too conceited. He could not tolerate even a grain of sand in his ears. Therefore he came. Then, he died and his Tao vanished. Do you know? Your actions have completely offended the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Ji Fantian? The old man's voice turned colder as killing intent rose in his eyes. What? You want to kill me to avenge Wulong? Duanling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the old man. In the beginning, he had a good impression of Wulong. He did not think that Wulong was as bad as the alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had described him. However, when Wulong suddenly interfered with his plan, it was so sudden that it made his heart tremble. Even if he had gone all out at that time, the most he could do was ensure that he would not die. At that time, it was impossible for him to ensure that he would be unharmed in such a short time. It was even more impossible for him to ensure that he would only be lightly injured. He was certain that he would be severely injured. Fortunately, I comprehended the law of time. At this moment, Duanling Tian only felt that he was extremely lucky. If he had not comprehended the law of time in the secret chamber in the Azura Hell, he would have died. I was careless. Of course, Duanling Tian also knew that he had been careless. He had made a mistake that he should not have made. He should not have let his guard down. With this lesson, coupled with his experience over the past few hundred years, he secretly remembered that he would never be so careless in the future and put himself in danger. At that moment, death had been too dangerous. It was also because of this that he only had one thought about Wulong: kill. There was no room for negotiation. Even if Ji Fantian and Heavenly Emperor Ji Yu wanted to negotiate, he would not waver. When the old man heard Duanling Tian's words, his face immediately darkened. He wanted to avenge Wulong? Was he tired of living? Wulong had long surpassed his strength. If Wulong had been killed by Duanling Tian, he would not be an exception. Duanling Tian, you're on your own. After the old man glanced coldly at Duanling Tian, he prepared to leave. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely avenge Wulong. Even if he was not a match for Duanling Tian, who did not have a few relatives and friends. He treated Wulong as his own son. Now that Wulong was dead, he felt that he had lost most of his spiritual sustenance. Next, he would live to avenge Wulong. Since you're here, don't leave. Although the killing intent in the old man's eyes had disappeared and he did not want to be discovered by Duanling Tian, he did not know that he had been discovered by the observant Duanling Tian. Therefore, when he saw that the old man was about to leave, Duanling Tian spoke at the right time. What? You still want me to stay? Duanling Tian's words caused the old man's expression to change drastically. At the same time, the green light on his body raged as he prepared to leave. He had comprehended the law of wind. In terms of speed, he was faster than Wulong, who was stronger than him. However, in front of Duanling Tian, who was already prepared, there was no way he could escape. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword slashed through the air once again, and a 7-colored sword ray flashed past. After a brief sword whistle, the old man followed in Wulong's footsteps and died. From the beginning to the end, Duan Ling Tian looked at all of this indifferently. The current him was no longer the same as when he was in the mundane realm. The current him knew that it was necessary to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Moreover, this old man had previously revealed his killing intent towards him. Although he had intentionally restrained it, sometimes it was too deliberate and had the opposite effect. It was also at that moment that Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill him. 2 8-star gods of war died just like that? At this moment, the Heavenly Law Alliance's alliance master, Shangguan Yunfeng, was stunned. Other than Wulong, he also recognized the other person. He was a protector of the Brahma Alliance and was known as the third strongest person in the Brahma Alliance. His strength was second only to the 2 alliance masters of the Brahma Alliance, who were Wulong and his senior brother. The other members of the Heavenly Law Alliance were also looking at Duan Ling Tian in shock. Of course, their eyes were burning with passion. There were also a small number of people who were wary of danger even in times of peace. When they thought about the people behind Wulong and Wulong, their hair stood on end. The Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven could not enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wulong had a senior brother who was the first alliance master of the Brahma Alliance. The Brahma Alliance's current position in the 9 Serenities battlefield could be attributed to Wulong's senior brother. After all, Wulong's senior brother was a 9-star god of war, one of the strongest powerhouses in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The Vice Alliance Master has killed Wulong and Wulong. The Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance will definitely not let this matter rest. This time, I'm afraid the Vice Alliance Master will not be the only unlucky one. If the Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance is enraged, the Heavenly Law Alliance will be wiped out as well. Chapter 3561. The group of people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance stared at Duan Ling Tian with fear written all over their faces. What Duan Ling Tian had done today was not only shocking, but it also made them realize they could no longer stay in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The leader of the Brahma Alliance was Wulong's senior brother, the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Ji Fan. He was so strong that he had even reached the level of a 9-star war god. Although the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was strong, he was only invincible under the 9-star war god. If he encountered a 9-star war god, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Alliance leader. Duan Ling Tian flashed and appeared in front of the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng. He looked at him calmly and said, "What are you going to do next?" He had seen the fear on the faces of the people of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. He also heard the whispers of some people. Because of this, he also knew that the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Ji Fan was a person who would protect his own. If he knew that Wulong had died here, he would definitely not let it go. He could imagine that he would receive the news very soon. He just needed the Heavenly Emperor of Ji Fan to send someone into the 9 Serenities battlefield to send a message to him. Young Palace Master, are you confident that you can defeat the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Ji Fan, the 9-star war god? Shangguan Yunfeng's expression was very solemn. Duan Ling Tian's answer to this question was very important, as it would determine the future of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. I'm not a match for the 9-star war god now. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Before his celestial origin energy developed the characteristics of divine power, even if he had a high-grade divine artifact and mastered the law of space, it would still be very difficult for him to defeat the 9-star war god. The gap between divine power and celestial origin energy was too big. Even the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Ji Fan only had a low-grade divine artifact. With his celestial origin energy that contained the characteristics of divine power, the power he could display was stronger than his high-grade divine artifact. If I can turn my celestial origin energy into divine energy, there's no need for me to fear the strongest true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Ji Fan. However, I'll definitely lose if I fight him now. If the 5 divine elements had not fallen into a deep slumber, Duan Ling Tian was confident that he could defeat or even kill the 9-star god of war with their help, even if the gap between them was not small. But now he couldn't. I understand. Shangguan Yunfeng bitterly smiled. It seems that I can only disband the Heavenly Tao Union. Sorry. Duan Ling Tian repeatedly apologized. Young Palace Master, there's no need for that. As Shangguan Yunfeng shook his head, the bitter smile on his face disappeared. Disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance is nothing to us. It's just a change of residence. In this ninth Serenity battlefield, there are as many great powers as there are clouds. With their strength, it's very easy for them to enter the other powers. Shangguan Yunfeng paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Today, it's not just me. If the other members of the Heavenly Law Alliance were to choose between disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance and witnessing the battle between you and Wulong, they would definitely choose the latter." As soon as Shangguan Yunfeng finished speaking, he turned to the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance and said in a loud voice, "Brothers and sisters, due to the threat from the Brahma Alliance, I'm going to disband the Heavenly Law Alliance." Upon hearing Shangguan Yunfeng's words, the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance fell silent. They had already guessed this would happen, so they were not surprised. Now, the young Imperial Empress is apologizing to Meve. I said there's no need for that. Do you think the young Imperial Empress needs to apologize? Shangguan Yunfeng deliberately raised his voice when he said the last sentence. When the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance regained their senses, they all shook their heads in unison. Of course there's no need for that. To us, being able to witness the battle between the young Imperial Empress and Wulong with our own eyes is already worth living. To us, disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance is just a change of residence. That's right. Even if we had to choose now, we would still choose to watch the battle between the young Imperial Empress and Wulong. Young Imperial Empress, you don't have to blame yourself. Even if we are no longer members of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the future, we will still remember that we once joined a force called the Heavenly Law Alliance in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Our former deputy leader had once killed the second leader of the alliance, Ji Fantian. He was recognized as the strongest person below the nine-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. His name was Wulong. Haha, we were once members of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Because of you, deputy leader, destroying Wulong today is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. Although the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance knew that they were going to part ways, they did not feel sad at all. Instead, they felt that it was worth it to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Wulong at the cost of disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance. Young Imperial Empress, did you see that? No one will blame you for this. Shangguan Yunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with emotions. Sure enough, those who dared to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield were not simple people. Perhaps these people's strength was not as strong as his, but their temperaments were as firm as a rock. They would not blame the heavens and blame others just because of the waves in front of them. For them, wandering from place to place was a common occurrence. Young Imperial Empress. At the same time, Shangguan Yunfeng transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Next, if you still want to cultivate peacefully in the Nine Serenities battlefield, you can choose to conceal your identity and hide your true appearance. That way, you can just find a force to join. If you don't want to conceal your identity, there is another way to go. You can join the other forces that are hostile to the Brahma Alliance and have 9 star gods of war. Among those forces, the alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance won't be able to touch you. Of course, this second option is also risky. After all, no one can be sure that those who are hostile to the Brahma Alliance in the Nine Serenities battlefield will consider the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor and hand you over to the alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance. Shangguan Yunfeng transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian and said a lot of things in one breath. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Lingtian replied to Shangguan Yunfeng through voice transmission. Then, he stepped into the air and nodded at the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Everyone will meet again if fate wills it. Farewell, Vice Alliance Leader. Farewell, Vice Alliance Leader. Everyone from the Heavenly Dao Alliance bowed and spoke one after another. They looked at Duan Lingtian in awe as he left. They only regained their senses one after another after Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared into the horizon. The Vice Alliance Leader is not even 700 years old yet. He's not even 700 years old, but he already has such strength. It's really hard to imagine how far he'll grow if he's given another 1,000 years. As long as he can maintain his strength, even the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor won't be able to threaten him in 1,000 years. With such talent, it won't be long before he becomes a 9 star god of war. After Duan Lingtian left, The members of the Heavenly Law Alliance sighed. They felt that as long as their Vice Alliance leader did not die prematurely, his future would be limitless. Not long after Duan Ling Tian left the Heavenly Law Alliance, the people sent by the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor to the Nine Serenities battlefield relayed the news to Ji Ying, the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor. Ji Ying was a slender, ordinary-looking young man dressed in black. He had a pair of vertical eyebrows, and when he glared at others, he was particularly eye-catching. Bang! When Ji Ying received the news, he was cultivating in the Brahma Alliance's cultivation ground. However, due to his emotional state, the celestial origin energy in his body diverted and destroyed his cultivation ground. Ji Ying did not pay attention to the ruined cultivation ground. He hovered in the air and looked to the east with a gloomy expression on his face. Wu Long was his only junior brother. His only junior brother. He had always treated Wu Long as his own younger brother. Now Wu Long was dead. He was killed by someone. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to destroy the Heavenly Law Alliance and kill Duan Ling Tian. Alliance leader, what happened? Alliance leader. Alliance leader, what happened? The commotion caused by Ji Ying attracted the attention of many high-ranking members of the Brahma Alliance. They looked at Ji Ying with a puzzled expression on their faces. However, all of them behaved respectfully toward Ji Ying. It's nothing. Ji Ying replied indifferently. Then he said bluntly, I'll be going out for a while. You can deal with the matters in the alliance as you see fit. Before anyone could respond, Ji Ying's figure had already disappeared like a ghost. What's going on? What happened? Something's wrong with Lord Alliance leader. While the upper echelons of Brahma Alliance were still puzzled, one of them suddenly exclaimed in shock, Alliance Chief Wu Long is dead. What? The high-ranking members of the Brahma Alliance were stunned by this person's words. Not only was Alliance leader Wu Long the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, but he was also the second strongest person in the Brahma Alliance. Apart from that, he was accompanied by the third strongest person in the Brahma Alliance. However, Alliance leader Wu Long was widely acknowledged as invincible under the nine-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Which nine-star god of war did it? Someone asked instinctively. It's not a nine-star god of war. The high-ranking member of the Brahma Alliance who had just received the news said in a deep voice, the one who killed Alliance leader Wu Long and Lord Shao is Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. He's a peak 8-star god of war. Alliance leader Wu Long went to the Heavenly Law Alliance in the Eastern Nine regions to challenge Duan Ling Tian. In the end, he was killed by Duan Ling Tian. As soon as the high-ranking member of the Brahma Alliance finished speaking, everyone fell silent. At this moment, they could vaguely guess why Alliance leader Ji Ying was so unusual. I'm afraid. Lord Alliance leader has already received news of Alliance leader Wu Long's death. It's obvious. Lord Alliance leader must have gone to the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance must have disbanded by now, right? As for Duan Ling Tian, since he's not a nine-star god of war, it's impossible for him to stay there and wait for Lord Alliance leader to kill him. Duan Ling Tian doesn't know that Alliance leader Wu Long is the second true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor, right? Doesn't he know that he has offended the Heavenly Emperor who's ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking? Chapter 3562. In the entire Nine Serenities battlefield, the Brahma Alliance was the only force that had a first Alliance Master and second Alliance Master. The other forces were at most divided into Alliance Masters and Vice Alliance Masters. The reason the Brahma Alliance was like this was all because of one sentence from Wu Long. The Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, doted on Wu Long a lot. If Wu Long wanted to do this, he naturally agreed. Just like that, the Brahma Alliance had two Alliance Masters, the first Alliance Master and the second Alliance Master. The ordinary disciples of the Brahma Alliance might not know about this, but the upper echelons of the Brahma Alliance were very clear about it. No matter if it was the seniors of the Brahma Alliance or the new upper echelons, they were all in the same circle. They would occasionally talk about this when they were chatting. Duan Ling Tian didn't know that Alliance Master Wu Long was the second true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor? Faced with the doubts of an elder of the Brahma Alliance, another elder of the Brahma Alliance shook his head. That's absolutely impossible. If Alliance Master Wu Long went to challenge him, he would have reported his name. Even if Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at the Nine Serenities battlefield and didn't know Alliance Master Wu Long's name, the other members of the Heavenly Law Alliance must have heard of him. No matter what, before Duan Ling Tian killed Alliance Master Wu Long, Alliance Master Wu Long was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the Nine-Star God of War in the Nine Serenities battlefield. After the Elder of the Brahma Alliance spoke, the other upper echelons of the Brahma Alliance, who were still in shock, sucked in a breath of cold air. Moreover, as far as I know, both Alliance Master Wu Long and Alliance Master Wu Long are the most valued disciples of Lord Heavenly Emperor. They both have Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint on them. Based on my guess, Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint might have appeared before. The Elder of the Brahma Alliance who made the judgment just now continued. It can't be, right? Even Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint has appeared. That Duan Ling Tian still dares to kill Alliance Master Wu Long? Isn't he clearly going against Lord Heavenly Emperor? The elders of the Brahma Alliance sucked in a breath of cold air. We've just received further news. At this time, the well-informed elder who was also in charge of intelligence in the Brahma Alliance spoke again. Before Duan Ling Tian killed Alliance Chief Wu Long, Lord Heavenly Emperor's soul imprint avatar appeared and was even willing to pay a price to save Alliance Chief Wu Long's life. However, Duan Ling Tian rejected him with his actions. Duan Ling Tian, destroy Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint with one strike and kill Alliance leader Wu Long. As soon as the elder in charge of intelligence finished speaking, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The higher-ups of the Brahma Alliance looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Duan Ling Tian not only refused the Heavenly Emperor's request for reconciliation, but also destroyed the Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint clone? Although the destruction of the divine soul-marked doppelganger would not affect the main body, such an action was tantamount to provoking the gods. Duan Ling Tian is dead meat. How dare he act so recklessly? Even his master, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, won't be able to save him this time. Does he really think that his master is on par with Lord Heavenly Emperor now that he has ascended to godhood? As the strongest person on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, Lord Heavenly Emperor has long since ascended to godhood. Rumor has it that he has even entered the God King realm. The higher-ups of the Brahma Alliance discussed among themselves. It was obvious that they had already regarded Duan Ling Tian as a dead man. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. He was also unaware that Ji Ying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, had personally gone to the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base in the east to investigate Wu Long's death. However, by the time Ji Ying arrived, the Heavenly Tao Union's encampment was already empty. All of the Heavenly Tao Union's disciples had already left, including the Union Master Shangguan Yunfeng and the Protectors. Even if they joined other forces, they would rarely join them, unless their relationship was really strong. Now that the Heavenly Law Alliance had been disbanded, the original disciples of the Heavenly Law Alliance had either joined various factions or had yet to join a faction. They were all wandering around the Nine Serenities battlefield. Some went to the north, some to the south, and some to the west. Of course, some went to the central region as well. In short, the original Heavenly Tao Alliance had completely disbanded. Even if Ji Ying wanted to vent her anger on the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, finding a single member of the Heavenly Tao Alliance would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Some people might think the Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master and the Protectors were all famous figures in the Eastern region. As long as they didn't leave the Eastern region, people would definitely recognize them. However, even if they did not leave the Eastern region, it was almost impossible for anyone to recognize them. This was because the names they used in the Heavenly Law Alliance were not their real names. Even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, was only one of the many names he used in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Not everyone dared to easily expose their true name and identity while walking in the Ninth Hell battlefield. There were not many people who were as confident as Duan Ling Tian, Wu Long, and Ji Ying in the entire Nine Serenities battlefield. Moreover, There were a few 9-star gods of war who hid their identities in the 9 Serenities battlefield. They even dared to reveal their 5 divine elements in front of others. They hid their identities and were not worried that someone would find them. I didn't expect the Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Ji-ing, to personally come. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, had changed his name and identity. He personally witnessed the Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Ji-ing, coming to a faction in the eastern region that he had just joined to ask about the Heavenly Law Alliance and Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. Although he had guessed that Ji-ing would personally come, he was still shocked when he saw Ji-ing with his own eyes. It seems like the rumors are true. The Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Ji-ing, cares a lot about his junior brother Wulong. It's not an exaggeration to say that he views Wulong as his reverse scale. Shangguan Yunfeng sighed inwardly. After joining this faction, not only did Shangguan Yunfeng hide his identity and name, but he also hid his cultivation base. I'll stay here for the time being. When I have the strength of an 8-star god of war, I'll leave the eastern region and head to the central region. The central region was the place that everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield yearned for. However, if one did not have the strength of an 8-star god of war, one would not be able to make a name for himself in the central region. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see the young palace master again in the future. When Shangguan Yunfeng thought of this, he could not help but feel anxious. This time, Duan Lingtian's actions were a huge matter. If he did not break through and become a 9-star god of war, his life would be in danger unless he concealed his identity in the 9 Serenities battlefield. I hope the young palace master will listen to my advice and conceal his identity. Shangguan Yunfeng thought to himself. He knew that there were many young geniuses with prominent identities. Due to their strong backgrounds, they would often keep a high profile after doing something that offended others. However, many of them would be killed. He did not wish for Duan Lingtian to be like this kind of person. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not know what Shangguan Yunfeng was thinking. Otherwise, he would have scoffed at him. To him, reputation was important, but it was far less important than his life. His life did not only concern himself. It also concerned his family in the little world in his body and Kerr, who was still waiting for him to rescue her in the world of divine offering. Although he had not concealed his identity when he joined the Heavenly Law Alliance, that was because he had confidence. Even if a 9-star god of war personally came, he was 100% confident that he would be able to escape alive. Previously, when the 5 divine elements were helping him escape, the clear sky divine would have condensed the power of the array and used a leaf from the divine tree of life to inscribe a celestial talisman for him. The function of the celestial talisman was to escape. Even in the 9 Serenities battlefield, he could use the celestial talisman to escape. Outside, even if he encountered a divine spirit, as long as it was not a divine king, he could escape successfully. It was because of this trump card that he dared to reveal his identity in the Heavenly Law Alliance. His original plan was to wait for the Tidal Temple to send someone to be killed so that he could avenge his master. However, he did not expect Wu Long, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fan Tian, would come instead. His plan could not keep up with the changes. Naturally, he knew that killing Wu Long would offend the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fan Tian. However, he still did it. Wu Long wanted to kill him. If he did not dare to kill Wu Long, he would not be able to let it go forever even if he forced himself to temporarily forget about it. He would still hold a grudge against Wu Long currently. He was trying to break through to the divine spirit realm. If he did not clear his thoughts, he would definitely encounter a bottleneck. At that time, his time to become a divine spirit would be delayed. That was not something he wanted to see. For this reason, even if the divine spirit mark of the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fan Tian appeared, he still killed Wu Long so that he could clear his thoughts and become a divine spirit as soon as possible. It seems like I won't have a chance to kill the person sent by the Tidal Temple for now. Duan Lingtian thought it would not be easy for the Tidal Temple to send a 9-star god of war to kill him. At most, they would send a few 8-star gods of war to kill him. At that time, he would be able to kill to his heart's content. As long as it was not a 9-star god of war, he would not be afraid even if there were more 8-star gods of war. With his current strength and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, he could kill as many 8-star gods of war as there were. An ordinary person with his level of strength might be exhausted. However, he would not. After all, not only did he have 99 heavenly veins, but he also had the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world that was comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods to replenish his celestial origin energy. Therefore, he did not have to worry about his celestial origin energy running out. I'll conceal my identity for now. Ji Ying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, definitely won't let this matter rest. Ji Ying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, the first true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Jifan Tian, the adopted son of the heavenly emperor of the Jifan Tian, and a 9-star god of war. If Duan Ling Tian encountered such a person, he would have to use the life-saving celestial talisman given to him by the world-cleansing divine water. However, he did not intend to use the celestial talisman on Ji Ying. Chapter 3563. For Duan Ling Tian, it was only a matter of time before he died. It was fine if he used the life-saving celestial talisman on the 9-star god of war from the Tidal Temple. After all, the reason he had exposed his identity was to wait for the Tidal Temple to send someone to kill him. He was betting that as long as the Tidal Temple did not send a 9-star god of war but a group of 8-star god of war to kill him, he would go on a killing spree to avenge his master. However, it was not worth it to use it on Ji Ying. Therefore, he chose to hide his identity. At this moment, although Duan Ling Tian was still wearing a purple robe, it was shrouded in a loose black robe. A black cloak fluttered behind his back even though there was no wind. He wore a bamboo hat on his head that covered his face. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see Duan Ling Tian's face clearly. There are 3 strongest forces in the 2nd North District. The one closest to me is the Northern Profound Alliance. Duan Ling Tian was no longer in the Eastern District of the 9 Serenities battlefield. He had arrived at the 2nd North District in the Northern District of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Since the Northern Profound Alliance was the closest to him among the 3 strongest forces in the 2nd North District, he decided to join the Northern Profound Alliance. The Northern Profound Alliance's encampment was different from the Heavenly Law Alliance that Duan Ling Tian had joined in the 9 East District. It was located in a glacier. There was a huge luminous pearl suspended in the air through a formation, illuminating the area in the glacier. Naturally, all of this was what Duan Ling Tian had heard about. Currently, he was hovering in the air in front of one of the mountains that the Northern Profound Alliance was targeting. Instead of calling it a mountain gate, it would be more accurate to call it a huge cave on the side of a towering glacier. The cave was more than 100 meters wide and tall. At this moment, there were 11 figures standing at the entrance of the huge cave. They were the guards of the Northern Profound Alliance's mountain gate. Among the 11 people, 10 of them were looking around while the remaining one was sitting cross-legged in the air outside the cave with his eyes closed. It was unknown if he was cultivating or resting. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared in front of the 10 people who were looking around. Who are you? The 10 people came back to their senses, and their gazes fell on Duan Ling Tian. One of them frowned slightly, and asked in a deep voice. The person before him was dressed in a black robe with a black cloak on his back. He also wore a conical bamboo hat on his head, which completely covered his face. It was difficult to see his true appearance, making him appear mysterious and unfathomable. Furthermore, he gave off a feeling that he had come with ill intentions. I just entered the Abyss battlefield and wanted to find a place to stay. That's why I chose the North Profound Alliance. Duan Ling Tian lowered his head slightly, allowing the bamboo hat to completely cover his face as he spoke in an indifferent tone. If you want to join our Northern Profound Alliance, you'll have to wait for another half a year. One of the disciples guarding the North Mystery Gate said in a deep voice. You came early. What if I want to go in now? Duan Ling Tian's tone was still incomparably flat and emotionless. Our Profound North sect will only open our doors to those who are 7-star war gods and above. Another North Mystery Gate disciple said, Sir, could it be that you are a 7-star war god? No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. If you're not, then you should wait for another half a year. The North Mystery Gate disciple continued. Sir, this is an important place of our Profound North sect. If there's nothing else, then please leave. Another North Mystery Gate disciple spoke in an indifferent tone. I only said that I'm not a 7-star war god. I didn't say that I'm not in existence above a 7-star war god. Duan Lingtian's figure didn't show any signs of moving. His tone was as calm as before, without any fluctuations. When Duan Lingtian spoke, the pupils of the 10 people of the Profound North sect slightly shrank. If he wasn't a 7-star war god and was in existence above a 7-star war god, then he could only be an 8-star war god or a 9-star war god. A 9-star war god was definitely impossible. 8-star war god? In an instant, the 10 people of the Profound North sect looked at Duan Lingtian with vigilance in their eyes. At the same time, their eyes flickered with uncertainty. You're an 8-star war god? At the same time, the person who was sitting cross-legged outside the Profound North sect with his eyes closed was a thin middle-aged man. It was unknown if he was meditating or cultivating. At this moment, he opened his eyes and a sharp light bloomed. Bring me to see your alliance chief. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Hiss. The instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 10 Profound North sect disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. Since the matter had developed to this point, when they heard the other party's words, they already faintly realized that the other party might really be an 8-star war god. Otherwise, his actions were purely seeking death. Sir, I'm an elder of the Profound North sect, Qi Jin. Do you really want to see our alliance chief? The thin middle-aged man stood up. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze became somewhat serious. You have to think clearly. If you add our alliance chief and you're not an 8-star war god, then you're deceiving our Profound North alliance. At that time, even if you're a 7-star war god, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. After saying this, the elder of the Profound North sect, Qi Jin's gaze became somewhat sharp. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Sir, please wait here for a moment. I've already sent a message to the vice chief of the Profound North Alliance, Lord Luo Feng. When Qi Jin spoke again, his tone had changed. If the other party was really an 8-star war god, he was nothing in front of him. Once the other party entered the Profound North Alliance, his position would be much higher than his. In the Profound North Alliance, the highest position was the alliance chief. Below him was the vice chief. Under the vice chief was a group of protectors. Under the protectors were the elders. The Profound North Alliance had a total of 2 8-star war gods. They were the alliance chief and the vice chief. As for the protectors, they were all 7-star war gods. The elders were all 6-star war gods. For example, Qi Jin was a 6-star war god. However, he was one of the top 6-star war gods. Recently, he was in charge of leading people to guard the mountain gate of the Profound North Alliance. Vice Chief. Duan Lingtian frowned. Does the Vice Chief of the Profound North Alliance have the right to ask me to join the Profound North Alliance? Of course. When Duan Lingtian mentioned the Vice Chief of the Profound North Alliance, Qi Jin's face was filled with respect. Lord Luo Feng is the other 8-star war god in the Profound North Alliance other than the Alliance Chief. Just as Qi Jin finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past the mountain gate of the Profound North Alliance. Then, a tall figure appeared at the right time. It was a young man in a grey robe. The young man was tall and handsome. Although he wasn't exactly handsome, he gave off a resolute aura. As soon as he appeared, Qi Jin, the elder of the Profound North Alliance, brought along more than 10 disciples of the Profound North Alliance and bowed to him. Lord Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded slightly. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was wearing a black robe, a black cloak, and a bamboo hat. Sir, I heard from Elder Qi Jin that you want to join the Profound North Alliance and that you are an 8-star war god? Make your move. In response to Luo Feng's question, Duan Lingtian only gave him one reply. Qi Jin and the other disciples of the Profound North Alliance narrowed their eyes at the same time. Why was this black-robed man so direct? Their vice chief, Lord Luo Feng, had just arrived and he wanted Lord Luo Feng to make his move? Sir, just as Luo Feng was about to say something, Duan Lingtian had already made his move. At the same time, Luo Feng's eyes narrowed and he stopped himself. His face turned serious. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't move much, but his body trembled slightly. In the next moment, the black cloak on his back seemed to have a life of its own. It left his back and unwrapped itself from his body. Then, it flew out with a whoosh. Its speed became faster and faster as it flew toward Luo Feng. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the black cloak seemed to have turned into a bolt of black lightning or a black blade radiance. It let out a cry like the cry of a phoenix as it flew toward Luo Feng. Wherever it passed, the space shook violently and twisted violently. The aura of the law of space was released, causing Qi Jin and the other disciples of the Profound North Alliance to turn pale. Back off! As Qi Jin retreated, the other 10 disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance also retreated. However, it was still a little too late. The black cloak broke through the air, bringing with it a wave of air. With a bang, it hit a few disciples of the Profound North Alliance who were slower to react and sent them flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. A few of them were injured by the impact. Boom! Boom! At the same time, Luo Feng, the vice leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, finally made his move when Duanling Tian made his move. The khaki-colored energy swept out and transformed into gigantic khaki-colored pillars in front of him. Then, a wall of yellow energy appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. A series of incomparably complex talisman shadows also began to ripple around the walls, wrapping around them, giving off a feeling of invincibility. If one looked closely at Luo Feng's robe, one would find that it was slightly tilted down by an invisible force. Obviously, Luo Feng was an expert in the law of earth. Lord Luo Feng is defending himself. He's an expert in the law of earth. Even the leader won't be able to break through his defense in a short time. Qi Jin and the other disciples of the Profound North Alliance stared at the scene in front of them, as if they were afraid to miss a single detail. Buzz! And at this moment, the black cloak flew closer and landed on the defensive wall created by Luo Feng with an incomparably sharp aura. Chi! 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 The numerous talisman phantoms around the wall shook and swayed in unison. Chapter 3564. Swoosh. Under the horrified gazes of the elders and the 10 disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance, the spinning black cloak transformed into a huge blade of light that instantly annihilated all of the talisman phantoms around the defensive wall that the deputy leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Feng, had created. It should be noted that the defense profundity had been combined with other profundities from the law of earth. The defense profundity was destroyed just like that. On the other hand, the energy from the black cloak was barely depleted. Buzz! After destroying the talisman puppets formed by the defense profundity, the black cloak continued to move forward. In just a blink of an eye, the defensive barrier shattered with a loud explosion. Luo Feng's defensive barrier was destroyed once again. Boom! Rumble! Another series of explosions rang in the air. The khaki pillars behind Luo Feng's defensive barrier shattered as well. With this, Luo Feng's defensive barrier was completely destroyed. That's a divine artifact? At this moment, Luo Feng finally regained his senses. He knew the black cloak that was shrouded in spatial energy was a divine artifact. Otherwise, it would not have been able to destroy his defensive barrier so easily. Bell come. Luo Feng's heart sank. With just a thought, an exquisite bell appeared in his hand before he tossed it into the air. As the black cloak followed him like a shadow, the small bell instantly transformed into a huge bell, enveloping Luo Feng within. Outside the huge bell, an illusion of a stone golem appeared, blocking the black cloak. Lord Luo Feng is using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Although this was not Qi Jin's first time seeing Luo Feng using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, let alone the disciples from the Northern Profound Alliance, it was his first time seeing Luo Feng using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon. I've long heard that Lord Luo Feng's Emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact spirit. It's almost as powerful as a divine artifact. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it really lives up to its name. Qi Jin thought to himself. Qi Jin's eyes lit up as he watched the scene unfold before him. However, isn't the black-robed man a little too strong? Based on his current strength, he's definitely stronger than an 8-star god of war. However, he used his immortal artifact right from the start. Now that Lord Luo Feng has also taken out his immortal artifact, he should not be a match for him. Almost as soon as Qi Jin had this thought, the spinning black cloak had already destroyed the stone man illusion on the giant bell. Then, it hit the giant bell and made an ear-piercing sound. Then, under the watchful eyes of Qi Jin and the others, the black cloak disappeared into thin air. The next moment, Luo Feng's voice rang in their ears. "Thank you for your mercy." At this moment, under their astonished gazes, the giant bell disappeared. Luo Feng took it back and put it away. Looking at Luo Feng's current outfit, Qi Feng and the rest were slightly shocked. Not only was Luo Feng's robes not as neat as before, but there were also holes all over his robes. They were holes that looked like they had been cut by 1,000 knives. Luo Feng's skin was completely revealed, and it was as good as new, without the slightest injury. The person who made this move clearly had great control over his strength. Hiss, 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 hiss. Without exception, Qi Jin and the others inhaled sharply when they regained their senses. When they looked at the black-robed man again, an expression of fear and dread appeared on their faces. The black-robed man had easily defeated Luo Feng, even after Luo Feng had taken out his emperor-grade celestial weapon. Did this mean the black-robed man was stronger than the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance? Can I join the Northern Profound Alliance now? Duanling Tian stood on the spot and said impatiently. Although Luo Feng was strong, he was skilled in the law of earth, and his defense was so strong that not many people below the level of a 9-star god of war could break through his defense. However, Duanling Tian was different. Not only had he comprehended the law of space, but he could also ignore the defense of the law of earth. Moreover, he had a divine artifact. Naturally, the divine artifact was not limited to the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Duanling Tian had returned to his back, the black cloak he was wearing was still a divine artifact. Previously, Duanling Tian had obtained many divine artifacts in the ruins of the realms of gods, including the black cloak on his back. It was a mediocre divine artifact without an artifact soul. However, even without an artifact soul, its might was still not something that an immortal artifact could compare to in his hands. Of course, Luo Feng hurriedly replied. Although he felt it was strange for such a powerhouse to join the Northern Profound Alliance, since the black-robed man had proven his strength, the Northern Profound Alliance could not possibly reject him. To put it bluntly, although the Northern Profound Alliance was strong in the 2nd North District, it was nothing compared to a true powerhouse. Let alone a 9-star god of war, even a peak 8-star god of war was strong enough to defeat the Northern Profound Alliance. If something like that were to happen, the only ones who would survive would be him and the Alliance leader. Under the respectful gaze of Qi Jin and the 10 disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance, Duanling Tian entered the mountain gate of the Northern Profound Alliance under Luo Feng's guidance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before Qi Jin and the others' eyes. I didn't expect him to be so strong. One of the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance said with lingering fear. When he first arrived, I even had the thought of attacking him. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I didn't attack him. Otherwise I would have died in vain. He defeated Lord Luo Feng so easily. I'm afraid he's no weaker than our alliance leader. If such a person really joins our Northern Dark Alliance, our strength will rise to a whole new level. Perhaps, we'll be able to defeat the other 2 superpowers in the 2nd North District. The Northern Profound Alliance was one of the 3 most powerful superpowers in the 2nd North District. In the past, the 3 superpowers were on par with each other in terms of strength. That was why they formed a tripartite situation in the 2nd North District. But now, with such a powerful person joining the Northern Profound Alliance, the other 2 superpowers would have a hard time against them unless they joined forces. Once the other 2 superpowers joined forces, the Northern Profound Alliance would become the most powerful superpower in the 2nd North District even if they couldn't devour them. Maybe, the arrival of that powerful person can really help the Northern Profound Alliance reach the top of the 2nd North District. While the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance were looking forward to the bright future of the Northern Profound Alliance, Duanling Tian was led by Luo Feng into the base of the Northern Profound Alliance. The base within the glacier was completely empty. There wasn't even a single pillar in sight. The reason why the glacier didn't collapse was because there was an array within the base that held the glacier in place. The array was so miraculous that it could make islands float in the air, not to mention a glacier. How should I address you? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask after bringing Duanling Tian into the base. Li Feng. Duanling Tian replied. Li was the surname of his mother, Li Ro. As for Feng, it was the name of his father, Duan Ruffing. Li Feng. Duan Ling Tian had used this name before when he was in the mundane plane. So it's Mr. Li Feng. Luo Feng smiled. I wonder where Mr. Li Feng is from? In the past, I've never heard of Mr. Li Feng in the western region. In Luo Feng's opinion, with the strength of the person in front of him, if he was from the western region, he would have been famous long ago. Only those who were active in the central region of the Joyo battlefield, such as the 8-star god of war, wouldn't be known. I just entered the Joyo battlefield not long ago, and this is my first time here. Duan Ling Tian said calmly. It's normal that you don't know me. Just entered the Joyo battlefield not long ago? Your first time in the Joyo battlefield? Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Mr. Li Feng, you don't want to join the Northern Dark Alliance just to find a place to stay and cultivate, right? Do you think I would want to join the Northern Dark Alliance if it wasn't for this reason? Duan Ling Tian asked. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Luo Feng heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. It seemed that the Northern Dark Alliance had found a treasure this time. Without any hesitation, he sent a message to the leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, informing him of the news about Duan Ling Tian and Li Feng. The leader of the Northern Dark Alliance was a middle-aged man in a white robe with golden edges. He had a dignified face, but when he came out to greet Duan Ling Tian, he was all smiles. Mr. Li Feng, I'm the leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, Luo Yiming. On behalf of the Northern Dark Alliance, I welcome you to join us. Luo Feng was Luo Yiming's cousin. Luo Yiming naturally wouldn't doubt his cousin's words. Because of this, after learning about Duan Ling Tian's strength and background, he was not only relieved, but also felt that the Northern Dark Alliance had found a treasure. As the saying goes, one just sits at home and luck comes from the sky. Perhaps, with Mr. Li Feng's addition, the Northern Dark Alliance could completely break the balance of power in the Second North District and suppress the other two factions. Mr. Li Feng, the leader is my cousin. Luo Feng saw Duan Ling Tian's figure pause when Luo Yiming introduced himself. Luo Feng seemed to have seen through Duan Ling Tian's thoughts and explained with a smile. Of course, not many people in the Northern Dark Alliance know about this. Mr. Li Feng, those people you saw in front of the mountain gate didn't know that the leader and I are cousins. As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian nodded. 2 8-star gods of war. Impressive. No matter how impressive he is, he's not as good as you, Mr. Li Feng. Luo Feng said with a bitter smile. He still trembled with fear when he thought about the strength of the person in front of him. Especially the last move just now. If the opponent wanted to kill him, he would have died without a doubt. Chapter 3565. There were many people with the same surname. However, in the 9 Serenities battlefield, if the two people with the highest status in the same force had the same surname, the probability of coincidence was not high. In fact, it could even be said to be very small. Because of this, when Duan Ling Tian heard the leader of the Northern Dark Alliance introduce himself as Luo Yiming, he thought of Luo Feng, the deputy leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, who had brought him here. He couldn't help but be stunned. After Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, learned about Duan Ling Tian's strength from Luo Feng, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Ling Tian. He even personally led the way and arranged a place for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate. Mr. Li Feng, from today onward, you'll be the supreme guardian of the Northern Dark Alliance. After arranging a place for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate, Luo Yiming looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression and said, Before today, the Northern Dark Alliance didn't have a supreme guardian. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He didn't care about these empty titles. Previously, when he was in the Eastern 9 regions, he had rejected Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Law Alliance, when he wanted to pass the position of leader to him. Leader Luo, I'm cultivating in the Northern Dark Alliance, and you've helped me a lot. In the future, if the Northern Dark Alliance needs my help, you can let me know at any time. As long as it's within my power and doesn't cross my bottom line, I won't reject you. Before Luo Yiming left, Duan Ling Tian gave Luo Yiming a promise. At the same time, he gave Luo Yiming his soul pearl so that he could contact him at any time. When Luo Yiming heard Duan Ling Tian's promise, He took Duan Lingtian's soul pearl and handed over his own soul pearl. His eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard that. Previously, when his cousin Luo Feng mentioned Duan Lingtian's power, he knew that Duan Lingtian's power was even greater than his. At the beginning, he only wanted to worship this person. Even if he didn't order him to do anything, if someone came looking for trouble in the future, Duan Lingtian wouldn't just stand by and watch. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to give him such a promise. This also meant that the Northern Dark Alliance could ask him to help them. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. Unless it's something that requires you to do personally, the Northern Profound Alliance won't trouble you. Grand Guardian, from now on, you can cultivate in the Northern Profound Alliance with peace of mind. Although the person in front of him had made a promise, Luo Yiming did not dare to let the other party make a move easily. Therefore, by saying such comforting words, he not only expressed his unwillingness to take advantage of the situation, but also gave the other party a sense of confidence. All right. Duan Lingtian replied and flew back to the residence that Luo Yiming, the alliance leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, had arranged for him. It was a spacious mansion located at a corner of the Northern Dark Alliance's territory. It was very secluded and very few people came near it. This was a good place for Duan Lingtian to cultivate. After watching Duan Lingtian leave, Luo Yiming finally left. Before he left, he sent a message to his cousin, Luo Feng. From today onwards, Mr. Li Feng will be the supreme guardian of the Northern Dark Alliance. Also, tell those who witnessed the battle between you and Duan Lingtian to keep quiet about the news that Duan Lingtian has a divine weapon. Don't spread the news. After Luo Feng received the message, he started to get busy. Not long after, the entire Northern Dark Alliance was shocked. There was a supreme guardian in the Northern Dark Alliance all of a sudden? One had to know that even though the Northern Profound Alliance had quite a few protectors, their positions were all beneath the Alliance head and Vice-Alliance head. Yet, with the addition of a Supreme Protector, the Northern Profound Alliance had decided to treat the Supreme Protector with the utmost respect. Didn't this mean that there would be 2 Alliance leaders in the Northern Dark Alliance? Who is this person? How can he be the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Dark Alliance? His position is higher than the Vice Leader. The Vice Leader is an 8-star war god. Is he qualified? He wants to be on the same level as our Alliance Leader. Is he worthy of such treatment? After the news spread throughout the Northern Dark Alliance, the members of the Northern Dark Alliance began to question whether the first Supreme Guardian in the history of the Northern Dark Alliance had the ability to accept his current position in the Northern Dark Alliance. However, as the members of the Northern Dark Alliance who witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Luo Feng spoke, more people in the Northern Dark Alliance were shocked by what they said. He broke Vice Leader Luo Feng's defense with one strike? He defeated Luo Feng within a few breaths. Even the Alliance Leader might not be as powerful as him. Who is this person wearing a bamboo hat, a black robe, and a black cloak? After learning about Duan Lingtian's power, the members of the Northern Dark Alliance no longer dared to doubt the power of their new Supreme Guardian. However, they were more shocked than anything else. They had never thought that this person would be so powerful. They had never expected such a person to appear in the Northern Dark Alliance. To be able to defeat Lord Luo Feng in such a short period of time. I'm afraid he's stronger than our Alliance Leader. Many people thought so too. For a long time to come, the hottest topic in the Northern Profound Alliance revolved around the first Supreme Enforcer in the history of the Northern Profound Alliance. They never seemed to get tired of talking about him. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't know about any of this. Now he was fully focused on his cultivation. He wanted to reach the threshold of becoming a god as soon as possible. By then, he would be able to go anywhere in the 9 remoteness battlefield. Duan Lingtian, the Vice Leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance in the Eastern 9 regions? Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Soul Clan, possessed the body of Tang San Pao, the young master of the Tidal Temple. He had entered the 9 remoteness battlefield before Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Dao Alliance. However, the first thing he did after entering the 9 remoteness battlefield was to find a force to join. Compared to Duan Lingtian, who was clueless when he first entered the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian had already learned a thing or two about the 9 Serenities battlefield. Therefore, as soon as he entered the 9 Serenities battlefield, he immediately went to the forces he belonged to. Shi-Tian alliance in the Western 5 regions. Currently, Mi Xian had sealed his soul to maintain it at the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor. However, since his soul had yet to fully integrate with his body, he could not fully utilize the profundities he had comprehended through his soul. Today was the first time Mi Xian came out of seclusion after joining Shi-Tian alliance. As soon as he came out, he heard about what had happened in the eastern 9 regions of the 9 remoteness battlefield. Duan Ling Tian is also in the 9 remoteness battlefield? Tang San Pao, or to be more precise, Mi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. His younger brother, Yahiko, was killed by Duan Ling Tian. That Wu Hongqing should have sent me a message. Mi Xian took a deep breath and thought about Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. With Wu Hongqing's intelligence network, Wu Hongqing must have learned about Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian made a name for himself in the 9 remoteness battlefield. Moreover, Mi Xian was in the 9 remoteness battlefield, so Wu Hongqing must have taken pity on him. However, since I'm in seclusion, I've blocked all messages. I'll leave the 9 remoteness battlefield and see if he has any plans to deal with Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian committed suicide and killed Wu Long, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Ji Fan, the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 remoteness battlefield, he must have gone into hiding. Since Duan Ling Tian has gone into hiding, it won't be easy for Wu Hongqing to find him. With this thought in mind, Mi Xian left Shi-Tian alliance and the 9 remoteness battlefield and returned to the independent realm where the main hall of the Tidal Temple was located. Why did you only come out now? Wu Hongqing frowned slightly when he saw Mi Xian. After all, he had already sent a message to Mi Xian. Before entering the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian had left a soul orb with Qin Lai. Qin Lai purposely had someone bring the soul orb into the 9 Serenities battlefield to contact Mi Xian. However, because the connection was one way, he did not know if Mi Xian had received the message. However, as the days passed and Mi Xian still did not come out, he knew Mi Xian had not received the message. Now that Mi Xian had shown up, it was not difficult for him to guess Mi Xian must have heard about Duan Ling Tian being in the 9 remoteness battlefield. That was why Mi Xian had come out to look for him. I've been cultivating in seclusion. Apart from being vigilant for sneak attacks, I've also blocked out all communications that might affect my cultivation, Mi Xian said indifferently. Mi Xian said indifferently, you must have sent someone to contact me because of Duan Ling Tian, right? Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. The Heavenly Emperor of Ji Fan's true disciple was killed by Duan Ling Tian. I'm sure he won't let the matter rest, right? Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing meaningfully before he said, I'm sure you don't want Duan Ling Tian to die in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor of Ji Fan. Are you saying you're willing? Wu Hongqing smiled disdainfully. I'm not the only one who wants the 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body. You want them as well. Enough. Mi Xian waved his hand and said, let's get down to business. What do you plan to do about this? It's obvious Duan Ling Tian has gone into hiding. He might even have left the 9 remoteness battlefield. I don't think he has left the 9 remoteness battlefield. Wu Hongqing's eyes flashed as he said, Duan Ling Tian isn't someone who's content with the status quo. He's able to achieve what he has in just a few hundred years. His appearance in the 9 remoteness battlefield means he doesn't want to hide in a mundane realm. He wants to cultivate and gain experience in the 9th Serenity battlefield. He wants to improve his strength and even become a god in the shortest amount of time possible. In a mundane realm, the process will take a long time. Therefore, I'm certain he's still in the 9 remoteness battlefield. I'm not the only one. Even the Heavenly Emperor of Ji Fan, Ji Yu, feels the same way. Mi Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard Wu Hongqing's words. Have you contacted the Heavenly Emperor of Ji Fan? Chapter 3566. When Mi Xian was still the patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan, he spent most of his time in the Netherworld and rarely came to the Devata realms. Even so, he still knew about the people who were ranked at the top of the Heavenly Emperor ranking in the Devata realms. The Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fan Heaven was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He knew about the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fan Heaven. That being said, even if he didn't know about the Ji Fan Tian Heavenly Emperor, he could still learn about the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor and his ranking on the Heavenly Monarch ranking from the Tidal Temple's young master, Tang Sanpao. Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded in response to Mi Xian's question. I took the initiative to look for him. You took the initiative to look for him? Mi Xian frowned. You didn't say anything about Duan Ling Tian possessing the 5 divine elements, right? No. Wu Hongqing shook his head. I only looked for him to tell him that the Tidal Temple is willing to work with him to deal with Duan Ling Tian. However, I want him alive. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian has to stay in the Tidal Temple's main hall for a period of time so we can get him to hand over his comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Ji Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fan Heaven, has long heard about the Tidal Temple's desire for the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. For this reason, I promised to share with him the comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth that we obtained from Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he also made a request. He wants the divine weapon in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Wu Hongqing mentioned Duan Ling Tian's divine weapon. He had heard that Duan Ling Tian had used a divine weapon to defeat Wu Long, who had also used a divine weapon. He wants Duan Ling Tian's divine weapon. It seems like the divine weapon in Duan Ling Tian's possession is extraordinary. Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing meaningfully and asked, What do you think? Definitely not ordinary. Wu Hongqing nodded in agreement. That Ji Yu is a person who wouldn't do anything without benefits. Since he is interested in the divine weapon in Duan Ling Tian's hands, it means that the divine weapon is definitely not ordinary. But, so what if it's not an ordinary divine weapon? Could it be that its value was comparable to the 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body? That's the 5 divine elements in their higher forms. Even if we can only obtain one of them, even if we have no hope of becoming an absolute expert in the future, we still have hope of becoming an emperor god or even an ultimate god. It was obvious that Wu Hongqing was willing to give up Duan Ling Tian's extraordinary divine weapon in order to obtain the 5 divine elements. That's true. Mi Xian agreed with Wu Hongqing's decision. How is your strength now? Wu Hongqing asked as he looked at Mi Xian with anticipation in his eyes. When Mi Xian heard Wu Hongqing's question, he said indifferently, Although I haven't fully merged with the 5 divine elements, I have the foundation of a god king. The celestial origin energy in my body now has the characteristics of divine power. Even if I can't fully utilize the profundities of the laws I've comprehended, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill an ordinary 9-star god of war. Wu Hongqing's eyes lit up when he heard Mi Xian's words. He was more concerned about the fact that Mi Xian had the strength of a 9-star god of war. Mi Xian, the Tidal Temple will fully cooperate with you to capture Duan Ling Tian alive. Wu Hongqing's eyes shone brightly when he learned that Mi Xian had the strength of a 9-star god of war. Of course, if you can't capture him alive, you can kill him and take the 5 divine elements in his body. If Ji Yu's people don't know about your actions, you can also take the divine weapon in Duan Ling Tian's possession. If you're interested, you can keep it for yourself. The Tidal Temple will first send a group of 8-star gods of war to cooperate with you. As for 9-star gods of war, we've already gathered them in the various sub-halls. After some time, a sub-hall master with the strength of a 9-star god of war will join you. Wu Hongqing had already made preparations before Mi Xian had come out. Next, I'll be heading to the Brahma alliance established by the disciples of Ji Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fan Tian? Mi Xian asked. That's right. Wu Hongqing nodded. I've already reached an agreement with the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fan Tian. I'll send at least one 9-star god of war to cooperate with his disciple, Ji Ying, to find Duan Ling Tian and capture him. Initially, I thought if you can't unleash the strength of a 9-star god of war, you'll have to send a sub-hall master with the strength of a 9-star god of war. Since you've already entered the Tidal Temple, I'll let you go. Similar to how some heavenly emperors in the Devata realms possessed the strength of a 9-star god of war, there were a few sub-hall masters in the Tidal Temple who possessed the strength of a 9-star god of war as well. Naturally, there were not many sub-hall masters. Moreover, most of them had their own matters to attend to and might not be free. Under such circumstances, even if the main hall of the Tidal Temple wanted them to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield, they might not be free. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had taken the risk of waiting for the Tidal Temple to send a large number of 8-star gods of war to kill him. It was difficult for the main hall of the Tidal Temple to summon 9 star gods of war, but it was easy for the main hall to summon 8 star gods of war. Just the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces alone had many 8 star gods of war. There were many 8 star gods of war in the main hall of the Tidal Temple as well. You'll work with Ji Yu's disciple, Ji Ying. The main hall of the Tidal Temple will send another 9 star god of war to assist you. Based on Ji Yu's words, it seems like he'll try to recruit another 9 star god of war. With 4 9 star gods of war working together, they're almost invincible in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It shouldn't be difficult for them to find Duan Ling Tian. Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, had a glint in his eyes. Flames of greed could be seen burning in his eyes, and he could no longer control his greed. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, was in cahoots with Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fan Tian. The two of them planned to send 4 9 star gods of war to search for him in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Currently, he was using the alias of Li Feng and had entered the Northern Profound Alliance in the 2nd North District to cultivate. The Northern Profound Alliance was only one of the 3 strongest forces in the 2nd North District. However, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were clear about this. With the addition of the elusive Grand Guardian, the Northern Profound Alliance's strength had surpassed the other 2 forces in one fell swoop. If the Northern Profound Alliance wants to, we can easily destroy the other 2 forces. That's for sure. After all, the Northern Profound Alliance has 3 8 star gods of war. Moreover, the third 8 star god of war is stronger than the Vice Alliance leader. I wonder when the Alliance leader and the Grand Guardian will make their move to destroy the other 2 forces. In the Jiuyu battlefield, the formation of a force was not only to provide shelter, but also to provide a platform for cooperation. In the Jiuyu battlefield, the unaffiliated people relied on their own strength to survive. On the other hand, those who had the backing of a force would move in groups. The various spoils of war that they plundered would also be divided equally. For example, in the Northern Profound Alliance, a group of ordinary 6 star gods of war working together could kill a top 6 star god of war. It was the same for 5 star gods of war and 4 star gods of war. The stronger a force was, the more people would join it. As a result, it would become stronger. In the 2nd North District, not only the Northern Profound Alliance, but the other 2 forces also wanted to be the strongest force. They realized that they had reached a bottleneck today. If they wanted to go further, they only had one choice: destroy the other 2 forces. Because of this, when Duan Ling Tian, using the alias of Li Feng, joined the Northern Profound Alliance and became the Grand Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance hoped that the Northern Profound Alliance would make a move to destroy the other 2 forces one by one and become the strongest force in the 2nd North District. Once the Northern Profound Alliance became the strongest force in the 2nd North District, the Northern Profound Alliance would have the final say in the area. Under such circumstances, the Northern Profound Alliance would naturally gain more benefits. However, they realized that the mysterious Supreme Guardian seemed to have disappeared without a trace after joining the Northern Profound Alliance. During this period of time, many Grand Guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance came to the Deputy Alliance leader, Luo Feng, to ask about this matter. Lord Luo Feng, now that the Northern Profound Alliance has the Grand Guardian, are we not going to attack the other 2 forces? And Luo Feng only had one answer to these questions. Everything will be decided by the Alliance leader and the Grand Guardian. His answer was equivalent to not answering. Under such circumstances, everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance could only wait. No one dared to ask the Alliance leader this question rashly. As for the Supreme Protector, he was elusive. Not to mention asking questions, even if they wanted to see him, it would be difficult. Brother. Luo Feng found Luo Yiming. Shouldn't you say something? Everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance is waiting for an answer from you. Now that the Grand Guardian has joined the Northern Profound Alliance, are we going to attack the other 2 forces? Luo Yiming shook his head. If I wanted to say something, I would have said it long ago. It's just that it's not convenient for me to say it. Although the Grand Guardian has joined the Northern Profound Alliance, how long has it been since he joined? What if he has a bad impression of the Northern Profound Alliance and leaves because of this? What should we do? For this kind of thing, we should at least wait until the Grand Guardian has a certain level of affection for the Northern Profound Alliance before we ask for his help. You and I both know that we can't dictate what the Supreme Protector wants to do. Luo Feng nodded to show that he understood Luo Yiming's words. However, there is another possibility. The other two forces must have known that the Grand Guardian is an 8-star god of war by now. Will they choose to strike first and attack the Northern Profound Alliance together? As he finished speaking, a hint of worry could be seen between Luo Feng's brows. Strike first? Luo Yiming smiled. That's exactly what I want. Ha! Luo Feng was stunned. Why? Isn't this a disaster for the Northern Profound Alliance? Chapter 3567. Disaster. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Luo Yiming smiled faintly. That might not be the case. Luo Yiming's words made Luo Feng even more confused. Brother, can you be clearer? Don't keep me in suspense. Luo Feng's tone became a little impatient as he spoke. Haha, Luo Yiming laughed. Brother Feng, if the two superpowers really join forces and attack us, you will naturally understand what I mean. Luo Yiming's tone was extremely calm. It was as if the two superpowers joining forces was nothing in his eyes. His confidence wasn't without reason. A few days ago, the new Supreme Guardian of the Northern Shen Alliance had something to ask him, and he had suggested a spar. When the two of them fought, he realized that there was not much difference between him and his cousin, Luo Feng, in front of the Supreme Guardian. Even he couldn't hold on for long before he was defeated. The Supreme Guardian's strength also confirmed his suspicions. He was definitely a top 8-star god of war. Moreover, he was one of the top 8-star gods of war. Whether it was him or his cousin, they were the only two 8-star gods of war in the Northern Shen Alliance, but they were not top 8-star gods of war. The other two superpowers did not have any top 8-star gods of war either. The strongest 8-star gods of war in the two superpowers were on par with him, and the other was slightly stronger than him. However, the difference was not huge. In the two northern regions, there were three superpowers. They were Northern Shen Alliance, Xueqi Alliance, and Hashan Alliance. A Supreme Guardian suddenly appeared in the Northern Shen Alliance, and he was stronger than the deputy leader, Luo Feng, and not weaker than the leader, Luo Yiming. The Xueqi Alliance and Hashan Alliance naturally received this news after some time. After receiving the news, although they appeared calm on the surface, there was an undercurrent surging behind their backs. After a few probing, the people of the Xueqi Alliance and Hashan Alliance, or more accurately, the 8-star gods of Xueqi Alliance and Hashan Alliance, finally gathered together. In the spacious main hall of the Hashan Alliance's base, there was no one sitting on the main seat. However, there were two people sitting on each side of the main seat, facing each other. Alliance Master Yuan. The one who spoke now was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a curly beard. He wore a loose gray robe and had fierce eyebrows. His pair of copper gongs seemed to be constantly glaring, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. I think it's time for you to let go of the grudges between our two alliances and temporarily put aside your prejudices against me and the Xueqi Alliance to work with us. Don't tell me you want to wait until the Northern Profound Alliance makes a move on both our alliances one by one and then regret it after they defeat us one by one? The middle-aged man with a curly beard who spoke was the vice leader of the Xueqi Alliance, Tai Ming. Tai Ming was also an 8-star war god. His strength was on par with Luo Feng, the deputy chief of the Northern Profound Alliance. The two of them had fought several years ago and were evenly matched. Now, Tai Ming was talking to an old man. This old man was wearing a dark green robe. He had a head full of white hair and straight white eyebrows. He looked dignified without being angry. His face was like that of a man who had just entered middle age. He had white hair and a youthful face. He was the alliance master of the He-Shan Alliance, Yuan Fu. This time, the alliance master of the Xueqi Alliance was one of the two people who came to the He-Shan Alliance. Therefore, although Yuan Fu was the alliance master of the He-Shan Alliance, he did not arrogantly sit at the head of the table. Instead, he sat beside the alliance master of the Xueqi Alliance. Vice Alliance Master Tai, are you sure that the Northern Profound Alliance will make a move on us? Beside Yuan Fu sat a young man. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the type that would be hard to find in a crowd. At this moment, He looked at the Vice Alliance Master of the Xueqi Alliance and shook his head as he spoke. He was the Vice Alliance Master of the He Shan Alliance, Xueqi. Vice Alliance Master Qi. Tai Ming looked at Xueqi and his eyes flashed. Are you and the He Shan Alliance really going to gamble? If so, our Alliance Master and I can leave the He Shan Alliance now. This time, we came to the He Shan Alliance to seek cooperation. I don't believe that you didn't think of this. We took the initiative to come to the He Shan Alliance to give you a way out. If you don't want to, we won't force you. At most, we'll go our separate ways. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Ming raised his hand and slammed the table beside him. He stood up and looked like he was about to leave. Vice Alliance Master Tai. Don't be rash. Xueqi also stood up. Just as Tai Ming said, the He Shan Alliance actually wanted to cooperate with the Xueqi Alliance. However, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. After all, they were enemies in the past and there was a lot of resentment between them. Today, if the He Shan Alliance really left, the Xueqi Alliance would still have to go. The reason why they didn't agree to it was because they wanted to put on airs. Now that Tai Ming was using force, they naturally didn't dare to go against him. Alliance Master Yuan, give us an answer. Sitting beside Tai Ming, the middle-aged man who had been silently resting with his eyes closed finally opened his eyes at this moment. His emotionless gaze landed on the leader of the He Shan Alliance, Yuan Fu. The middle-aged man was dressed like a scholar and looked harmless. He was the Alliance Master of the Xueqi Alliance, Shimin Jiangchen. It's already so late. Isn't this pointless? Shimin Jiangchen asked indifferently. Alliance Master Shimin, you jest. Yuan Fu, the expressionless Alliance Master of the He Shan Alliance, squeezed out a smile and said, We are willing to cooperate with the Xueqi Alliance on this matter. Tai Ming only sat down after Yuan Fu spoke. You should have done this long ago. Yuan Fu continued to look at Shimin Jiangchen and said, Alliance Master Shimin, since you're here to seek cooperation, you must have your own plans. What do you plan to do next? Shimin Jiangchen's eyes flashed coldly in response to Yuan Fu's question. Our two alliances will come out in full force and point our swords at the North Profound Alliance. The sooner the better. At the center of the Nine Serenities battlefield, Brahma Alliance's base. I'm looking for Ji Ying. The young man who led the dozen or so people who came from afar stood outside the Brahma Alliance's base and looked indifferently at the patrolling members of the Brahma Alliance. Ji Ying. The members of the Brahma Alliance didn't react at first. It took a while for one of them to react. Ji Ying. I think that's the Alliance Master's name. Sir, you are. Knowing that the young man was looking for their Alliance Master and that he wasn't an ordinary person, the members of the Brahma Alliance didn't dare to be negligent and asked carefully. Mi Xian. The young man who led the group spoke again. His tone was as calm as before. He was none other than Mi Xian, who had entered the Nine Serenities battlefield not long ago. To be more precise, he was Mi Xian, who had possessed Tang Sanpeo's body and taken over Tang Sanpeo's body. So you're Lord Mi Xian. The eyes of the members of the Brahma Alliance lit up when they heard Mi Xian's self-introduction. Then, they respectfully welcomed Mi Xian inside. The Alliance Master has ordered us to bring you to him directly when Lord Mi Xian arrives. Before Mi Xian entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, Wu Hongqing, the Palace Master of the Tidal Temple, had contacted the Brahma Alliance's Heavenly Emperor, Ji Yu, and asked him to inform his disciple Ji Ying that the Tidal Temple would send people to the Nine Serenities battlefield to settle down in the Nine Serenities battlefield and search for Duanling Tian with the Brahma Alliance. Ji Yu had immediately sent people to the Nine Serenities battlefield to inform Ji Ying of this matter. After Ji Ying learned of this matter, she immediately gave the order. Therefore, the patrolling members of the Brahma Alliance knew that an important person named Mi Xian would be coming to the Nine Serenities battlefield in the near future. This was because their Alliance Master had invited this person as his guest. One had to know that not everyone could receive such treatment. When Mi Xian entered the Nine Serenities battlefield with the leader of the Brahma Alliance, there were 12 people following closely behind him. Half of the 12 people were 8 star gods of war nurtured by the Tidal Temple's main hall, and the other half were 8 star gods of war from the Tidal Temple's branch halls. They had followed Mi Xian into the Nine Serenities battlefield. They only had one mission. They had to listen to Mi Xian's orders and assist the Brahma Alliance in searching for Duan Ling Tian. They had to capture Duan Ling Tian alive. "You're Mi Xian from the Tidal Temple? I've been waiting for a long time." The Brahma Alliance's leader, Ji Ying, received Mi Xian in a vast valley. The surroundings were empty, and the 12 people behind Mi Xian were blocked outside. "Our Alliance Master has something to say to Lord Mi Xian in private. It's not convenient for you to enter." Ji Ying stood in the sky above the vast valley. His body was as straight as a javelin. Although there were no energy fluctuations around him, he gave off an extremely sharp aura. As for Mi Xian, he had also arrived in front of Ji Ying and stood facing her. "Mi Xian?" Ji Ying asked. "Yes." Mi Xian was indifferent to Ji Ying. Although Ji Ying was a 9-star god of war, Ji Ying was nothing in his eyes. If his soul was not sealed, he would still be a god king. In the eyes of a god king, ordinary gods were nothing, let alone a titled celestial emperor who had yet to become a god. "I heard from my master that you're a 9-star god of war?" Ji Ying asked bluntly. "Sort of." Mi Xian frowned. "Sort of?" Ji Ying frowned slightly. "This isn't just sort of. If you're not a 9-star god of war, you're not qualified to work with me. Since when did the Tidal Temple start spouting nonsense?" Ji Ying's expression darkened slightly when he heard Mi Xian's words. "I'm not qualified to work with you?" Mi Xian sneered. "Brat, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you think I won't teach you a lesson on behalf of your master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven?" Mi Xian was usually on equal footing with Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. Even if Ji Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven, was here, Mi Xian would still treat Wu Hongqing with the same respect. However, Mi Xian was merely Ji Yu's disciple. How could Mi Xian say he was not qualified to work with Ji Yu? "You'll have to have the ability to teach you a lesson first." Ji Ying was taken aback when he heard Mi Xian's words. Then, a sneer appeared on his face. As Ji Ying's voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene became completely solemn. The intense smell of gunpowder instantly spread out. Chapter 3568. Impudent. Mi Xian narrowed his eyes and shouted in response to Ji Ying's provocation. In the next moment, a gray energy spread out from his body. "Since you're looking for a beating, I, Mi Xian, will fulfill your wish." "We don't know who's looking for a beating." As the first true disciple of Ji Yu, Ji Fantian's heavenly emperor, Ji Ying was extremely confident in his own strength. Even if the person in front of him was really a 9-star god of war, he was not afraid. Moreover, the person in front of him had only said that he was a 9-star god of war. The word "considered" had many meanings. It could be that he had barely reached the level, or he could be bragging, or he could be stronger than a 9-star god of war. However, the 9 Serenities battlefield could only accommodate 9-star gods of war at most. Those stronger than 9-star gods of war were gods. Gods of war were unable to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield or even stay there. Humph! Mi Xian's eyes flashed coldly in the face of the confident Ji Ying. Then, a figure shot out from his body. It was another Mi Xian, but this Mi Xian's eyes were blood red. Clearly, this was Mi Xian's clone. To be precise, it was a death clone. Death clone was one of the many profundities of the law of death. Facing Mi Xian's sudden attack, Ji Ying, who had been waiting for a long time, also made his move. Whoosh! Ji Ying's figure flickered, and a green light wreaked havoc around him. Then, he seemed to have turned into a gust of wind and swiftly drifted past, dodging Mi Xian's death clone. The entire process was extremely easy. Bas, 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 bas. When Ji Ying dodged Mi Xian's preemptive attack, he also made his move. Wind blades condensed in the air as though they had appeared out of thin air. Then, a tornado suddenly appeared and enveloped Mi Xian. In an instant, Mi Xian's figure was swallowed by the tornado. "Everyone, our Alliance Master is only sparring with Lord Mi Xian. He won't harm Lord Mi Xian's life." At the same time, the Brahma Alliance's upper echelon who had stopped the 12 eight-star gods of war who had come with Mi Xian from the Tidal Temple looked at Ji Ying and Mi Xian, who had suddenly exchanged blows, and spoke to the 12 eight-star gods of war from the Tidal Temple. However, his words were obviously in vain. This was because the 12 eight-star war gods from the Tidal Temple didn't do anything from the beginning to the end until Mi Xian's figure was annihilated by the tornado of wind blades that filled the sky. They simply watched indifferently from afar. Mi Xian? In fact, they were not familiar with this person. However, the main hallmaster had ordered them to obey Mi Xian's orders, so they had no choice but to obey. However, at their level, how could they easily submit to a person? Now that they finally had the chance to witness Mi Xian's strength and see if he had the ability to lead them, they were more than happy to see him succeed. How could they possibly stop this from happening? The leader of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, is the #1 true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantian. I've long heard that he has become a 9-star war god. To be able to see him in action today makes this trip worth it. An 8-star god of war from the Tidal Temple side. Indeed. The other person nodded in agreement. Soon after, the 12 8-star gods of war from the Tidal Temple began to whisper among themselves. They were not worried about Mi Xian at all, unlike the high-ranking officials from the Brahma Alliance who were standing nearby. Fortunately, these 12 people did not attend the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Otherwise, they would have recognized Mi Xian as the young master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao. Although these 12 people were from the Tidal Temple, they were not palace masters and did not attend the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the Brahma Alliance were rendered speechless by the reaction of the people from the Tidal Temple. The person who is fighting with our alliance master is your leader. Can't you show even the slightest bit of concern for him? At the same time, Mi Xian, who had been swept into the tornado by the wind blades, quickly appeared before Ji Ying and the onlookers. At the same time, the raging tornado was forcibly shattered and annihilated. Is that all you've got? Mi Xian appeared, his body untainted by a speck of dust. His eyes were incomparably indifferent. If this is all you've got, then I'm a little disappointed. Ji Ying's expression changed slightly. Although he had not used his full strength earlier, he had still used some of his strength. However, he did not expect he would not be able to hurt Mi Xian at all. At this moment, he was certain Mi Xian was not weak at all. He was certain Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war. At this moment, Ji Ying cursed Mi Xian for saying he was a 9-star god of war. His expression was solemn as he made his move. He did not intend to hold back anymore. Even if he could not defeat Mi Xian, he could at least tie with Mi Xian. Otherwise, he would be thoroughly humiliated today. After all, he was the one who had provoked Mi Xian first. He was the one who had provoked Mi Xian first, and Mi Xian had defeated him. I'll defeat you with one move. Just as Ji Ying was about to unleash her full power, Mi Xian's words rang in her ears. Ji Ying was stunned for a moment, and the onlookers, whether they were from the Brahma Alliance or the Tidal Temple, felt their scalps go numb. Their first thought was that Mi Xian was too arrogant. They could not deny that Mi Xian's performance had stunned them. They were certain that Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war. However, as a 5-star god of war, it was impossible for him to defeat Ji Ying with one move. Arrogant! Ji Ying shouted coldly. Then, a blue wind wreaked havoc around him, making him look like a wind god who could control all the wind energy in the world. He could destroy the sky with a raise of his hand and destroy the earth with a stomp. Before Ji Ying moved, Mi Xian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "You will know in a breath's time whether I'm arrogant or not." As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. The ray of light shot through the sky like a shooting star and arrived in front of Ji Ying in the blink of an eye. Even Ji Ying's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the wind elemental profundity could not stop Mi Xian. That's a soul attack? The crowd's eyes widened in shock when they saw this. Soul attacks were rare even for people at their level. This was because celestial origin energy was more compatible with the profundities of laws than the soul. Therefore, unless one specialized in cultivating the soul, most people would not study soul attacks. For this reason, they were shocked when they saw Mi Xian using a soul attack. It won't be easy to defeat a 9-star god of war with a soul attack, right? They could not help but think to themselves. Although a soul attack could catch one's opponent off guard, it was impossible to defeat a person of similar strength unless it was cast through a soul attack divine weapon. Soul attack. Ji Ying smiled disdainfully when he saw Mi Xian's soul attack. Mi Xian was not the only one who knew how to use soul attacks. In fact, one of the divine weapons he possessed was a soul attack divine weapon. Swoosh, swoosh. Almost as soon as Ji Ying's eyes focused, two torch-like beams of light howled out from the depths of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, they converged into one and met Mi Xian's fierce soul attack head-on. Although Ji Ying was proficient in soul attacks, to him, it was just a sneak attack that caught him off guard. Normally, he would rather use his celestial origin energy. However, the smile on Ji Ying's face froze. Before Mi Xian's soul attack could make contact with Ji Ying's soul attack, it dissipated as though an explosion had occurred. Then, strands of soul attack enveloped Ji Ying. Ji Ying's soul attack had only destroyed a portion of Mi Xian's soul attack. In the next moment, Mi Xian's soul attack entered Ji Ying's body. Just as Ji Ying was about to activate his soul energy to defend himself, he discovered that the strands of Mi Xian's soul attack that had entered his body had begun to move rhythmically. These fluctuations did not have the power to harm his soul, but they still caused his soul to tremble. He felt his head grow heavy, and he could not help but be distracted. At this moment, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air. Under the shocked gazes of the high-ranking officials of the Brahma Alliance and the people of the Tidal Temple, Mi Xian's undead clone attacked again. With a single punch, he sent Ji Ying flying. Ji Ying's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the wind elemental profundity dissipated as well. Barf! Ji Ying spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue to regain his senses. He barely managed to stop himself from flying. When he looked at Mi Xian again, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Who are you? Ji Ying found it hard to believe that someone could use soul attacks to this extent. It was simply impossible to guard against. Even if he were to attack again, he would still be hit. Unless he had a divine artifact to protect his soul. However, what he did not know was that although his opponent's soul was sealed, it did not change the fact that it was the soul of a god king. Moreover, this soul belonged to the dead spirit clan from the netherworld. It was a living being in the form of a soul. At this moment, everyone's eyes were trained on Mi Xian. The shock in their eyes did not diminish even after a long time. This was an outcome that no one had expected. This was especially true for the 12 eight-star gods of war from the Tidal Temple. They were relieved that they did not provoke Mi Xian even though they had doubts about his strength. Otherwise, they would have suffered a terrible fate. What a joke! Even Ji Ying, the #1 true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, who had the strength of a 9-star god of war, had been defeated by him. If not for him holding back, just that punch just now was likely enough to kill Ji Ying. Chapter 3569. Now, Ji Ying was standing in the void, looking a little wretched. He was looking at Mi Xian with a grave expression. Who are you? Ji Ying did not expect the 9-star god of war from the Tidal Temple to be so terrifying. His soul attack was so powerful that no one below the god realm would be able to match it. Even a 9-star god of war would not be able to withstand Ji Ying's soul attack if he did not have a soul defensive divine weapon. It would be easy for someone like Ji Ying to kill him. Ji Ying's heart was filled with complicated emotions. It was a good thing that the Tidal Temple had sent such a person to the 9 Serenities battlefield to assist him in searching for Duanling Tian. However, he felt extremely uncomfortable when he saw how domineering the Tidal Temple was. He felt as though he was being overshadowed by the Tidal Temple. Ji Ying seemed to have forgotten all about this. He was the one who wanted to test the person in front of him, not the other way around. Someone you can't afford to offend. In response to Ji Ying's question, Mi Xian only gave her this one response. Although this response made Ji Ying furious, he didn't dare to act out. He was deeply afraid that the other party would really kill him in a fit of anger. Others might be wary of him because he was the first true disciple and adopted son of the Heavenly Emperor, but the person in front of him was from the Tidal Temple's main hall. His background was even stronger than Ji Ying's. As for the people in the surroundings, they were silent. When the upper echelons of Brahma Alliance looked at Mi Xian, their eyes were filled with shock and wariness. They couldn't be any more wary. As for the people from the Title Temple, they still had lingering fears. At the same time, they were no longer dissatisfied or doubtful that the main hallmaster had ordered them to listen to the person in front of them. This was a world where the strong were respected. They were completely convinced by Mi Xian's strength, and they were willing to follow him wherever he went. Do you have any leads on Duanling Tian? Mi Xian asked as he glanced at Ji Ying. Ji Ying was startled at first, but then he recovered and shook his head. Ever since that Duanling Tian killed my junior brother, the Heavenly Tao Union he was in disbanded, and he has completely disappeared. Recently, our Brahma Alliance has captured a few people who were previously in the Heavenly Tao Alliance, but even after torturing them to death, they still couldn't reveal the whereabouts of Duanling Tian. It's obvious that they really don't know where Duanling Tian is. So far, nothing. At the mention of the death of her junior brother, whom she regarded as her own brother, Ji Ying's hands involuntarily clenched into fists as her body began to tremble slightly. Are any of the Heavenly Tao Union's upper echelons among them? Mi Xian asked again. No. Ji Ying shook her head. The reason we were able to capture those people was because they boasted to the outside world that they were from the Heavenly Tao Union and had personally witnessed the battle between Duanling Tian and my junior brother Wulong. They're just ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Tao Union. After the Heavenly Tao Union disbanded, the members of the Heavenly Tao Union, including the Union Master, had all gone their separate ways in fear of an ordinary disciple. Those with some brains naturally wouldn't easily reveal that they were from the Heavenly Tao Union. However, there were also those who liked to boast. If they felt that they could guarantee their own safety, they would still boast to an appropriate extent. As such, there were naturally people who were unlucky. Continue investigating, Ji Ying said in a deep voice. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that Duanling Tian's talent and comprehension are truly exceptional. He's not even 700 years old, yet he already has such accomplishments. If he becomes a 9-star war god, even you won't be his match unless I personally act. If he has just become a 9-star war god, he won't be my match. When Ji Ying said this, she was clearly a little angry. She felt that Ji Ying was looking down on her. Facing Ji Ying's anger, Mi Xian only glanced at her indifferently and didn't respond to the topic. Next, arrange a secluded residence for me in your Brahma Alliance. Currently, Duanling Tian was unaware that the God King of the dead spirit race, Mi Xian, had sealed his soul and entered the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was also unaware that Mi Xian had possessed the body of his old acquaintance, Tang Sanpao. He was currently cultivating in the Northern Profound Alliance's 2nd North District. He was also comprehending the law of space, the space sword Tao, and the Tao of control. The heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world that originated from the ruins of a realm of gods provided him with the best cultivation environment. Moreover, there was no one to disturb him in the Northern Profound Alliance. Therefore, Duanling Tian's strength had improved rapidly. Everything was calm and peaceful. Even the members of the Northern Profound Alliance who had hoped that Duanling Tian would be able to destroy the other 2 major forces in the 2nd North District after joining the Northern Profound Alliance had gradually given up on the idea as time passed. The new Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was clearly a Buddha-like person. However, they no longer had any hopes for him. On this day, the Northern Profound Alliance that was as peaceful as ever was shocked when a shrill cry rang from outside the Northern Profound Alliance's base. At the same time, figures rushed in from outside in a panic. As they ran in, they shouted in panic, "The people from the Heishan Alliance are here. The people from the Autumn Clouds Alliance are here as well. The vice leader of the Heishan Alliance, Qi Kuan, is here personally. He even brought many guardians with him." When the people from outside the Northern Profound Alliance's base rushed in, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were instantly alarmed. Many people had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Very soon, their ominous premonition came true. The alliance leader of the Autumn Clouds Alliance, Shimen Jiangchen, is outside the Eastern Mountain Gate with a group of people. The alliance leader of the Heishan Alliance, Yuan Fu, is outside the Southern Mountain Gate. The leader outside the Northern Mountain Gate is Tai Ming, the alliance leader of the Autumn Clouds Alliance. The Northern Profound Alliance's base that was originally peaceful was suddenly besieged on all sides in just a dozen breaths. What should we do? What should we do? The He-Shan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance are planning to strike first and destroy the Northern Profound Alliance. Why didn't the Grand Guardian join forces with the two alliance leaders earlier to destroy the He-Shan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance? I hate it. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come back so early. I went out for a few months and only came back yesterday. I'm so unlucky. I just came back, and I'm already in such a mess. I hope that the He-Shan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance will give us a chance to join them. Do you think they would dare to use someone who can join them in a crisis? But the situation is different in the abysmal battlefield. Who doesn't want to find a big tree to rely on? While many members of the Northern Profound Alliance were panicking, the two alliance leaders and vice leaders of the He-Shan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance led their men into the Northern Profound Alliance's base. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance was killed. Even if they begged for mercy, they couldn't escape death. Shimin Jiangchen, Yuan Fu, what are you doing? Finally, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, arrived. Luo Yiming's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were so angry that they seemed like they could spit fire. Luo Feng, the vice leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, followed behind Luo Yiming. His face was as dark as it could get. Alliance leader. Vice leader. Seeing Luo Yiming and Luo Feng appear, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance who were still fearful of danger gathered around them. It was as if they were only safe by Luo Yiming and Luo Feng's side. At the same time Luo Yiming and Luo Feng appeared, a group of figures appeared. They were the protectors of the Northern Profound Alliance. Each of them was a 7-star war god. There were a total of 11 of them. Alliance leader, Lord Luo Feng. After a while, the guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance stood behind Luo Yiming and Luo Feng. They glared at the members of the He-Shan Alliance and Xueqi Alliance. Of course, although they looked strong on the surface, if one looked closely, they could see a hint of fear in the depths of their eyes. Some of them were even trembling slightly. The He-Shan League and the Xueqi League had joined forces to attack the North Profound League. The thing that they didn't want to see the most had happened. In fact, when the Supreme Enforcer of the Northern Profound Alliance arrived, everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance hoped that the Northern Profound Alliance would be able to take down the He-Shan Alliance and Xueqi Alliance one by one. When the Supreme Enforcer of the Northern Profound Alliance had not made a move for a long time, they felt a sense of crisis. Although the He-Shan Alliance and Xueqi Alliance were old rivals, would they put aside their old grudges and join forces to deal with the Northern Profound Alliance? At that time, they weren't sure what the answer was. But now the answer was obvious. Yes. Luo Yiming, do you still need to ask? The end of the Northern Profound Alliance has arrived. The He-Shan Alliance's leader, Yuan Fu, stared at Luo Yiming and said with a fake smile, Shimin Jiangchen, is that what you think as well? Luo Yiming asked in a low voice as he looked at the alliance's leader, Shimin Jiangchen. Shimin Jiangchen didn't say anything, but the cold gaze he gave Luo Yiming was enough to say it all. Good, very good. Luo Yiming was so angry that he laughed. The Northern Profound Alliance hasn't even come to ask for help, and you've already come knocking on our door. It seems like all of you want to destroy the Northern Profound Alliance. Yuan Fu said calmly, Luo Yiming, if you want to blame someone, blame the Northern Profound Alliance for having another 8-star god of war. You should know that the balance between the three alliances can't be broken. Although the members of the Northern Profound Alliance had already guessed this, their expressions still turned ugly when they heard Yuan Fu say it himself. It's because of the Supreme Guardian. The Supreme Guardian joined the Northern Profound Alliance, but he didn't do anything. Now, he's dragging the Northern Profound Alliance down. This Supreme Protector is too incompetent. We shouldn't have let him join the Northern Profound Alliance. The members of the Northern Profound Alliance were whispering to each other. Even the Supreme Guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance had similar thoughts, but they couldn't say it out loud because of their different identities. Chapter 3570. Shut up! Luo Yiming shouted with an ugly expression. The The group of people from the Northern Xian Alliance immediately shut their mouths and kept quiet out of fear. Luo Yiming's cold gaze swept across the people who were whispering. When he spoke again, his tone was incomparably cold. Whether or not the Supreme Protector is competent and whether or not the Northern Xian Alliance should let the Supreme Protector join is not something you can talk about. If you are unhappy, you can leave the Northern Xian Alliance any time. The Northern Xian Alliance doesn't need people like you. When Luo Yiming said that, the group of people who were whispering immediately lowered their heads. If it was any other time, they might have considered leaving the Northern Profound Alliance after hearing Luo Yiming's words. However, the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance were clearly planning to kill everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance, regardless of whether they wanted to leave or not. Just a moment ago, many people were shouting that as long as they didn't kill him, they could leave the Northern Xian Alliance and even join the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu-Yun Alliance. However, those people were all killed without exception. At this point in time, they knew that their survival depended on their alliance leader. If their alliance leader abandoned them, they would be killed by the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu-Yun Alliance before they could even leave the North Profound Alliance's encampment. How domineering! The alliance leader of the He-Shan Alliance, Yuan Fu, laughed and looked at Luo Yiming mockingly. Luo Yiming, actually they are right. The calamity that befell the Northern Profound Alliance today is all because of that Supreme Protector of your Northern Profound Alliance. Are you still going to protect that Supreme Protector of your Northern Profound Alliance? Yuan Fu's face was filled with mockery. Oh right, where is your Supreme Protector? Is he so scared that he peed his pants under his bed? Yuan Fu's mocking smile became even more radiant. However, the group of people from the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance couldn't help but laugh when they heard Yuan Fu's words. What the alliance leader said might be possible. I wonder what an 8-star war god looks like when he pees his pants. He must be as pitiful as an ordinary person. Haha, maybe even more pitiful. At this moment, no matter if it was the He-Shan Alliance or the Qiu-Yun Alliance, they were all very pleased. Yuan Fu, do you really want to meet the Supreme Protector of our Northern Profound Alliance? Luo Yiming looked at Yuan Fu. His eyes narrowed into slits, a cold light flashing through them. I do want to see it. Yuan Fu nodded. Your North Profound Alliance, He-Shan Alliance, and Alliance Chief Shimon's Autumn Clouds Alliance have been at odds with each other for many years. Now that your North Profound Alliance has fallen, I have to meet the culprit. Alliance Master Shimon, what do you think? Yuan Fu looked at Shimon Jiangchen and asked with a smile. I want to meet him. Shimon Jiangchen's lips curled into a cold arc as killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was the Supreme Protector of the North Xian Alliance that made him feel threatened. In the end, he had no choice but to put down his pride and seek cooperation with the He-Shan Alliance. It was the first time in his life that he had been in such a predicament. This embarrassment was also brewing in the depths of his heart, and it turned into a deep-seated hatred for the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance. Alliance Master Shimon, according to our agreement, I will let you kill him. Yuan Fu said with a bright smile. Thank you. Shimon Jiangchen repeatedly expressed his thanks. Brother. At this moment, Luo Feng, who was standing behind Luo Yiming, was a little anxious. He transmitted his voice. Are you still going to keep us in suspense? What method do you have to deal with the current situation? Only Luo Feng himself knew how anxious he was right now. Before the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance came here, he had mentioned this to his cousin. However, his cousin said that he couldn't wait for the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance to come here and kill them. Why did his cousin say that? Why did his cousin keep him in suspense? Originally, as time passed, he was no longer curious about this matter. However, when faced with such a situation, he couldn't help but recall his cousin Luo Yiming's confidence. Who wants to kill me? Before Luo Yiming could respond to Luo Feng, a voice suddenly rang out in front of Luo Yiming. At the same time, under everyone's gaze, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Luo Yiming. This person was wearing a loose black robe, a black cloak, and a conical bamboo hat. His head was slightly lowered. His entire body was shrouded in a disguise. His face and figure couldn't be seen clearly, making him seem mysterious. He's the Supreme Protector. Because some of the members of the Northern Profound Alliance had seen this person before and had even described him, Many of them guessed that he was the mysterious Grand Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance. Supreme Protector. While the crowd was guessing the identity of the person in front of them, Luo Yiming bowed to Duan Ling Tian. I had no choice but to disturb Supreme Protector today. I hope Supreme Protector can forgive me. Luo Yiming's attitude was very humble. It could even be said that he was extremely humble. The people from the North Shen Alliance were shocked by the news. Even the deputy leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Feng, was stunned. At this moment, a crazy thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that his cousin's confidence came from the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance? However, although this Supreme Protector's strength was strong, perhaps even stronger than his cousin, it was still unrealistic for him to join forces with him and his cousin to deal with the 4 8-star war gods from the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance. Even if the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was a peak 8-star god of war and his cousin was close to a peak 8-star god of war, their opponents had 2 peak 8-star gods of war and 2 peak 8-star gods of war who were on par with the Supreme Protector. 3 against 4. There was no way they could win. Perhaps, my cousin's confidence comes from the divine artifact in the Supreme Protector's possession. However, the divine artifact isn't much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact soul. Luo Feng's heart was filled with doubt. The alliance leader is so respectful to the Supreme Protector. The people of the Northern Profound Alliance were dumbfounded by the scene before them. The leader of the He-Shan Alliance, Yuan Fu, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Luo Yiming, do you think that by acting like this, we will feel that his strength is far greater than yours and will feel fear? Unless he's a 9-star god of war or a peak 8-star god of war like the former second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, or the former vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Duan Ling Tian, the former vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, or the former vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Upon hearing Yuan Fu's words, the people from the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu-Yun Alliance who were looking at the cloaked man calmed down. Pfft, he's dreaming if he thinks he can scare us. The alliance leader of the He-Shan Alliance can see through the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. However, since the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance is using such a move, it seems like they're really afraid. The bewilderment in the eyes of the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu-Yun Alliance disappeared. Instead, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was as if they couldn't wait to kill everyone in the North Profound Alliance and turn their base into a bloodbath. You want to kill me? The voice that came out of nowhere sounded again. This time, everyone heard it clearly. It was the voice of the cloaked man. And now, his blurry face was facing the direction of the Qiu-Yun Alliance's alliance leader, Shimin Zhongchen. So what if I am? Shimin Zhongchen's face was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, a person like you who hides his head and tail will definitely die. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian, who was wearing a black robe, a black cloak, and a conical bamboo hat, spoke indifferently. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood with a whoosh. Careful! Yuan Fu warned in alarm. As for Shimin Zhongchen, when he saw Duan Ling Tian disappear, a mocking smile appeared on his face. When you appeared just now, I knew you were proficient in the law of space. I've already prepared for teleportation. Practically at the same time that Duan Ling Tian appeared before Shimin Zhongchen, the energy that had long since been accumulating and waiting to be unleashed gushed out from Shimin Zhongchen's body. It was like a torrent bursting out of a dam, and its momentum was vast as if it could crush everything. If it was any other 8-star war god, even a peak 8-star war god, hastily teleporting in front of Shimin Zhongchen, facing Shimin Zhongchen's attack at the same time, not to mention taking the initiative to gain the upper hand, they would definitely be battered and exhausted. However, Duan Ling Tian wasn't any other 8-star war god. His strength might not have reached the level of a 9-star war god, but it was infinitely close. Most importantly, he had grasped the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, as well as the Tao of sword of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. It wasn't as simple as comprehending the laws to a certain degree. The Tao of control. Almost at the same time that Shimin Zhongchen's power erupted, the space before Duan Ling Tian fell under his control, causing Shimin Zhongchen's power to be completely suppressed and annihilated. At the same time, the black cloak on Duan Ling Tian's back whistled out. It was almost straightened, and it carried a hint of sword intent. It was like a broadsword that tore through the sky, and it brought along a dazzling and gorgeous red color. If one looked closely, they would see that it was blood. Lord Alliance Master. The Autumn Clouds Alliance's Vice Alliance Master Tai Ming immediately let out a terrified cry. Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd, the Autumn Clouds Alliance's Alliance Master Shimin Zhengchen, one of the 3 giants of the northern second region of the 9 Serenities battlefield, had his head flying into the sky. Then, his body was crushed into a bloody mist by the devastating spatial energy. Shimin Zhengchen, who had been alive a moment ago and had declared that he would kill the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme protector, had died just like that. The entire place was deathly silent. Chapter 3571. Whoosh! Waves of coldness hit the faces of the people from the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance. It was the blood mist that fell from the sky. It was cold to the touch, but the hearts of the people from the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance were even colder. The leader of the Qiu-Yun Alliance, Shimin Zhengchen, an existence close to the peak of the 8-star war god realm, died just like that. Just now, they didn't even have time to react. It could be said that Shimin Zhengchen was instantly killed by the enemy. As for the people from the Northern Profound Alliance, except for the alliance leader Luo Yiming who was smiling as if he wasn't surprised by this, the others, including the Vice Alliance leader Luo Feng, were dumbfounded. Their supreme protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was actually this powerful? Some of the people from the Northern Profound Alliance thought of their doubts and complaints about the supreme protector and felt their faces burning, as if they had just been slapped in the face. Now the people from the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance looked at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. Heavens! This supreme protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was able to instantly kill the alliance leader of the Qiu-Yun Alliance, Shimin Zhengchen. How could the other 3 8-star war gods of their alliance be his match? At this moment, they were all in despair. In fact, they weren't the only ones in despair. Even the alliance leader Yuan Fu, the vice alliance leader Qi Kuan, and the vice alliance leader Tai Ming of the Qiu-Yun Alliance were in despair. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. Just now, when the supreme protector of the Northern Profound Alliance made his move, they couldn't clearly see what happened in front of them because of the black cloak. However, the attack that the black cloak displayed before instantly killing Shimin Zhengchen had already frightened them. They felt that even if they were in his place, they would have died without a doubt. Alliance leader, what should we do now? Qi Kuan asked Yuan Fu through voice transmission. Right now, he regretted following the Northern Profound Alliance. He seemed to have completely forgotten, this time. Killing the Northern Profound Alliance was something he had been insisting on recently. Lord Li Feng. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuan Fu, the leader of the He-Shan Alliance, cupped his hands toward Duan Tian and said respectfully, "We are only targeting the Northern Profound Alliance this time, not you. If Master Li Feng is willing to stay out of today's matter, then when the Northern Profound Alliance is wiped out by the Mountain Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance, the wealth of the Northern Profound Alliance will belong to Master Li Feng. Consider it our gift to Master Li Feng." Not only was Yuan Fu humble, but he was also tempting Duan Tian with the wealth of the entire Northern Profound Alliance. Right now, Yuan Fu, the leader of the He-Shan Alliance, was filled with regret. If God gave him a second chance, even if the Qiu-Yun Alliance held a knife to his neck, he would never join forces with them to attack the Northern Profound Alliance. What a joke! Just the person in front of him was enough to wipe out the Mountain Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance. He didn't even need the 2 8-star war gods of the Northern Profound Alliance to do it. Upon hearing Yuan Fu's words, most of the people from the Northern Profound Alliance turned pale immediately. They looked at Duan Tian's silhouette anxiously, afraid that their supreme guardian would be tempted by the offer. Only Luo Yiming and Luo Feng knew that Duan Tian wasn't that kind of person because they had spent a lot of time with Duan Tian. Furthermore, someone of Duan Tian's level wouldn't be interested in their wealth. However, Luo Yiming decided to step forward and promise their Grand Guardian that after destroying the Mountain Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance, they would give him all the wealth of the 2 alliances. Grand. Luo Yiming had just opened his mouth and spat out a syllable when he shut his mouth tightly again. This was because the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Xian Alliance made a move the moment Yuan Fu finished speaking. Buzz! It was still the same black cloak. It swept out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Yuan Fu didn't expect Duan Lingtian to make a move and his head was chopped off. Then, a mist of blood fell from the sky. Yuan Fu, the alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance, followed in the footsteps of the alliance leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance, Shimin Zhangchen. Lord Alliance Leader. Qi Kuan's expression changed and he looked miserable. If it was before, he would be happy that the alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance died because it meant that he would be the new alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance. But now, he couldn't feel happy at all. This was because the death of this alliance leader was a death knell for him. Run! Qi Kuan and the vice alliance leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance looked at each other and both of them sent a message to each other at the same time. After sending the message, they ran in two different directions. Vice Alliance Leader? As for the other members of the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance, they had never thought that their Vice Alliance masters would abandon them. Their expressions immediately changed, and at the same time, they released their energy, wanting to escape as well. However, accompanied by two soft but ear-piercing sounds, they saw that their two Vice Alliance leaders were also cut into pieces like watermelons by the black cloak that was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. They followed in the footsteps of their two alliance leaders. In the blink of an eye, the 4 8-star gods of war from the Mountain Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance were all dead. All of this happened in the span of 10 breaths. Within 10 breaths, 4 8-star gods of war were killed. Now, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance looked at the black figure floating in the air with reverence. Even the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, was no exception. You should be able to deal with the rest, right? Duan Lingtian put on the black cloak behind him again, and it fluttered even though there was no wind. He turned around and asked the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming. Grand Guardian, leave the rest to me. Luo Yiming quickly nodded and replied, this time, we'll have to trouble you to help the Northern Profound Alliance. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and then teleported, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Coming and going without a trace was nothing more than this. As for the members of the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance, they didn't dare to run away after the death of their alliance leader and vice alliance leader. Now that they saw the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance leaving, they started to flee. However, without an 8-star god of war to lead them, they were no different from a mob to the Northern Profound Alliance who had 2 8-star gods of war. In addition, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were already full of anger. Now that their Grand Guardian had boosted their morale, they were all full of vigor. In the end, none of the members of the Mountain Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance were able to escape. I plan to give all the spoils of war today to the Grand Guardian. Does anyone have any objections? After resolving this crisis, the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance stood in the air and looked around as he asked in a serious tone. He felt that the Grand Guardian didn't care about these spoils of war. However, some things couldn't be avoided just because the Grand Guardian didn't care about them. It was one thing to give them to the Grand Guardian and be rejected. It was another thing to not give them to the Grand Guardian. They couldn't be compared. No. Luo Feng was the first to shake his head. No. Alliance leader, if it wasn't for the Grand Guardian, we would have ended up like them. All the spoils of war should be given to the Grand Guardian. No one in the Northern Profound Alliance had any objections to Luo Yiming's words. They all felt that it was only right. The members of the Northern Profound Alliance were in high spirits. The members of the Mountain Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance were the backbone of the Mountain Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance. As for the remaining members of the Mountain Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance, even if they didn't make a move, they would have scattered the moment they heard the news. From today onwards, the Northern Profound Alliance would dominate the 2nd North District. I didn't expect the Grand Guardian to appear in the Northern Profound Alliance. Based on the Grand Guardian's strength, he is definitely a top 8-star god of war. A member of the Northern Profound Alliance exclaimed. A top 8-star god of war? Even an ordinary top 8-star god of war wouldn't be able to turn the situation around today. After all, the alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance, Yuan Fu, and the alliance leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance, Shimin Zhangchen, are both close to the top 8-star god of war. The Grand Guardian is definitely one of the top 8 star gods of war. He might even be on par with the former Second Alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, and the short-lived Vice Alliance leader of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Duan Ling Tian. I think so too. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know about the Northern Profound Alliance's change in attitude towards him. Today, he was awakened in the middle of cultivation. The alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, had sent him a message that forced him to come out of his seclusion. After all, if he didn't make a move today, the entire Northern Profound Alliance would be annihilated. At that time, he would be the only one left. He would have to find another faction to stay in. This was something he couldn't allow. Even if he didn't consider this, he could not just stand by and do nothing because of the promise he made to Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. For this reason, he made a move. After making a move, he returned to his cultivation. After all, his celestial origin energy was on the verge of transforming into divine energy. He had a feeling it wouldn't take long for his celestial origin energy to develop the divine energy's characteristics. At that time, he would become a 9-star god of war. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the 9 Serenities battlefield. As long as he was in the 9 Serenities battlefield, he would not be afraid of Ji Ying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, or the people from the Tidal Temple. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods is supposed to be absorbed by the gods to cultivate. I don't feel anything special after absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world, but my celestial origin energy is already showing signs of transforming. This is amazing. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, decided to strike while the iron was hot. He wanted to temper his celestial origin energy to the point where it would develop the divine energy's characteristics. This was the most crucial step before one could become a god. Only after this step could one be considered a demigod. Chapter 3572. The Second North District didn't have a strong presence among the many districts in the north. After all, it was only one of the many districts in the north. However, recently, the Second North District had become famous because of something that happened in the Second North District. One of the 3 superpowers, the Northern Shen Alliance, had destroyed the other 2 superpowers, the He Shan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance. Since then, the Northern Shen Alliance had become the most powerful force in the Second North District. Although there were many superpowers in the North District that were the most powerful in their respective districts. However, most of the superpowers in their respective districts were either stronger from the start or they had defeated their opponents. It was rare to see a superpower like the Northern Shen Alliance that had defeated 2 superpowers who were on par with them. Didn't the Northern Shen Alliance only have 2 8-star gods of war? I know that the He Shan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance each have 2 8-star gods of war. How could they not destroy the Northern Shen Alliance when they worked together? Moreover, they were destroyed by the Northern Shen Alliance? When the news of the Second North District spread to the other districts in the north, many people felt that it was unbelievable. However, as time passed, more and more accurate news spread from the Second North District. Only then did they realize that this seemingly impossible matter was indeed true. The Northern Shen Alliance destroyed the He Shan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance not long ago. The Northern Shen Alliance's Grand Guardian killed the alliance leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance and the alliance leader of the He Shan Alliance. Even the 2 vice alliance leaders of the He Shan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance were killed by him while they were running away. When the news spread, the entire North District was shocked. The alliance leaders of the He Shan Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance were famous in the North District. They were very close to becoming 8-star gods of war. Even such people were killed in seconds? Even a top 8-star god of war wouldn't be able to do this. Could the Northern Shen Alliance's Grand Guardian be a 9-star god of war? If he's a 9-star god of war, then everything can be explained. I heard that the Northern Shen Alliance's Grand Guardian isn't a 9-star god of war. Moreover, why would a 9-star god of war stay in the North District? Even in the Central Region, a 9-star god of war is a top figure. When they found out that the Grand Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was only an 8-star war god, many people were shocked. So far, among the 8-star gods of war that have appeared in the 9 Serenities battlefield, other than the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, I'm afraid that only the former number 19 star god of war and the current number 19 star god of war have this kind of ability. That's right. This supreme guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance is comparable to the former second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, and the short-lived vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Duan Ling Tian. Do you know the name of the supreme protector of the Northern Profound Alliance? I heard that his name is Li Feng. Just like this, the name Li Feng rose to fame in the northern part of the Ninth Serenity battlefield like a comet. Practically all the people in the northern part of the Ninth Serenity battlefield knew this name as long as they weren't in closed-door cultivation all the time. In fact, after the name Li Feng was promoted in the north, it was no surprise that the people in the other parts of the Nine Serenities battlefield had more or less heard about the existence of such a person in the north. This included the Brahma Alliance as well. Naturally, by the time the news reached the Brahma Alliance, more than half a year had passed since Li Feng, the supreme guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, killed the 4 8-star war gods in one strike. During this time, the atmosphere in the Brahma Alliance was tense. This was because everyone in the Brahma Alliance had been busy searching for the whereabouts of the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Ling Tian. Anyone who could find any useful clues would be rewarded generously by the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven. More than half a year ago, the Tidal Temple had sent a Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance. Then, the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was sent by the Tidal Temple. The Supreme Guardian of the Tidal Temple was the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. He was of the same generation as Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Moreover, he was Wu Hongqing's junior brother. The two of them had known each other since they were young and had grown up together in the Tidal Temple. However, Wu Hongqing's talent had become even more outstanding, and he was now a god king. On the other hand, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was stuck at the demigod realm. He was unable to take the final step to become a god. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was called Yu Chaochuan. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary face. He looked harmless, but he was a powerful 9-star war god. Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, had asked Yu Chaochuan to help Mi Xian because of their close relationship and Mi Xian's special identity. After all, Mi Xian looked exactly like the former young Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao. Lord Mi Xian. Although Yu Chaochuan and Mi Xian lived very close to each other in Brahma Alliance, this was the second time Yu Chaochuan had come to find Mi Xian. The first time he had come to find Mi Xian was when he had just arrived. Before he came in, he had learned from his good friend Wu Hongqing that Mi Xian was a god king. Although the person in front of him still looked like the former young Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao, he was no longer Tang Sanpao. He was Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the dead spirit race. Most importantly, he was a god king. This was a god king expert. Although Yu Chaochuan was a 9-star war god, he was nothing in front of a god king. That was why he had maintained a humble attitude when he saw Mi Xian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It might not be easy for Mi Xian to kill him in the 9 Serenities battlefield, but what about outside? He couldn't stay in the 9 Serenities battlefield forever. Outside the 9 Serenities battlefield, an expert like Mi Xian could turn him to dust with a snap of his fingers. Is there something you need? Mi Xian glanced at Yu Chaochuan indifferently. He put on a very haughty attitude. A mere 9-star war god was like an ant in his eyes. There was no need for him to be polite. Lord Mi Xian, a grand enforcer named Li Feng, has appeared in the Northern Profound Alliance of the 2nd Northern District. Although he's only an 8-star war god, he has the strength to instantly kill someone close to a peak 8-star war god. Yu Chaochuan said bluntly. So what? Mi Xian asked again. His tone was slightly impatient. Even a 9-star war god was nothing in his eyes, let alone an 8-star war god who was weaker than a 9-star war god. He's Mi Xian's man. Yu Chaochuan wasn't annoyed by Mi Xian's impatience. He continued patiently. Li Feng wears a black robe, a black cloak, and a bamboo hat. Ordinary people can't see his true appearance. It seems like he's intentionally hiding his appearance and identity. In addition, he's skilled in the laws of space. When Yu Chaochuan said those words, Mi Xian hadn't reacted yet. When he heard Yu Chaochuan's last sentence, His originally unconcerned expression instantly tensed up and his pupils contracted. You mean, this Li Feng might be Duan Ling Tian? Mi Xian wasn't stupid. On the contrary, as the former patriarch of the dead spirit race, he was smarter than most people. Precisely. Yu Chaochuan nodded. Does that Jiying know about this? Mi Xian asked. He does. Yu Chaochuan nodded again. Alliance Lord Jiying was the one who told me about this and told me to tell Lord Mi Xian. Ever since Jiying had been defeated by Mi Xian, he hadn't sought him out. Even now, half a year later, he hadn't personally come to find Mi Xian, even though he'd learned of some suspicious clues. It was clear that he wasn't very willing to see Mi Xian. Humph. He sure is arrogant. I can't believe he didn't come to tell me about this himself. Mi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He snorted and left with a whoosh, vanishing from Yu Chaochuan's sight in the blink of an eye. However, the direction Mi Xian was heading in surprised Yu Chaochuan. That doesn't seem to be the direction of the north? The Brahma Alliance was located in the center of the Nine Serenities battlefield, so the north was naturally to the north of the Brahma Alliance. However, Mi Xian was heading in the southeast direction. Yu Chaochuan was momentarily stunned. Only then did Yu Chaochuan remember that he'd come from that direction as well. That was where the Alliance Lord of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying, cultivated. This Lord Mi Xian isn't going to cause trouble for Jiying, is he? Yu Chaochuan's heart shook. He didn't dare hesitate and immediately followed Mi Xian. When he arrived, he saw Mi Xian's figure drifting away again, heading north in the direction of the northern region. On the other side, the Alliance Lord of the Brahma Alliance, Jiying, was standing where he was. He had one hand on his shoulder that was completely sunken in. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Alliance Lord Jiying Yu Chaochuan was slightly taken aback. Was this Lord Mi Xian's doing? Was it because Jiying hadn't personally told him that the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme guardian, Li Feng, might be the Duan Ling Tian in the 2nd North District? Humph. Jiying snorted coldly as he glanced at Yu Chaochuan coldly. The people from the Title Temple are really short-tempered. Last time, Mi Xian injured me. I was the one who provoked him, so I'll admit it. This time, he came to my door and injured me for no reason. I won't let this matter rest. I'll tell my master about this and have him demand an explanation from the Title Temple. Jiying's expression turned even paler as he spoke. Jiying originally thought that Yu Chaochuan would apologize to him on Mi Xian's behalf and beg him not to make a big deal out of this. However, he didn't expect Yu Chaochuan to nod. Alliance leader Jiying, I support you on this matter. You're on the side of reason and not family. Look for the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven? Would that work? Yu Chaochuan sneered inwardly. Chapter 3573. Whenever Yu Chaochuan thought about what Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Title Temple, had told him before he came to the Nine Serenities battlefield, he couldn't help but think that he had to be extremely careful when facing Lord Mi Xian. What a joke! Lord Mi Xian was a bona fide mid-level god king. Even if he temporarily occupied Tang Sanpeo's body, his celestial core power only had the basic characteristics of divine power and had not completely transformed into divine power. He only had the physical attack of a 9-star god of war. However, once he left the Nine Serenities battlefield, his soul attack would be at the level of a divine king. Moreover, it was the kind of soul attack that a middle divine king who specialized in soul attacks used. Even an ordinary lower divine king would find it hard to block it. Although the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan celestial sect had ascended to godhood, he might not even be a god king. Would he dare to provoke Mi Xian? What a joke! For this reason, Yu Chaochuan only took Jiying's threat as a joke. Right now, Jiying only thought that Yu Chaochuan was deliberately being sarcastic. She was so angry that her expression changed slightly. I will immediately send someone out of the Nine Serenities battlefield to report this matter to my master. Do as you wish. Yu Chaochuan shrugged and turned to leave. He couldn't help but roll his eyes as he turned around. Did this Jiying really think that she and her master were important? In front of Lord Mi Xian, even his master would have to bow. I hope Lord Mi Xian will be able to gain something from his trip to the Northern Profound Alliance in the 2nd Northern District. If the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance is really Duanling Tian, I'll be able to leave the 9 Serenities battlefield and report back to my sect. The 9th Serenity battlefield was considered a decent training ground for 9 star gods of war. Many 9 star gods of war had also reached the threshold of becoming gods in this place. However, this was only true for ordinary 9 star gods of war. Yu Chaochuan was no ordinary 9 star god of war. He didn't even remember how long he had stayed in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Because he had stayed here for so long, he couldn't help but want to leave as soon as possible. Now to Yu Chaochuan, the 9 Serenities battlefield was not a path to godhood, but an obstacle to godhood. If it was not for his old friend, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, looking for him, he would not have entered the 9 Serenities battlefield. After Yu Chaochuan left, Ji Ying's expression naturally became even uglier. Leave the 9 Serenities battlefield and inform my master about this. Tell him to seek an explanation from the Tidal Temple's hall master. Actually, in the beginning, Ji Ying indeed wanted to scare Yu Chaochuan, but Yu Chaochuan's attitude made him even angrier, to the extent that he really sent a message to leave the 9 Serenities battlefield and inform Ji Fantian and Heavenly Emperor Ji Yu of this matter. Although Ji Ying and his master were separated by the 9 Serenities battlefield and the Devata realm, they still had a special connection. It was also because of this that he found out about Wu Long's death not long after. Although he had Wu Long's soul orb in his storage ring, it would still take some time to discover it. Mi Xian? It did not take long for Ji Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian, to receive news from the 9 Serenities battlefield. Initially, he thought his first true disciple, who was also his adopted son, had brought him good news about the Duanling Tian. Ji Yu knew very well what kind of person his disciple was. He was capable of handling most matters on his own. Since Ji Yu had informed him of this matter, it was clear Ji Yu was very important to him. Ying-er is on the verge of becoming a god. If I don't let this matter rest, his path to becoming a god will be obstructed. Ji Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian, left the Ji Fantian's Heaven and Earth mansion. He went to the Tidal Temple's branch in the Ji Fantian and was teleported to the Tidal Temple's main hall. With Ji Yu's status, he could go to the independent realm where the main hall of the Tidal Temple was located to meet Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. Hall Master Wu, you must give me an explanation for this matter. Ji Yu suppressed his anger and told Wu Hongqing everything that had happened. That Mi Xian from the Tidal Temple is too presumptuous. He hit my disciple just because he wanted to. Is he not putting me Ji Yu in his eyes? Ji Yu suppressed his anger in front of Wu Hongqing because although he had become a god a long time ago, he was only a higher god and had yet to break through to the God King stage. Wu Hongqing, on the other hand, was already a lesser god king. If they fought, Ji Yu would not be a match for Wu Hongqing. Naturally, Wu Hongqing did not dare to kill Ji Yu since Ji Yu had connections in the realms of gods. Even as the hall master of the Tidal Temple, he had to be wary of Ji Yu. Ji Yu, we're old friends. Wu Hongqing smiled faintly in the face of Ji Yu's accusation. Since we're old friends, I'll send Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven after he comes out. The Tidal Temple won't interfere no matter what you do to him. What do you think? Ji Yu had thought about many things on his way here. He was certain a 9-star god of war like Mi Xian had a high status in the eyes of Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple. Even if he came here to seek justice, he would most likely return empty-handed. The only reason he came here was to seek justice for his disciple, Ji Ying. However, he did not expect Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, would not only not protect Mi Xian, but he would even send Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven. Hall Master Wu, what do you mean by that? Ji Yu frowned. He had lived for many years, naturally, he could tell something was amiss. However, he could not figure out why Wu Hongqing would do this. Nothing. Wu Hongqing shook his head. Ji Yu, aren't you looking for trouble with Mi Xian? After he comes out of the 9 Serenities battlefield, I'll send him to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven for you to deal with. What? Do I have to teach you how to deal with him? As Wu Hongqing spoke, he who had stopped shaking his head, continued shaking his head. Humph. Ji Yu snorted coldly. Hall Master Wu, although I don't know what you're trying to do. If you're trying to scare me by retreating in order to advance, I'm afraid your efforts are destined to be in vain. Since the Tidal Temple dares to send Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian Heaven, I'll teach him a lesson on your behalf. I only hope the Tidal Temple won't go back on its word. Otherwise, I'll personally take him away. As soon as Ji Yu finished speaking, he turned around and left before Wu Hongqing could say anything. Wu Hongqing was left behind with a stunned expression on his face. I'm trying to advance by retreating? Wu Hongqing felt as though he had been wronged. However, when he thought of what Ji Yu said before he left, Wu Hongqing's eyes subconsciously narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Ji Yu, this time you're too smart for your own good. Even I don't dare to provoke Mi Xian. You're a greater deity. Your courage is commendable. After Ji Yu returned to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian Heaven, he sent a message to his true disciple and adopted son, Ji Ying. I've helped you with the matter you asked me to do. I've made a trip to the Tidal Temple, and the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple has personally agreed to let Mi Xian come to our Ji Fantian and beg for forgiveness after he leaves the Nine Serenities battlefield. He's also at my mercy. At that time, you can leave the Nine Serenities battlefield and join in the fun. Let's see how the arrogant Mi Xian cowers in front of your master. These were Ji Yu's exact words. Ji Ying's eyes lit up when he heard Ji Yu's words. At the same time he felt relieved. Mi Xian, when you come to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian Heaven to beg for forgiveness, I'll leave the Nine Serenities battlefield for you and return to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian Heaven to see how embarrassed you are. I hope you'll still be as arrogant as you were when you attacked me. As she muttered to herself, a cold glint flashed across Ji Ying's eyes. It was as if she was about to devour someone. Naturally, Mi Xian was unaware that Ji Ying had sent someone to inform Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian Heaven of the Ji Fantian Heaven. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. The heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian Heaven? What was that? Mi Xian was currently making his way to the north from the central region. Soon, he arrived at the second North District. Do you know where the Northern Profound Alliance is? If you don't, you can die now. When Mi Xian saw a figure, he stepped forward and grabbed him, his face expressionless. As for the person who was grabbed by him, he felt the terrifying power coming from his hand and thought of the threatening words he said. Immediately, his expression changed greatly, and he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. "Milord, I know, I can lead the way for Milord." The Northern Profound Alliance was currently a powerful force in the Second North District. It was second to none in the Second North District. For such a force, anyone who had stayed in the Second North District for a period of time would know where it was based. Even if they had not been there, they would have heard of it. "Let's go." Mi Xian loosened his grip on the man, who quickly led the way to the Northern Dark Alliance's base. "Milord, the Northern Dark Alliance's base is within this glacier. It said that it's completely hollowed out. May I go now?" As he spoke, he looked at Mi Xian apprehensively. Scram. Mi Xian waved his hand impatiently. With a flash, he appeared in front of the Northern Profound Alliance's mountain gate. As for the person leading the way, he heaved a sigh of relief and left as if he was fleeing. Mi Xian was stopped at the entrance of the Northern Dark Alliance's encampment. "Who are you? What business do you have with the Northern Profound Alliance?" A Northern Profound Alliance disciple guarding the entrance asked in a low voice as he watched Mi Xian approach. Chapter 3574. Swoosh, swoosh. Mi Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light as soon as the Northern Profound Alliance's disciple finished speaking. Then, a short-lived beam of light shot out from his eyes and entered the disciple's glabella in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, the disciple of the North Shen Alliance, who was brimming with energy a moment ago, fell to the ground with a heavy thud, sending ice shards flying everywhere. The remaining disciples of the North Shen Alliance were shocked by what they saw. Even the North Profound Alliance's elder, who had been sitting idly by the side and hadn't looked at Mi Xian, couldn't help but look at him in shock. Such a swift and fierce soul attack was truly shocking. Even the elder of the North Shen Alliance was unable to react in time to save the disciple of the North Shen Alliance. Who are you? Why have you come to the Northern Profound Alliance and killed our disciples? The elder of the North Shen Alliance stepped forward and sent a message to his superior, one of the guardians of the North Shen Alliance, to inform him of what had happened. I'll be right there. The person who received the message was Qi Zhongyu, the sixth guardian of the North Shen Alliance. He was a handsome young man in a green robe and was playing chess with a middle-aged man. Qi Zhongyu's expression changed and the middle-aged man who was sitting opposite him was shocked. Sixth guardian, what's wrong with you? Fourth guardian, someone killed our disciples at the southern gate of the North Shen Alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Zhongyu left like a gust of wind. What? The middle-aged man stood up immediately and his expression changed. Who is it? How dare he kill our disciples at the southern gate of the North Shen Alliance? In the next moment, the middle-aged man's face was filled with anger. He soared into the air and followed closely behind Qi Zhongyu. After a while, the two of them appeared at the southern gate of the North Shen Alliance. Fourth Guardian. Sixth Guardian. The elder of the North Shen Alliance and the disciples of the North Shen Alliance bowed respectfully when they saw the two of them. At the same time, their eyes were filled with excitement. The guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance were all 7-star gods of war. Fourth Protector. Sixth Protector. He's the one who killed the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance. The elder of the North Profound Alliance said with a mournful expression. At this moment, Qi Zhongyu and the other two who had just rushed out saw the Northern Profound Alliance's disciple lying on the ground. He didn't have any injuries on his body, but his eyes were not only dull, but there was also a hint of black light in them. This was usually the sign of a person who had been killed by a soul attack. This person specializes in soul attacks? In the next moment, Qi Zhongyu and Zhang Xian turned their gazes to the young man standing not too far away. Very good, 2 more people have come. Seeing 2 more people appear, Mi Xian grinned and said, You guys, do any of you know where that Grand Enforcer of the Northern Profound Alliance is? Who are you? Why did you kill the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance? Qi Zhongyu looked at Mi Xian with a gloomy face and asked coldly, ignoring Mi Xian's question. How dare you kill a disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance? Don't even think about leaving today. The middle-aged man who came out with Qi Zhongyu, the fourth protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, Qiu Fu, stared at Mi Xian with a murderous look. Humph. Mi Xian responded with a cold snort and a slap. Bang. Mi Xian's slap caused a violent energy to explode in the air. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Qiu Fu and landed on his body before he could react. In the next moment, Qiu Fu's entire body turned into a bloody mist. The bloody mist swept across the sky and slapped Qi Zhongyu's face, the elder of the Northern Profound Alliance, and the other disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance. They felt cold and stiff, and a chill rose from the soles of their feet to their heads. At this moment, they felt as though they had lost control of their bodies. All they could hear was the sound of their hearts beating faster and faster. Heavens! The fourth protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, a top 7-star god of war, was killed by this person with a slap? In the entire Northern Profound Alliance, only the Alliance leader, the Vice Alliance leader, and the mysterious Supreme Guardian had the ability to do so. Does anyone know where the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance is? Mi Xian asked again. His originally calm gaze turned sharp, as though he was about to devour someone. I know. Under Mi Xian's sharp gaze, one of the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance felt as though he was about to suffocate. Under the immense pressure on his mind and body, he couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly spoke. The moment he spoke, the expressions of the 6 protectors and the elders of the Northern Profound Alliance changed. This guy is going to betray the Supreme Protector? Is he courting death? Very well. Mi Xian nodded in satisfaction as soon as the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance finished speaking. Then, he raised his hand and his palm shook a few times in the air. In the next moment, bang, 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 bang. Along with the deafening sound, blood splattered everywhere. Other than the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who said that he knew where the Supreme Protector was, the rest, including the 6th protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, were all dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was lucky enough to survive was completely dumbfounded. When he regained his senses, his legs gave way and he collapsed on the ground, leaving behind a pool of blood. Lead the way. Mi Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance in disdain. Yes. Yes, my lord. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance was still trembling in fear when he heard Mi Xian's order. He stood up like a frightened bird, afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of the fourth protector and the sixth protector if he didn't listen to Mi Xian's order. This person is here to cause trouble for the Supreme Protector. He knows how powerful the Supreme Protector is, but he still came to find the Supreme Protector. Is he a 9-star god of war? The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was leading the way was shocked when he thought of this. He believed that at this moment, not just the 2nd North District, but the entire northern part of the 9th Serenity Battlefield, or even more than half of the 9th Serenity Battlefield, knew how powerful the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was. Under such circumstances, the person who dared to find trouble with the Supreme Protector was either a brainless fool or a fearless person. This person didn't seem to be the former, but the latter. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance led Mi Xian all the way into the Northern Profound Alliance's base. Along the way, there were people who wanted to stop them. However, when they heard the voice transmission from the Northern Profound Alliance's disciple, they stopped in their tracks and watched them leave. Some of them even went to inform the Alliance leader and Vice-Alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was leading the way told everyone the same thing. The person behind me just killed the 4th Protector and the 6th Protector. He's here to cause trouble for the Supreme Protector. He's suspected to be a 9-star god of war. After hearing this short sentence, no one dared to step forward. You're kind. You even know how to warn them. Mi Xian sneered as he followed behind the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance. Although the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance had been transmitting his voice, Mi Xian was not blind. Naturally, he could see that many people wanted to step forward. However, after a while, they looked at him suspiciously and didn't dare to step forward. No one would believe that the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was leading the way didn't send a warning to those people. My lord. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance smiled bitterly. There's no need to involve small fries like us in a fight between big shots like you. It's not easy for us to reach our current cultivation base. Don't worry. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't touch them. Mi Xian said calmly. As long as the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance isn't the person I'm looking for, I won't make things difficult for him. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance thanked Mi Xian profusely. Although Duan Ling Tian was the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, not many people dared to approach the place where he cultivated. However, there were still many people who knew where he cultivated. In the Northern Profound Alliance, as long as they weren't particularly uninformed, almost everyone knew where Duan Ling Tian cultivated. Of course, they didn't know that the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was Duan Ling Tian. They only thought that the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was Li Feng, one of the strongest 8-star gods of war. My lord, it's right in front. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance led Mi Xian to the place where Duan Ling Tian cultivated and pointed at the building in front of them. Scram. Mi Xian glanced at the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance hurriedly fled. Mi Xian's consciousness swept out in an instant, enveloping the surrounding area. In order to prevent his target from escaping, he didn't even spare the underground. Since Mi Xian had only caused a commotion outside the mountain gate and not within the Northern Profound Alliance's base, Duan Ling Tian didn't notice Mi Xian's arrival even though he wasn't concentrating on his cultivation. He only reacted when Mi Xian's divine sense enveloped the area. Who's there? The sudden surge of divine sense gave Duan Ling Tian a sense of déjà vu, but he couldn't recall where he had sensed this divine sense before. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. This was because the other party's divine sense had also enveloped him. It was as though he had nowhere to hide. At the same time, an indifferent voice came from outside. Should I call you Li Feng or Duan Ling Tian? When Duan Ling Tian heard the voice, he felt that it was even more familiar. After thinking for a while, he recalled someone. Tang Sanpao. When Duan Ling Tian walked out of his cultivation place and stepped into the air, he was greeted by a familiar voice. It's him. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian recognized the person hovering in the air. It was none other than Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple, whom he had met during the Battle of Geniuses in the Devata realms. Chapter 3575. During the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms, although Tang Sanpao did not intentionally get close to Duan Ling Tian, from the moment his identity was exposed, it was destined that he and Duan Ling Tian would never cross paths. Since then, Duan Ling Tian had never seen Tang Sanpao again. However, from the moment the palace master of the Tidal Temple joined forces with the Dead Spirit clan to possess him, Duan Ling Tian knew he was destined to be enemies with the Tidal Temple. As the young master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao was destined to be his enemy as well. However, Duan Ling Tian did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to see Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect to see Tang Sanpao in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered to conceal his identity since he knew Tang Sanpao had discovered his identity with his divine consciousness. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's attitude, it was obvious he did not come with good intentions. Perhaps as soon as Duan Ling Tian recognized him, the other members of the Tidal Temple in the Nine Serenities battlefield must have received a message and learned of Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. Tang Sanpao? Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Sanpao calmly and said indifferently, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for coming here alone? It can be said that the Tidal Temple and I will fight to the death." As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, an icy cold light flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Tang Sanpao? Tang Sanpao was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he shook his head and said, "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to know the original owner of this body that I've possessed. Tang Sanpao has long been reduced to ashes." Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind. He recalled the divine consciousness that gave him a sense of familiarity when it probed him earlier. In the next moment, a figure appeared in his mind at the right time. "Why, you're Mi Xian?" Duan Ling Tian recalled Mi Xian, a god king from the Dead Spirit clan. His divine consciousness was similar to the divine consciousness that had probed him earlier. The only difference was that it was not as vast and powerful as the divine consciousness that probed him in the past. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, understood this. After all, the Abyss Serenity battlefield forbade the bodies and souls of gods from entering. I didn't expect Tang Sanpao's body to be possessed by Mi Xian. Duan Ling Tian did not expect this at all. "You're smart," Mi Xian said indifferently as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. "Mi Xian, I'm not surprised that you entered the Nine Serenities battlefield using Tang Sanpao's body. However, your soul shouldn't be strong enough for you to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield, right?" Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by this. Naturally, through Mi Xian's divine consciousness that was comparable to a 10-direction celestial emperor, Duan Ling Tian could not be certain. "Humph!" Mi Xian snorted coldly. "The Dead Spirit clan is a living being in the form of souls. We're skilled in soul attacks. It's easy for us to seal souls." Mi Xian's words confirmed Duan Ling Tian's suspicion. As expected, Mi Xian had used a secret technique to suppress his soul to the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor. That was why he was not rejected by the Nine Serenities battlefield. In the history of the Nine Serenities battlefield, there was no lack of such people. However, even if such people entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, they would not be able to break the seal. Once the seal was broken, their souls would be suppressed by the Nine Serenities battlefield and would be reduced to ashes. The Nine Serenities battlefield was formed when the realms of the gods collided. Its power was beyond imagination. Even deities would not be able to withstand its power, let alone ordinary celestials. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as several figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield where Duan Ling Tian and Mi Xian were facing off. They stared at them from afar. The two people in the lead were none other than Luo Yiming and Luo Feng, the deputy leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, they were surprised. Although Duan Ling Tian was dressed in a black robe and had a black bamboo hat on his back, he had removed the bamboo hat from his head, revealing his true appearance. "Supreme Guardian is so young," Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. "I didn't expect that." Luo Yiming nodded. The others also looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. Was this the true appearance of the Northern Profound Alliance's Supreme Guardian? This is the person who killed two of our great guardians and came looking for trouble with the Supreme Guardian? Luo Yiming and Luo Feng shifted their gazes from Duan Ling Tian to Mi Xian. They were both furious and fearful. They knew this person was not someone to be trifled with. How could someone who dared to provoke the Supreme Elder of the Northern Profound Alliance be an ordinary person? Duan Ling Tian, I have to admit that your performance in the Nine Serenities battlefield is shocking. Currently, no one among the 9 star gods of war is a match for you in the Nine Serenities battlefield. You must be very proud of this, right? Mi Xian said unhurriedly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly. Based on his attitude, it was clear he did not intend to make a move on Duan Ling Tian. To him, Duan Ling Tian was already a sitting duck. Duan Ling Tian? However, when the group of people from the Northern Profound Alliance heard how Mi Xian addressed Duan Ling Tian, from the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, to the vice leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Feng, and the ordinary disciples, they were stunned. Wasn't the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance Li Feng? How did he become Duan Ling Tian? What was going on? Duan Ling Tian. Isn't he the one who killed the second alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, in the 9 Eastern region? He's not only the vice-alliance leader of the disbanded Brahma Alliance, but he's also the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. Supreme Guardian is Duan Ling Tian? Could it be that Li Feng is just his alias? It's said that Duan Ling Tian is skilled in the law of space. Our Supreme Guardian is also skilled in the law of space. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance was shocked when they learned that their Supreme Guardian, Li Feng, was the same person as the famous Duan Ling Tian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No wonder the Supreme Guardian is so strong. Many people say he's as strong as Wu Long and Duan Ling Tian. It turns out that he's the Duan Ling Tian. I really didn't expect our Supreme Guardian to be the same person as the Duan Ling Tian. Even Luo Yiming and Luo Feng felt as though they were in a dream as the elders and protectors of the Northern Profound Alliance discussed the matter fervently. Mi Xian, you don't have the strength of a god king here. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you if you show up in front of me? Duan Ling Tian remained calm in the face of Mi Xian's mockery. You should know that you can't break the soul seal in the 9 Serenities battlefield. God king. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, most of the people from the Northern Profound Alliance were stunned. They did not know what the two words meant. On the other hand, Luo Yiming and Luo Feng's expressions changed drastically. When they looked at Mi Xian's back again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. This person is a god king? In the Devata realms, even a lesser god was considered an extraordinary figure. Not to mention the godly king powerhouses who were superior to lesser deities, intermediate deities, and higher deities. The person in front of them was a god king? Based on what the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance had said, the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance had entered the Netherworld battlefield by sealing himself. Thus, he was unable to display his full strength in the Netherworld battlefield. Once he displayed strength surpassing that of an immortal, he would be suppressed by the Netherworld battlefield. Their clans were also heaven-grade forces. In the ancient records of their clans, it was recorded that a god sealed his cultivation base and soul to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield to kill others. However, he was killed by the 9 Serenities battlefield because he unleashed his strength. Instead of killing his enemy, he was killed by the 9 Serenities battlefield. This incident made them realize that even a god could only unleash strength equivalent to a 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Even if he can only unleash strength equivalent to a 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, I'm afraid the Supreme Guardian is no match for him, right? Luo Feng muttered to himself as he stood next to Luo Yiming. Since we know this, I'm sure the Supreme Guardian knows this as well. However, based on his expression, It's obvious he's not afraid of Mi Xian. Luo Yiming studied Duan Ling Tian for a moment before he came to this conclusion. At the same time, Mi Xian scoffed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian, if I need the strength of a god king to kill someone like you who hasn't even become a 9-star god of war, then I would have lived my life in vain. Even if I can't unleash strength that exceeds my realm in the 9 Serenities battlefield, do you think I would come looking for you alone if I didn't even have the strength of a 9-star god of war? The disdain on Mi Xian's face deepened when he finished speaking. 9-star god of war. Although the people from the Northern Profound Alliance had long suspected that Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war, they were still shocked when they heard it from Mi Xian's mouth. At the same time their hearts sank. They were deeply surprised that their identity as the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance had been exposed. However, this did not mean that they no longer regarded him as the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance. If not for this Supreme Guardian, the Northern Profound Alliance would have been destroyed long ago when the other 2 major forces in the 2nd North District had joined forces to kill their way to the 9-star god of war. Naturally, they did not wish for anything to happen to this Supreme Guardian today. 9-star god of war? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. That's great. Ever since I became a 9-star god of war, I haven't fought with anyone. This time, I'll use you as a whetstone. Chapter 3576. I just hope you won't be so angry that you'll break the seal on your own. At that time, I won't even have to do anything. The 9 Serenities battlefield will kill you for me. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, everyone was instantly shocked. Even the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were shocked. The Supreme Guardian has become a 9-star god of war? Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, was shocked. If the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was really Duan Ling Tian, it meant he was not even 700 years old yet. A 9-star god of war who was not even 700 years old? What did this mean? This meant he could become a god before he turned 1,000 years old. In the realms of gods, there were many young geniuses who could become gods before they turned 1,000 years old. However, in the Devata realms, no one had ever done it before. Based on what he had heard, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had ascended from the mundane realm to the Devata realms. He had never heard of anyone who had become a 6-star god of war before they turned 1,000 years old, let alone becoming a god. A 9-star god of war. The members of the Northern Profound Alliance looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. They had been shocked by the identity of the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, but now, they were only shocked by the fact that the Supreme Guardian was a 9-star war god. The Supreme Guardian has become a 9-star god of war? Heavens! Previously, when the Supreme Guardian killed 4 8-star gods of war, I had a feeling he would soon become a 9-star god of war. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. It's a pity the Supreme Guardian will have to leave the Northern Profound Alliance after today. Now that his identity has been exposed, he won't be able to stay in the Northern Profound Alliance. Moreover, the Northern Profound Alliance might even be disbanded. Disbanded? That can't be, right? Why can't it be? Don't forget that the Heavenly Tao Alliance in the 9 East region was disbanded because he killed Wulong. That's because Wulong died in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's hands. That's why the Brahma Alliance decided to vent their anger on the Northern Profound Alliance. The Northern Profound Alliance didn't know the true identity of the Supreme Protector, so we didn't offend the Brahma Alliance. Do you think a force like the Brahma Alliance will reason with you? The members of the Northern Profound Alliance whispered among themselves as they felt a sense of danger. Some of them even felt that the North Dark Alliance was about to be disbanded. You've already become a 9-star war god? When he heard Duan Ling Tian say that he had already become a 9-star war god, even Mi Xian's expression turned grave. Although he tried to ease it, Duan Ling Tian saw it clearly. Duan Ling Tian, even if you've become a 9-star war god, you're still too naive if you want to use me, Mi Xian, as a stepping stone. Mi Xian sneered and said disdainfully, even if I can't use the profundities I've comprehended with this body, it's still easy for me to deal with you. As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, he made his move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The void trembled as cracks appeared in the void. 9-dimensional/profundities shot toward Duan Tian like shadows. Mi Xian had comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. In the past, he could only rely on his soul energy to activate the law of space. Now, he could activate the law of space with his demigod cultivation base. A demigod and a 9-star war god had the celestial origin energy of divine energy. When he activated the law of space, it felt as though the void would shatter. Bas, 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 bas. 9-dimensional/profundities shot toward Duan Tian at the same time. This 9-star war god is also skilled in the law of space? Many people from the Northern Profound Alliance were shocked by the scene before them. They knew that the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was proficient in the law of space. However, they didn't expect that the opponent of the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was also proficient in the law of space. Moreover, his opponent was a 9-star war god. Retreat! When the 9-dimensional/profundities shot out, a violent energy swept out and slammed into the void, causing it to tremble. Terrifying energy shot out in all directions, injuring some of the Northern Profound Alliance's disciples who were closer to them. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance panicked. Only the Alliance leader, Luo Yiming, and the Vice Alliance leader, Luo Feng, did not retreat. The law of space? Duan Tian smiled faintly in the face of Mi Xian's attack. Just as well. Let me see how strong the law of space is with my celestial origin energy that has the divine energy. As soon as he finished laughing, 9 spatial tears appeared above Duan Tian's head. Then, 9-dimensional/profundities shot out. 9-dimensional/profundities against another 9-dimensional/profundities. In the first clash, both of them did not use their fused profundities. It was just a duel of profundities. When the two collided in the void, it did not cause much of a commotion. Instead, it was as though their powers had cancelled each other out. This was one of the special characteristics of the law of space. When 2 equally matched spatial powers fought in the void, everything would return to deathly stillness. Tang Sanpeo's body has also cultivated to the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor. After the first clash, Duan Tian realized that Tang Sanpeo's body was a genuine 10-direction celestial emperor. Moreover, Mi Xian's celestial origin energy had also given birth to the characteristics of the divine energy, so it did not belong to him. Duan Tian, let's see how strong you are now. Mi Xian sneered after the first wave of attacks was destroyed. Then, in a flash, he appeared next to Duan Tian and struck with his palm. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying spatial storm wreaked havoc where Duan Tian was standing, causing the void to tremble as though it would crack open at any moment. Duan Tian's figure was completely shredded into pieces. To be more precise, it was an afterimage that was destroyed. Duan Tian had already teleported to the sky as soon as Mi Xian had used the teleportation profundity. As soon as Mi Xian struck with his palm, tens of thousands of sword rays condensed from space energy shot out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A rain of swords fell from the sky. The sword Dao formed from space energy flashed and disappeared in the void, reappearing above Mi Xian's head in the blink of an eye. Duan Tian had not only used space energy, but he had also used the space sword Dao. This time, it was clearly too late for Mi Xian to teleport. Space sword Dao? It's indeed extraordinary. Mi Xian's voice rang in the air. It seemed as though he was not surprised by Duan Tian's technique at all. In just a blink of an eye, he raised both of his hands above his head as violent space energy surged out of his palms. Several intents of the rules of space merged with one another and formed a barrier above him. It shrouded the sky and the sun, as if it were able to isolate the heavens and earth. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of spatial sword lights fell like a rain of swords, landing on the violent spatial force surging from Mi Xian's hands and colliding with it, producing deafening booms. The sword rays continued to fall as if there was no end to them. The space energy above Mi Xian's head gradually diminished after a while. It was clearly unable to withstand Duan Tian's attack. Damn it! Mi Xian's expression was slightly ugly. If not for the fact that this body has yet to completely merge with my soul and can't fully display my comprehension of the law of space, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be a match for me even if he used the space sword Dao. Right now, the power of the law of space I can display is only half of the power of the law of space my soul has comprehended. It's on par with Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space. He's using the space sword Dao to completely suppress me in terms of profundities. If I want to defeat him now, I can only rely on soul attacks. With a thought, a 7-foot-long spear suddenly appeared in Mi Xian's hands. With a shake of the spear, the thousands of sword rays blocking Duan Lingtian's attack were no longer so easily defeated by the space energy surging from his hands. The spear in Mi Xian's hands was pitch black and surrounded by strands of blood-red light. It gave off an evil feeling. Now that it was in Mi Xian's hands, it seemed to strengthen the power he displayed. He completely blocked Duan Lingtian's attack and was no longer as passive as before. A divine weapon? When Duan Lingtian saw the 7-foot-long spear in Mi Xian's hand, he recognized it as a divine weapon with just a glance. He wasn't surprised that Mi Xian had a spirit weapon. Do you think you're the only one with a divine weapon? A mocking smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's lips, and then with a thought, a sword flashing with rainbow light appeared around him. It was none other than the high-quality divine weapon in his hands, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. The moment the 7 Orifices exquisite sword appeared, the sword rain in the sky became even more powerful. Mi Xian's momentary advantage not only vanished, but he was also being routed even faster. Mi Xian's expression didn't change, as if he had expected all of this. The moment the sword rays intensified, Mi Xian teleported away with his spear, completely avoiding the sword rain. He appeared in the air not far from Duan Lingtian and coldly stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, it's time to end this. Mi Xian no longer had any thoughts of leaving Duan Lingtian alive. He was prepared to use the soul attack he was most skilled at, destroying Duan Lingtian's soul in one blow and killing Duan Lingtian. The current situation did not permit him to capture Duan Lingtian alive. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his expectations. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was this strong, no matter how conceited he wouldn't have come alone. Before coming, he had believed that Duan Lingtian was only a peak 8-star war god. Chapter 3577. Mi Xian was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had a Devata artifact. Based on Wu Hongqing's analysis, Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, must have obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, to become a god and a lesser god king in just a few hundred years. There was no doubt the fortuitous encounter contained a Devata artifact. After all, the fortuitous encounter had to have been left behind by a god king. Naturally, such a powerhouse would have left behind more than one Devata artifact. It was not surprising that Feng Qingyang had given one to his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Mi Xian was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had taken out a Devata artifact to suppress his defenses. However, he did not continue to defend himself. After all, he knew he would be the unlucky one if he continued to defend himself. Duan Lingtian's strength with the help of the Devata artifact had far surpassed his strength with the help of the Devata artifact. In fact, they were not even on the same level. There was no point in continuing to defend himself. For this reason, Mi Xian decided to use the soul attack he was best at to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. The only difference was that he would not be able to use his divine weapon to cast his soul attack. However, in his opinion, even if he could not use his divine weapon to cast his soul attack, he would still be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll kill you today. In the future, I'll make sure your master, Feng Qingyang, is buried with you. Mi Xian said indifferently. At the same time, a ray of flowing light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. It was a golden ray of light that was surrounded by a grayish energy, causing the space to shake wherever it passed. You've lived a good life since you're able to die under my soul attack. Although Mi Xian's soul was only at the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor, with his comprehension of the law of space, there were only a handful of demigods in heaven and earth who could withstand his attack even without the help of a divine artifact. As for those people, without exception, they were all people who had external forces to rely on. It was either a soul attack divine artifact or a soul defense divine artifact. Whoosh! The soul attack wrapped in spatial energy flew towards Duanling Tian as the Rain of Swords continued to chase after Mi Xian. Right now, Mi Xian wasn't even in the mood to defend against Duanling Tian's sword rain. In his opinion, as long as he killed Duanling Tian, the Rain of Swords would naturally disappear. Die! Right now, Mi Xian was looking at Duanling Tian like he was looking at a dead man. In all the Devata realms and the Nine Serenities battlefield, Duanling Tian did not think there was anyone who was not a god who could withstand his soul attack. He was certain Duanling Tian would die. Soul attack. Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow when he saw Mi Xian's soul attack. However, there was no hint of panic on his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. I've been waiting for a long time. A faint smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. In the next moment, a seven-colored light suddenly shone in his eyes. At the same time, the seven-colored light swords that had been revolving around him instantly merged into his body and reappeared. This time, they appeared within the seven-colored light swords that had been shot out from his eyes. Swoosh! Duanling Tian's seven-colored soul attack that had merged with the law of space and the space sword Dao shot toward Mi Xian's soul attack that was not far away. From afar, it looked like two comets colliding in the starry sky. Finally, the two attacks collided. In the next moment, there was no earth-shattering explosion. After all, it was only a soul attack, and there was still a big difference between it and a material attack. The two attacks converged, and after a moment of entanglement, a sword with seven-colored flowing light appeared, and the two soul forces disappeared without a trace. They exhausted each other. A high-grade divine artifact? Before the members of the Northern Profound Alliance could react, Mi Xian's voice rang out. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Just now, Duanling Tian had used this sword to suppress him with a physical attack. Then, he used this sword to unleash a soul attack that was evenly matched with his. Only a high-grade divine artifact or above could unleash a physical attack and a soul attack at the same time. In other words, Duanling Tian's sword was a high-grade divine artifact. After the initial shock, greed appeared in Mi Xian's eyes. If he could obtain such a high-grade divine artifact, his strength would rise by more than a level. In the next moment, Mi Xian seemed to think of something and his expression changed. No! Puchi! 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 After Mi Xian's soul attack failed, the Rain of Swords landed on his defenseless body. In the blink of an eye, Mi Xian's body was riddled with holes. Whoosh! As his body was riddled with holes, a soul leaped out. It was Mi Xian's soul. Mi Xian's soul trembled violently in the void. Duanling Tian, from now on, we will fight to the death. Mi Xian's tone was filled with extreme anger and unwillingness. He had spent a lot of effort to merge with Tang Sanpeo's body. He had even used the dead spirit race's ability to completely possess a physical body. Although he could possess another person's body in the future, he would not be able to accept everything about that person. He could only possess the other person's body. Fight to the death. You'll have to live until then. Duanling Tian sneered and said, Huang destroy him. Swoosh. Almost at the instant Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared outside the seven-colored light sword that was suspended in the air. The beautiful figure was a young woman who wore clothes that were intertwined with seven-colored lights, and she was especially eye-catching. The moment she appeared, the Northern Xian Alliance members' attention was drawn to her. Artifact Soul. Mi Xian's soul trembled when he saw the scene before him. It was clear that he was far more agitated than before. It was a prominent divine weapon with an artifact soul. Even in the realms of gods, a divine artifact of this grade would be considered a top-tier treasure. Yes, master. The woman Duanling Tian summoned was the Seven Orifices exquisite sword soul, Huang Er. After replying to Duanling Tian's order, Huang Er charged toward Mi Xian's soul with her sword in hand. A dazzling seven-colored sword ray streaked across the sky in an unstoppable manner. It was as though it could destroy and annihilate everything. Under the watchful eyes of the Northern Xian Alliance members, Mi Xian's soul trembled as though it would be destroyed in the next instant. Duanling Tian, you don't have the strength to kill me. At this critical moment, Mi Xian's soul clasped his hands together. Instantly, his body emitted waves of mist and dark green flames that burned on his body. In the next instant, as the dark green flames burned and the mist covered the surrounding area, there was a flash of blood and Mi Xian's soul completely disappeared. Swoosh! At this moment, Huang Er's sword missed Mi Xian. As expected of the former patriarch of the dead spirit clan, an intermediate god king, Mi Xian managed to escape from me, even though he sealed his soul at the level of a 10-direction celestial emperor. When Mi Xian's soul disappeared without a trace, Duan Lingtian knew he would not be able to kill Mi Xian today. Although Duan Lingtian had acted decisively, he was not confident he could kill Mi Xian. After all, Mi Xian was a god king. Even if Mi Xian's soul was sealed, it would not be easy to kill him. Although I don't know if you willingly allowed yourself to be possessed by Mi Xian, at least I've avenged you. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at Mi Xian's battered body. To be more precise, it was Tang Sanpao's body. Naturally, he was speaking to Tang Sanpao inwardly. Meanwhile, the members of the Northern Shen Alliance looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. A 9-star god of war. A 9-star god of war who had a high-grade divine artifact and a divine artifact that had given birth to an artifact soul. A 9-star god of war who had nearly killed another 9-star god of war and caused his soul to escape from his body. How could such a person be the supreme guardian of the Northern Shen Alliance? Alliance leader Luo. After Mi Xian escaped, Duan Lingtian put away the 7 orifices exquisite sword and looked at Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Shen Alliance. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Now, it's time for me to leave. There's no need for the Northern Shen Alliance to disband like the Heavenly Dao Alliance. After all, you didn't know my identity in the past. Moreover, the Brahma Alliance won't have a chance to vent their anger on you. After saying this, Duan Lingtian turned around and left without waiting for Luo Yiming's reply. He teleported and disappeared from the sight of the North Dark Alliance's members. He left. Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Shen Alliance, was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's sudden departure. However, the others couldn't help but feel disappointed. I thought the Supreme Guardian would lead the Northern Shen Alliance to the Central Region. I didn't expect him to leave. You're too naive. So what if the Supreme Guardian helps the Northern Shen Alliance to secure a place in the Central Region? It's easy to secure a place, but it's difficult to protect it. With the Supreme Guardian's talent, it won't take long for him to become a true god. At that time, he'll have no choice but to leave the 9 Serenities battlefield. At that time, the powers that didn't make a move on the Northern Shen Alliance because they were afraid of the Supreme Guardian will continue to watch the Northern Shen Alliance grow. Judging from the Supreme Guardian's words, he's not going to cause trouble for the Brahma Alliance, right? That's possible. Ever since the death of the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, the Brahma Alliance has been chasing the Supreme Guardian all over the 9 Serenities battlefield. Even if the Supreme Guardian shows himself now, the Brahma Alliance won't be able to do anything to him. Chapter 3578. Previously, when Wu Long, the second guardian of the Brahma Alliance, came to challenge him, Duan Lingtian did not think the Brahma Alliance was involved. After all, it was a personal challenge. In fact, even when Wu Long had challenged him, he hadn't thought of killing him. It was only when Wu Long tried to kill him that he decided to kill Wu Long. He knew that killing Wu Long would offend the Brahma Alliance and the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Ji Heavenly Palace. However, he still did it to clear his mind. If he showed mercy to Wu Long because he was afraid of the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heavenly Clan, no matter how hard he tried to comfort himself, it would leave a trace of resentment in his heart. And just this trace of indignation was enough to make it difficult for him to continue on the path of cultivation. If I hadn't killed Wu Long back then, I wouldn't have been able to enter the demigod realm. Even now, Duan Lingtian didn't regret killing Wu Long. If he hadn't killed Wu Long, his path of cultivation wouldn't have been so smooth. He wouldn't have been able to break through to the demigod realm and become a 9-star war god. The Brahma Alliance. While he was in seclusion, he wasn't completely dead. Occasionally, he would come out of seclusion, and it wasn't hard for him to overhear some members of the North Profound Alliance talking about how the Brahma Alliance was searching for him. The Brahma Alliance had even set up a bounty for him. Anyone who could provide him with clues would be rewarded handsomely. Those who killed him could bring his corpse to the Brahma Alliance and claim the bounty as well. I'll deliver the bounty myself. I hope the Brahma Alliance won't disappoint me. After leaving the Northern Profound Alliance, Duan Ling Tian headed south. He was originally in the north, and the central region was to the south. After crossing the central region, he would reach the south. However, his current target wasn't the south, but the central region. To be more precise, the Brahma Alliance was his target. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Ling Tian flickered as he teleported. Every time he teleported, he would cross a great distance and arrive at the central region of the Nine Serenities battlefield. Sir, do you know where the Brahma Alliance is? After entering the central district, Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared in front of a middle-aged man. He asked with a smile on his face. However, the middle-aged man was a little annoyed that Duan Ling Tian had blocked his way. I don't know. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian didn't ask the middle-aged man any more questions. With a teleport, he disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight and reaction range. The middle-aged man was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He's so strong? Even if it was the Space Law's teleportation profundity, only those who were far stronger than him could come and go without a trace. It was precisely because of this that he realized how terrifying Chen Shi was at this moment, and he felt a wave of lingering fear and relief in his heart. At this time, Duan Ling Tian asked a few more people for directions, but without exception, he was rejected. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized how rash he was to block their path. Therefore, after finding his next target, he didn't stop him. Instead, he flew side by side with him. Sir, do you know where the Brahma Alliance's base is? Now, Duan Ling Tian's target was also a young man. The young man had a medium build and an ordinary face, but his eyes were extremely sharp and his chiseled face showed some determination. The moment Duan Ling Tian spoke, his expression changed with a whoosh. In his opinion, since this purple-clothed young man was able to approach him so silently, it would be extremely easy for him to kill him. Don't be nervous. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he looked at the young man who hurriedly distanced himself from him. If I wanted to harm you, do you think you'd still be alive? Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the young man's expression eased. The Brahma Alliance's base is in the Chunibyu district. Chunibyu district? Duan Ling Tian was startled. Then which district are we in right now? Chunibyu district. The young man looked at Duan Ling Tian in puzzlement. This purple-clad young man with frightening strength didn't know which district he was in right now? How do I get to the Chunibyu district? Duan Ling Tian asked the young man again. Hearing this, the young man pointed to the southeast. If you go in this direction and cross the Chunibyu district, you'll reach the Chunibyu district. The Brahma Alliance is the strongest force in the Chunibyu district. When you get there, you can ask anyone to find the Brahma Alliance's base. But why are you going to the Brahma Alliance's base? Recently, the Brahma Alliance has no plans to recruit new people. After saying this, the young man kindly reminded Duan Ling Tian. Since the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, was killed, the Brahma Alliance cancelled their original recruitment plan and has been postponing it. Even now, they haven't said when they will recruit new people. I don't plan to join the Brahma Alliance. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Then, his eyes subconsciously narrowed into slits. I asked for the location of the Brahma Alliance's base because I want to find trouble with them. Thanks. In the end, before the young man could react, Duan Ling Tian had already disappeared in front of his eyes. It was only now that the young man came back to his senses. Find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Him? Are you kidding me? But looking at him, he seems a little familiar? Thinking back to the purple-clad young man's appearance, the young man only felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. It wasn't until a dozen breaths later that the young man racked his brain and remembered why he felt that he was familiar. He looks exactly the same as the Duan Ling Tian that the Brahma Alliance is looking for. It's just that the real person is more charming than the portrait. At this moment, the young man finally remembered. The reason he felt that the purple-clad young man was familiar was because he had seen his portrait. He said he's going to find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Does he have the confidence to deal with the Brahma Alliance? Isn't he just an 8-star god of war? No matter how powerful and heaven-defying an 8-star god of war is, it's impossible for him to contend with the #1 leader of the Brahma Alliance, Xueqi. Xueqi is a famous 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. His strength is incomparable. Could it be that he has become a 9-star god of war during this period of time? The more the young man thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Otherwise, why would Duan Ling Tian hide in the beginning and appear directly to find trouble with the Brahma Alliance? Let's go and join in the fun. After guessing the identity of the other party, the young man didn't hesitate and immediately walked in the direction that Duan Ling Tian had left in. Of course, he didn't know which direction Duan Ling Tian had left in. However, he knew that Duan Ling Tian had definitely gone in the direction he had pointed out. If I can personally witness the battle between Duan Ling Tian and the leader of the Brahma Alliance, Xueqi, I can say that my life has not been in vain. As the young man sped along, his eyes became brighter and brighter. The Brahma Alliance's base was located in the Chunibyu district. As the strongest force in the Chunibyu district, the Brahma Alliance's base was located in the center of the Chunibyu district. It was surrounded by many cities. In the Brahma Alliance's base, both Xueqi and Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star god of war from the Tidal Temple, were waiting for Mi Xian's return. They were curious. Was the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme guardian Li Feng in the 2nd North District Duan Ling Tian? However, they waited patiently. Before Mi Xian could return, an unexpected guest appeared. Xueqi. A calm but penetrating voice resounded in the Brahma Alliance's base. Didn't the Brahma Alliance say that you're looking for me, Duan Ling Tian? Now that I, Duan Ling Tian, am here, aren't you going to show your gratitude? Duan Ling Tian stood outside the Brahma Alliance's base with his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it was extremely penetrating. In just a blink of an eye, everyone in the Brahma Alliance's base heard it. The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance standing in front of the Brahma Alliance's base frowned. They wanted to ask the person in front of them about his identity and why he was approaching the Brahma Alliance. However, before they could open their mouths, the other party's next words shocked them. He's Duan Ling Tian? Heavens! He's Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? The Duan Ling Tian who killed the former leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wulong Alliance? He actually came to the Brahma Alliance? Moreover, he even asked the Lord Alliance Master to come out? Is he tired of living? Hasn't he been hiding all this time? Why did he come out now? The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. If this person was really Duan Ling Tian, there was only one possibility. Duan Ling Tian was no longer afraid of the Brahma Alliance. He was no longer afraid of the Brahma Alliance's leader. Has he become a 9-star war god? The elders and disciples of the Brahma Alliance weren't the only ones who had such thoughts. Even the people in the Brahma Alliance's base were thinking the same thing. As long as this person wasn't an imposter, it meant that he had become a 9-star war god. Duan Ling Tian. Even Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star war god from the Tidal Temple, had a solemn expression on his face. It seems like the supreme guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance in the 2nd North District isn't Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has personally come to the Brahma Alliance's base, and it seems like he's already a 9-star war god. Yu Chaochuan naturally didn't think that Mi Xian would be defeated by the current Duan Ling Tian. He thought that Mi Xian was still investigating the identity of the Northern Profound Alliance's supreme guardian, which was why he hadn't returned yet. But now, the Duan Ling Tian they had been searching for all this time had delivered himself to their doorstep. Now, that Xueqi should be coming towards me, right? Almost as soon as Yu Chaochuan thought this, Xueqi's voice came from outside. Our goal is Duan Ling Tian. Since he's here, why don't we go and meet him together? Yu Chaochuan sneered inwardly. Xueqi was usually so arrogant. Wasn't he looking for him because he wasn't confident that he could defeat the Duan Ling Tian? Chapter 3579. Almost no one in the Brahma Alliance thought Duan Ling Tian was here to seek his death. What a joke! If he was not strong enough, why would Duan Ling Tian come to them? Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air with his hands clasped on his back. His expression was calm and emotionless. As time passed, more and more figures walked out of the Brahma Alliance's encampment. There were also people approaching from other directions. They stood at a distance and stared at the purple figure from afar. He's Duan Ling Tian? It's one thing for him to look young, but is he really not even 700 years old? This news has been verified by many sources. Do you think it's fake? Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to the onlookers. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was the young genius who had recently won the Devata realm's battle of geniuses and displayed his strength as a 7-star god of war. Not long ago, he had killed the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wu Long, who was also the second leader of the Brahma Alliance. After that, he replaced Wu Long and became the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Since then, the Brahma Heaven Alliance had gone to great lengths to search for Duan Ling Tian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, their efforts were to no avail. Today, Duan Ling Tian had taken the initiative to look for Duan Ling Tian with a calm expression on his face. It seems like this disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has broken through and become a 9-star god of war. At this moment, most of the onlookers had rushed over after receiving news of Duan Ling Tian's arrival. Most of the onlookers were familiar with the people from the Brahma Alliance. After receiving news of Duan Ling Tian's arrival, they had also sent messages to their friends. Therefore, more and more people gathered to watch the show. It seems like Duan Ling Tian didn't come with good intentions. I wonder who's stronger between him and the alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying? The number of onlookers is still increasing. I wonder if the other 9-star gods of war from the central region will come to watch the show as well. I think so. However, that's only if they make it here in time. A group of people stood in the distance, watching Duan Ling Tian while whispering to each other. The number of onlookers was still increasing. It's the second guardian of the Heavenly Chu Alliance, Qin Zheni. He actually came as well. As an old man in a gray robe approached, many people's attention fell on him. The Heavenly Chu Alliance was also a famous force in the central region. Its strength wasn't any weaker than the Brahma Alliance. If one were to say that the Brahma Alliance was the biggest power in the Middle Two District, then the Brahma Alliance was the biggest power in the Middle Two District. In that case, the Heavenly Chu Alliance would be the strongest in the 3 middle districts. The leader of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance was also a 9-star god of war. As for the second protector of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance, Qin Zheni was an 8-star war god. Moreover, he had been famous in the central region for a long time. Thus, when he arrived, many people recognized him and took the initiative to greet him. Guardian Qin, are you here to join in the fun as well? Guardian Qin, there will definitely be a battle today. Do you think the leader of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, or this Duan Ling Tian will win? Many people who had met Qin Zheni before or knew him took the initiative to greet him. Every one of them was very enthusiastic. Some people couldn't help but ask Qin Zheni what he thought of today's matter. It's hard to say. Let's just watch. Qin Zheni smiled faintly. After Qin Zheni, a few other famous 8-star war gods in the central region also arrived. They also attracted a lot of attention. Of course, those who could make it in time were those who were nearby and had received the news. There were still many people who were on their way because they were far away. As for those who were further away, they chose to give up and come personally. However, all of them were waiting for the news. Many people were curious about the outcome of today's battle. On one side was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Ling Tian. On the other side was the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Ji Ying. Since Duan Ling Tian dares to come, it means that he's confident. As long as Ji Ying accepts the challenge, he'll most likely lose. Many people thought so. He's still not coming out? As more and more people gathered around, they realized that the alliance leader, Ji Ying, hadn't come out even though a lot of people from the Brahma Alliance had come out. Is Alliance leader Ji-ing afraid? If he doesn't come out today, not only will he and the Brahma Heaven Alliance be disgraced, but his master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, will also be disgraced. Who knows what's going on? Many people could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw that the Alliance Master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, Ji-ing, had yet to show himself. Of course, their voices were very soft since there were many people from the Brahma Heaven Alliance present. It seems like I'm not too late. Suddenly, a loud voice rang from the horizon, attracting everyone's attention except for Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's gaze, a sturdy old man wearing a loose green robe descended from the clouds. His expression was determined, and there was a blood-red diamond-shaped mark between his brows. He was holding a sheathed saber in his left hand. The old man's messy white hair fluttered in the wind, making him look wild and unruly. Could he be Swordsman Chu? As soon as the old man appeared, some people's eyes flickered, and they frowned slightly. Some people who reacted quickly could not help but exclaim softly, "Swordsman Chu?" Immediately, the gazes that fell on the old man changed again. Swordsman Chu did not belong to any faction. No one knew if he had any background outside the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, he was a lone cultivator in the Nine Serenities battlefield. The reason Swordsman Chu was famous in the central region was because he was a 9-star god of war. Greetings, Senior Swordsman Chu. While many people were still guessing the old man's identity, the second guardian of the Heavenly Beginning Alliance, Qin Zheni, stepped forward and took the initiative to greet the old man. Greetings, Senior Swordsman Chu. The 8-star gods of war followed Qin Zheni's lead and bowed respectfully to the old man. In an instant, the old man's identity was confirmed. He was the 9-star god of war, Swordsman Chu. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, only Swordsman Chu could make a group of 8-star gods of war bow down to him. Swordsman Chu nodded indifferently in the face of everyone's greetings. You don't have to worry about me. I'm only here because I happen to be nearby. I heard that there's a show here, so I came to join in the fun. As Swordsman Chu spoke, his gaze fell on the purple figure not far away. This is the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Lingtian? That's him, Senior Swordsman Chu. Qin Zheni replied respectfully. He looks talented. Swordsman Chu nodded. I just don't know if he's reckless or if he's really strong. Alliance Master Ji-ing has come out. The gazes that had gathered on Bladesman Chu immediately shifted to the entrance of the Brahma Alliance's encampment as a cry of surprise rang out. At that place, 2 people were walking through the air while being escorted by over 10 people. It's Alliance Master Ji-ing. He's finally come out. Everyone's gaze fell on one of the 2 people in the lead. They recognized this person as the Alliance Master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, Ji-ing. Who's that beside Alliance Master Ji-ing? Is he an expert the Brahma Heaven Alliance recently recruited? When the crowd recognized Ji-ing, they instinctively shifted their gazes to the person beside Ji-ing. The fact that this person was walking side by side with Ji-ing was enough to prove that he was not a simple person. In the past, only Ji-ing's junior brother, Wu Long, who was the second Alliance Master of the Brahma Heaven Alliance, received such treatment. Many people were curious about the identity of the person beside Ji-ing. Someone exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! Am I seeing things? Isn't the person beside Alliance Master Ji-ing the Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heavens Subhall, Yu Chaochuan? Hasn't he not entered the Nine Serenities battlefield for a long time? Why is he here again?" What? Are you saying that the person beside Alliance Master Ji-ing is the Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heavens Subhall, Yu Chaochuan? Yu Chaochuan? He's a veteran 9-star god of war. Why is he with Alliance Master Ji-ing? Don't tell me Ji-ing asked him to help her deal with Duan Lingtian? I'm afraid Ji-ing doesn't have that much influence. In my opinion, the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven must have asked the Title Temple for help. That's why the Title Temple sent Hall Master Yu Chaochuan here. If he's really here to help Ji-ing deal with Duan Lingtian, not only did Duan Lingtian fail, but he's also in danger. When they found out the person standing next to the leader of the Brahma Alliance was Yu Chaochuan, the 9-star god of war and the palace master of the Title Temple's 10,000 Beast Heavens Vice Palace, Many people looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. The Hall Master of the 10,000 Beast Heaven Sub-Hall? Duanling Tian, who had been waiting for a long time, turned to look at Yu Chaochuan when he heard the discussions in the surroundings. A sneer appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "The title temple is not slow at all. Not only is Mi Xian here, but a 9-star god of war is here as well. Let's see who's stronger between him and Mi Xian." Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. With just a thought, he disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he had already teleported to the entrance of the Brahma Heaven Alliance's estate. He stood in front of Ji Ying and Yu Chaochuan. "You're Duanling Tian?" Although Ji Ying had seen Duanling Tian's portrait before, this was his first time seeing Duanling Tian in person. At the same time, an ominous premonition rose in his heart when he saw the calmness in Duanling Tian's eyes. In the end, he clenched his teeth and sent a voice transmission to Swordsman Chu, who was standing nearby. "Senior Swordsman Chu, I would like you to join forces with me and Palace Master Yu to deal with Duanling Tian. After this, I'll ask my foster father to personally return the favor." Ji Ying would never do anything that he was not confident in. Although he felt Duanling Tian might be bluffing for him to be so calm at this moment, he still found a helper and made a promise that Duanling Tian could not refuse. Bladesman Chu's eyes lit up when he heard Ji Ying's voice transmission. A greedy expression appeared on his face. "You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.